Amen. Que l'on ouvre les portes, that the doors be opened. Comme il est 11.
It being 11:04, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business according to the order as listed on today's order paper.
Members' business. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-211, the Federal Framework on Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Act in the name of Mr. Doherty.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member, or the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise today to speak to Private Members Bill C-211, an act respecting a federal framework for post-traumatic stress disorder. La santé mentale.
Mental health is a state of well-being in which each and every person can realize their full potential, deal with the stress of day-to-day life, work in a productive and enriching way, and be able to contribute to the success of their community.
Mr. Speaker, improving the mental health of all people living in Canada is a priority for the federal government, which is one of the reasons why this government will be supporting Bill C-211 with amendments, and we will work to address those at the committee stage. The Minister of Health continues to engage provincial and territorial governments to deliver on important investments in health, with mental health as a priority area of focus.
On December 19th, 2016, the Government of Canada offered the provinces and territories $11 billion over 10 years for mental health care services and for home care services, along with a $544 million envelope over 5 years for federal organizations and pan-Canadian organizations to support work on innovation in health and prescription drugs. A number of provinces have committed to work in collaboration with the Government of Canada by targeting these funds to mental health services. In addition to this, the Government of Canada continues to promote mental health and well-being for individuals by supporting programs that will strengthen individual resilience and community resilience to help them overcome adversity. This is done in cooperation with all levels of government, with national Indigenous organizations, NGOs, and the private sector.
The Public Health Agency of Canada is the lead federal organization for mental health promotion and mental illness prevention. The agency supports federal coordination in these areas across the health portfolio and other departments to provide a coherent approach to promote, protect, and improve the mental health and well-being of all Canadians. The health portfolio, in collaboration with other federal departments, supports policy development and community-based programming across various life stages. Key areas related to post-traumatic stress disorder, otherwise known as PTSD in Canada, include family violence prevention, suicide prevention, targeted Indigenous mental health promotion initiatives, and helping victims cope after emergencies. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, being the victim of violence is a major risk factor which contributes to post-traumatic stress disorder, as it's known in Canada, as I mentioned, as PTSD. Family or conjugal violence, which includes violence between spouses and the mistreatment of children, is a major problem facing public health in Canada, and it is a major risk factor contributing to PTSD. Some 32% of the Canadian adult population indicates that they were victims of violence of one kind or another before reaching the age of 16.
It shows that women who have experienced intimate partner violence have heightened rates of PTSD, injury, chronic pain, sleep disorders, substance use problems, and other mental health issues such as depression and anxiety. Children who have been abused or exposed to abuse in the family also have a higher risk of developing mental health issues, including PTSD. Those who were maltreated as children are twice as likely to have poor mental health and over 3 times more likely to report suicidal thoughts. Boys who have been victimized or raised in violent homes are at an increased risk of becoming perpetrators of violence as adults, and girls exposed to violence in the home are at an increased risk of being victimized as adults, thus continuing the cycle of violence.
Our government supports community projects designed to improve physical and mental health of those who were victims of mistreatment during childhood or who have been the victims of intimate partner violence. It's also investing in projects to give professionals, health professionals, the tools they need to work in a safe and effective way with the survivors of violence, thanks to well-adapted care strategies.
of Canada coordinates the Family Violence Initiative, which brings together 15 federal departments to prevent and address family violence from multiple perspectives. Partner departments meet regularly to share new research and findings, provide advice on design and project ideas, contribute to policy initiatives, connect to stakeholders networks, and ensure that new knowledge is applied across all sectors. As part of this initiative, information is also shared through the Stop Family Violence web pages on behalf of all the Family Violence Initiative partners. This is a one-stop source of information and resources for professionals and for the public. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, at the heart of the subject that we're discussing today is the fact that those who suffer from PTSD are more likely to self-harm or to commit suicide. Every year, sadly, over 4,000 Canadians take their own lives. Pursuant to the Act concerning the creation of a federal suicide prevention framework, the Public Health Agency of Canada is coordinating the creation of such a framework. The goal is to raise additional awareness concerning the problem of suicide and to fight the stigmatization that exists concerning suicide. It will promote research and practices based on prevention.
Are also being developed to help reduce stigma and raise public awareness about suicide, informed by research evidence on safe messaging for Canadians. In addition, a guide of standard terminology and practices for federal departments to avoid stigmatizing and inappropriate language in communication products is under development. An online suicide prevention resource has been launched, including information on where to get help, resources for professionals, and links to additional resources and information. Funding has also been provided to support the Canadian Distress Line Network to develop a 24/7 national suicide prevention service. Once fully implemented, this line will ensure that individuals in crisis, regardless of where they live in Canada, will have access to free and confidential support on a 24/7 basis in the way that works best for them, by chat, text, or phone. L'Agence de la Santé.
The Public Health Agency of Canada is also co-chairing the Pan-Canadian Working Group on Suicide Prevention, along with the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention and the Mental Health Commission of Canada. The members of the working group represent a number of social organizations working for health services and community health in Canada, and which are also working to prevent mental illness and suicide across the country. These groups include the Assembly of First Nations and Tapirit Kanatami. At the federal level, the Canadian Institutes for Health Research, Health Canada, and the Canadian Centre to Fight Addiction are also participating in this working group. The mission of this Pan-Canadian group is to strengthen suicide prevention by bringing people, ideas, and resources together across Canada.
Indigenous populations may be at increased risk for PTSD because of historical and intergenerational trauma. First Nations, Inuit, and Métis experience some of the most significant health inequities in Canada. The proportion of Indigenous individuals experiencing a mental illness during their lifetime is 55% versus 33% of the non-Indigenous population. Evidence shows that health is adversely affected by culture loss, racism and stigmatization, loss of language and connection to the land, environmental deprivation, and feeling spiritually, emotionally, and mentally disconnected from one's identity. Le gouvernement fédéral.
The federal government also supports Indigenous populations through culturally adapted programs focused on the communities themselves. For example, the preschool aid program for Indigenous people in urban and northern communities has the goal to promote healthy development of Indigenous children from the age of 5 until from birth until the age of 5.
Nutrition program also support the healthy development of vulnerable children aged 0 to 6 years and their families. Special emphasis is placed on the inclusion of Indigenous pregnant women, children, and family. The Nobody's Perfect Parenting Program is a strengths-based educational health promotion program for parents of children aged 0 to 5 years living in socio-economic conditions of risk. The program is offered in Indigenous communities across Canada. Ces programmes ciblés.
These targeted programs help Canadians ensure that they have protection factors at their disposal, which will help them develop psychological resistance to PTSD, because they're based on recognizing that a large number of mental health issues start in childhood.
Extreme events are at risk of developing mental illness, including PTSD. Extreme weather events as a result of climate change are experienced increased number and severity. Many climate scientists agree that the Canadian wildfire activity over the past few years is well above average and is connected to the warming climate. Now I see, Mr. Speaker, that I only have 1 minute. I thought I had 20, but so I'll conclude, I think, at this stage. Les efforts consacrés par le gouvernement fédéral en
The federal government's efforts to fight PTSD have already seen us put in place a number of recommendations and take advantage of existing federal initiatives. A number of these programs and these activities could also be used to support other groups across Canada.
Efforts and the ongoing commitment to sound, evidence-based approaches, our government continues to work to improve the lives of Canadians and those affected by PTSD. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the Honourable Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development. Rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And on February the 23rd, during question period, in response to a question from the member from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou on the Investment Canada Act, I inadvertently stated that Cedar Tree will now be owned and operated by Canadians going forward. What I meant to say is that retirement concepts will continue to be managed and operated by Canadians under its new ownership. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to clarify my previous statement.
I'm sure the House appreciates clarification at the first available occasion. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honour of sitting on the Committee for Veterans Affairs, and we're currently studying mental health and suicide prevention. I have heard considerable evidence of the toll that PTSD takes on veterans and their families. It's clear that action is needed and increased services are desperately needed. I'm sure this bill was created with positive intentions. However, I remain concerned that there is nothing here to actually increase services for PTSD. With nearly 1 in 10 Canadians experience post-traumatic stress at some point in their lives, it's time for federal leadership to ease the suffering of those struggling with PTSD. I believe it's important to hear from veterans themselves about the impact of PTSD on their lives. I want to share with the House some testimony heard at Veterans Affairs Committee and informal discussions that I had with veterans. These highlight the struggles of so many of our veterans. First, Mr. John Kelly McLeod told the VAC Committee that we're driven. We're fit people when we serve. There isn't anything that we wouldn't do for this nation, including giving our lives. I've often said, having suffered PTSD after serving in Somalia and Rwanda, it would have been easier for me to have lost a leg or two, or to lose 2 arms. People understand that. When you come back, they do not understand when you tell them, well, I have nightmares every day, I can't cope with day-to-day living, I don't like being in crowds. For me, being a medic in those trades, everything I did at that moment was life and death. People die on the decisions you make, and you sometimes can't do anything. I deal with that every day, and there are things that still stay with me today that are as clear as they were 20 years ago. That will never go away for me. Then on top of that, because I served in Somalia and Rwanda, I spent over a year on mefloquine. I'm getting older now. PTSD should be mellowing for me. I should be getting better, but I'm not getting better. I'm getting worse. I also have a terminal illness. I don't know how much longer I have, but every day I wake up and I make a decision. Do I live today or do I kill myself today? Mr. Speaker, many of the veterans I spoke to said that their PTSD was triggered by financial insecurity. pensions and benefits delayed for months by an inept and dysfunctional Veterans Department. This is the reality of PTSD, Mr. Speaker. It's terrifying and it's disabling our veterans. I also want to share with the House the words of Mr. Kurt Grant, a veteran who has been involved in the military his entire life. He came from a military family and became an air cadet at 13. He was in uniform for 41 years and deployed 8 times. Kurt told us, according to Veterans Affairs, I'm now officially 136% broken. Government math. I spent 15 years fighting with my PTSD before I rode off my car and went into treatment. It's a tough thing to look at the back end of another vehicle and not realize how the hell you got there. The stigma surrounding PTSD is huge. As much as we want to deny it and as much as we want to sit back and say, guess what? We're going to fix this. It's not going to happen. A cultural change has to take place if it is going to happen. PTSD is not something that hits you right away. It took me 15 years before I finally collapsed under it. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that we desperately need to improve services for those with PTSD, and we critically need more supports for veterans specifically. We've heard testimony in Veterans Affairs Committee that group therapy works very well for PTSD, but there's a catch. It does not work well for veterans when therapy is in a group with civilians. Veterans have gone through traumatic experiences that civilians will never encounter. While they both may have PTSD, their experiences are not relatable. We need to make sure that veterans are able to access therapy with other veterans who understand what they have experienced, what they have lived. We also need special supports for those living with military sexual trauma, many of whom also live with PTSD. Again, group therapy is very helpful for healing, but again, our veterans are best served when with their peers. They need not only support from other veterans, but also those who are dealing with military sexual trauma. They may not get the support they need being grouped with veterans or CF members with PTSD and may not relate as well to sexual assault survivors without military background. We need to bring men and women with MST together for healing because ultimately, Mr. Speaker, that's what this is about. It's about healing those individuals who have given everything, who have set aside their lives, who have gambled on the promise that government was going to be there when they needed them, that government was going to somehow make sure that their service was respected, honored, and that their suffering was understood, and that supports would be there to the end of their lives. So we've got military veterans in court against this government, against the previous government, for failure to make sure that they had financial support. And we now have a government out making deals with the provinces, making deals with health ministries across this country that, well, we'll give you some money, but you have to accept that there will be less. Oh yes, we'll give you a little bit of money for mental health, but the saw-off is that there's not going to be enough money to make sure that all Canadians are cared for. Mr. Speaker, we're in this place to make sure, to be absolutely confident that every Canadian who has given something important to this country has the support, the services, and the respect that we owe them. Our veterans are special, Mr. Speaker. You know that. We all know that. They are unique individuals. They go into the field and they're fearless. And they're fearless because they believe in this country. Let's not take away their hope when they return home. Let's not take away their families. Let's not take away that prospect of them coming back to us and having a place in our communities that is, well, that is safe and secure because we've made them safe and secure. I thank you very much for this time, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing forward this private member's bill. But again, I want this to be genuine. I'm tired of the games. I'm tired of playing. I'm tired of having to beg for what should be there because we owe it to these folks. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I would like to sincerely thank my colleague, the honourable member of Cariboo Prince George, for bringing forward this bill to build a national framework on an issue that's critically important to Canadians. They're, in turn, so important to our national safety and our national fabric. These are our first responders. They are our military personnel, our veterans, our correctional officers, and our police. Mr. Speaker, these are people who protect and defend us day in and day out and care for us in our most urgent time of need. And it's our duty to take care of them as they grapple with post-traumatic stress disorder. While more is understood about PTSD and, as Veterans Affairs calls it, operational stress injuries every day, there's much more work to be done, and we owe it to our first responders to do everything in our legislative power to make this happen. That's why I'm honored to stand today in support of Bill C-211, an act respecting a federal framework on PTSD, this private member's bill brought by my honourable colleague. One of the greatest privileges of being a member of Parliament is the opportunity it affords to interact amongst our veterans and our military personnel. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to spend time on Canadian naval vessels, HMCS Halifax and HMCS Montreal. I've had the great opportunity to talk with veterans from coast to coast and to spend time with reserves and officers of the Royal Hamilton Light Infantry and the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, of which I'm proud to be a member of the Officers' Mess at John Weir Foot Armories in my hometown of Hamilton. Unfortunately, these brave men and women who gather at these armories know PTSD and operational stress injuries all too well. That's because tragically and regrettably, Corporal Justin Stark, a 22-year-old reservist with the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders of Canada, took his own life in those armories. It was October 2010, and he'd returned to Canada just 10 months earlier from a deployment in Afghanistan. Mr. Speaker, please also allow me to mention what my honourable members will know and recall, because I would be remiss in mentioning the Argyll, when I mentioned the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, without acknowledging a major tragedy that faced us. Corporal Nathan Strella, who was shot and killed in the attack on the National War Memorial in October 2014, was also an Argyll. And as we talk about the scourge of PTSD that plagues his former colleagues, we should always remember the courage and valor of all of our military personnel. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you we are mindful of the tragic circumstances that led Corporal Justin Stark to such a dark place when we announced an operational stress injury clinic for downtown Hamilton in January 2015. I was pleased to join my colleague, the Honourable Member of Durham, then Minister of Veterans Affairs, for that announcement. The clinic would serve the Hamilton and Niagara areas as well as parts of southwestern Ontario. All these areas were previously served by a clinic in Toronto, and this brought the resources, counselling, and therapy closer to home for many veterans and personnel. One has to imagine that when dealing with such complex issues as mental health, operational stress injuries, and post-traumatic stress disorder, having these resources closer to home makes a huge difference in speedy diagnosis, treatment, recovery, and care. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a good and practical example of the kind of things that Bill C-211 will help facilitate. It will help coordinate all of these resources at the federal, provincial, and territorial level, clinics such as this one that were funded by the federal government and operated by the province. Bill C-211 sets in motion a long overdue and much needed coordinated federal-provincial strategy. So an inventory of such resources can be taken, gaps can be identified, and people in desperate need of help can be properly served. Unfortunately, Corporal Stark is not an isolated example. When I chaired the Veterans Affairs Committee, we heard much expert testimony on post-traumatic stress disorder in our Canadian Armed Forces. What a tragedy that these brave women and men who enlist to defend the freedoms we cherish and value so much as Canadians are themselves imprisoned and thereby robbed of their own freedoms on their return from duty because of the psychological terror and devastating effects of PTSD. May this sadness move us to action, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I've focused my examples thus far on our military personnel and veterans, let me say that I know of many police officers, ambulance attendants, and firefighters in my community of the Greater Hamilton area who have been equally impacted by PTSD. It is well known that among paramedics, the incidence of PTSD is very high. Almost a quarter will be impacted. Think about that. Almost a quarter of paramedics grapple with PTSD. These are the same people that we count on in our hour of need, Mr. Speaker. It's time that we gave them the same priority that they give us. It's time to take action as proposed by the honourable member from Prince George. Mr. Speaker, the only group of first responders for whom the rate of PTSD is worse than paramedics is correctional officers, who have a 24 to 26% rate of incidence. When we talk about that, it's easy to understand the pressures they're under. When I researched my own private member's bill in the last Parliament, I encountered many correctional officers and have heard gut-wrenching accounts. However, beneath the statistics, these are real stories, real people, real families, real cries for help. We know that what is stipulated in Bill C-211 is just a first step. It requires the Minister of Health to convene a conference with stakeholders from all relevant federal departments, provincial and territorial representatives, the medical community, and patient groups. It's a sound and logical step, Mr. Speaker. Developing a framework is a necessary and needed result of this. It's a step forward in addressing the challenges, recognizing the symptoms, providing timely diagnosis, and thereby speeding access to treatment of PTSD. It's a complex problem. It's not going to be solved overnight. A federal framework only goes so far. But it brings together initiatives and legislation at the provincial level in a coordinated and national strategy. Isn't it time, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, to me, this is a simple decision. There's only one right answer here. For the sake of the mental health of people who care for and protect and defend us every single day, I urge all members of this chamber to wholeheartedly support and vote in favor of Bill C-211. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to one of the most important bills that I've had to deal with since I've been elected. May God bless all of our first responders, and God bless Canada.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd first like to thank the member for Cariboo Prince George for not only introducing this bill, but for your tireless advocacy on this issue, on the mental health of our veterans, our public safety officers, and first responders. I'd also like the many people both here in the gallery and in our communities who've been advocates on this important issue. The member's bill calls for a federal framework for post-traumatic stress disorder and calls on the Minister of Health to work with the Minister of Defence and Minister of Veterans Affairs, along with the provinces, territories, representatives of the medical community, and patients groups, to develop a federal framework to address the challenges of recognizing the symptoms and providing timely diagnosis and treatment of post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. I'm very pleased our government will be supporting this legislation with some minor amendments, and I'll speak a little later about some of the concerns I personally have with the bill. But this is an issue that has actually touched this House, as we lost one of our own members to a post-traumatic stress injury. Lieutenant Colonel Sam Sharp was first elected to the House of Commons in 1908 and re-elected in 1911 and 1917 as the Member of Parliament for Ontario North. He was a sitting MP at the start of the First World War and helped raise the 116th Battalion Canadian Expeditionary Force, commanding that battalion during its operation on the fields in Europe. His unit was present for the assault on Vimy Ridge and fought at Avion and Passchendaele. After suffering mental injuries on the front, what at the time was called shell shock, he was hospitalized in England and subsequently returned to Canada. Lieutenant Colonel Sharp died by suicide on May 25, 1918. Thankfully, our armed forces have come a long way since then, now recognizing that mental injuries can also occur on the battlefield. Just a few weeks ago, I met with Sid Gravel and Brad McKay, who wrote a guide to help first responders in the creation of peer and trauma support programs called Walk the Talk for First Responders. The two former police officers commented about how far the conversation had come since they built their own peer support network in secret in 1988. There's been a lot of work done in the many provinces across Canada, including my own province of Ontario. My colleague, the Minister of Labour for Ontario, led efforts last spring that made it easier for first responders in Ontario to get treatment, created an awareness campaign, and required first responders to have a prevention plan. I believe the federal government can help other provinces and territories learn about the various best practices that have been created. While stakeholders are applauding the fact that this conversation is taking place, they know there is still a lot of work to be done. Mental health and healthy, inclusive workplaces are two areas where I am hoping and working hard to make a difference as a Member of Parliament. With regard to the specifics of Bill C-211, I applaud the member's efforts and his genuine concern on the mental health of our military, veterans, public safety officers, and first responders. I do have concerns around the limitations surrounding this particular bill about the mental health of our first responders and public safety officers. The bill invites the Minister of Defence and Veterans Affairs to a conference, but leaves out the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. The Minister of Public Safety has already been working, along with the Minister of Health, on creating a national strategy on this issue. Early last year, the Minister of Public Safety, along with his former parliamentary secretary, held a national roundtable on post-traumatic stress injuries, or PTSI, and the effect it has on public safety officers. As a member of the Stanley Committee on Public Safety and National Security, I'm extremely proud of our work last fall when we tabled Healthy Minds, Safe Communities, supporting our public safety officers through a national strategy for operational stress injuries, recognizing the need for a national strategy for operational stress injuries, not just post-traumatic stress disorder. Any framework that we develop should include policies on prevention, screening, education, intervention, and treatment. We heard from witnesses who told us that mental health injuries suffered by first responders and public safety officers on the job were far more extensive than just PTSI and included broader operational stress injuries. We heard that though many will develop PTSI, they are far more likely to suffer from depression and substance abuse, and sadly, they are more likely to die by suicide. We heard from witnesses who told us that the research and data within the military context is 15 years ahead of what is available with respect to public safety officers, and that very little is known about the incidence and prevalence of OSIs among public safety officers. During our study, we heard from the Canadian Institute for Military and Veteran Health Research, who are doing tremendous work to support our military personnel and veterans facing mental health issues. Our committee called on the government to use our report to develop a national strategy and to create a Canadian Institute for Public Safety Officer Health Research, an advisory council, an expert working group to develop policies, and to share research on prevention, screening, education, intervention, and treatment nationally. The committee also urged the government to study presumptive legislation for public safety officers, like several of our provincial cousins have done. That's why our committee recommended that PTSD be considered as falling within the broader health issue of operational stress injuries, defined as a persistent psychological difficulty resulting from operational duties performed while serving as a public safety officer, along with other mental health problems such as depression and substance abuse. The committee heard from all public safety officers regarding the uniqueness of their work environment and the fact that they see trauma in their own communities frequently. The officers could have connections and relationships with the people they serve. Our committee called on the government to create a Canadian Institute for Public Safety Officer Health Research to, quote, enhance the mental health and wellness of our Canadian public safety officers through evidence-based research, practices, policies, and programs. I was pleased to read the Minister of Public Safety's response to our report, where he said the government recognized the need for many of our recommendations. I know the Minister of Public Safety shares my concerns about the mental wellness of our public safety officers. After all, we need to take care of our public safety officers because they take care of us. We have a responsibility to return our military personnel and public safety officers to their family as we received them, mentally well. Caring for the health of our public safety officers, both mentally and physically, is not only important to their well-being, but also ensures that our communities are safe. RCMP, police, firefighters, corrections officers, paramedics, Aboriginal firefighters, parole officers, and those who work alongside them told the committee that their members can suffer greatly from mental health illnesses because of their jobs. I also have concerns with the terminology used in Bill C-211. Mental health issues faced by our veterans and public safety officers are much broader than just post-traumatic stress disorder alone. Since the public safety tabled our report, I've also heard from a number of nurses who've experienced operational stress injuries. One in particular stands out. An Oakville resident who had a long career as a nurse recently shared a personal story about a house fire that occurred over 20 years ago, where a woman and her 2 children perished. The nurses who worked on the case faced severe psychological trauma. And to those nurses, I want to recognize your injuries in this House and admit we know very little about the impact on your jobs, on your mental health, and we must do better. I believe that a national strategy and the sharing of best practices by the federal government could benefit many employee groups who are suffering while recognizing the distinct differences in their work. I know the Minister of Health is aware of the effects of traumatic effects can have on our nurses. Recently, she wrote a letter outlining she understands that caregivers and emergency staff who provide treatment are often dealing with difficult situations that may affect their own mental health, and there's a need to provide mental health support to our healthcare providers. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I believe any conversation about this issue needs to include those stakeholders who have faced these issues and have them at the table as part of the discussion. In conclusion, I'm very pleased to support this bill. Bill C-211 has already and will continue to raise awareness on an important issue, and I again applaud the honourable member on his efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise in the House today to speak in support of Bill C-211, an act respecting federal framework on post-traumatic stress disorder, well known as PTSD. Last Saturday, I had the privilege to attend the annual First Responders Appreciation Dinner in my riding. Having served as an RCMP officer myself, this is a topic that is very close to my heart. Bill C-211 seeks to establish a national framework to ensure that our first responders, whether it be military, paramedics, police personnel, firefighters, emergency dispatchers, veterans, and correction officers get the timely access to the resources they need to deal with PTSD. PTSD is classified as a psychiatric stress-related disorder that develops as a result of a traumatic event. PTSD can develop following direct or indirect exposure to violence, accidents, war, death, or terror attacks. PTSD experienced by first responders and military personnel is the result of years of stressful job-related calls, witnessing distressing deaths, and repeated violence. Episodes that may cause an affected person to become angry, irritable, jumpy, agitated, depressed, or frightened. Many abuse alcohol and drugs and have damaged relationships because of this. The bill, if passed, would require the Minister of Health to convene a conference with the Minister of National Defence, the Minister of Veteran Affairs, provincial and territorial counterparts, representatives of the medical community, and patient groups, for the purpose of developing a comprehensive federal framework to address the challenges of recognizing the symptoms and providing timely diagnostic and treatment of PTSD. Every day, thousands of men and women across Canada go to work, whether first responders, police, firefighters, or military personnel. They willingly put their lives on the line to support and protect Canadians and their country. Their jobs demand that they be prepared to show up to any scenario at any time, ready to face the challenges of their line of work. They treat our wounds, they protect our communities. Some witness some of the worst that humanity has to offer, and then they return home to their families and try to live a normal life. When most of us would head in the opposite direction, they are the ones who run forward to danger. Their heroic effort sometimes means that they are left to deal with the haunting images, sounds, and smells that will stay with these men and women for life. Being a witness to human tragedy and suffering can become difficult to cope with in the days, months, and years afterwards. We can look today at what is happening in BC with our first responders who are dealing with the opioid problem and how it is affecting their jobs. As a former RCMP officer of 35 years, I personally know what first responders go to, both emotionally, physically, when they arrive at a scene. Mr. Speaker, many years ago when I was a young air cadet, I was probably around the age of 12, and I remember talking to a lot of different veterans on Remembrance Day, and there were a lot of them there in those days, about their war experiences. I remember one particular gentleman who drank a lot in our community. I remember him finally telling me that he drank to hide the past and the horrors of war. This was probably the first time I was introduced to PTSD. As I went through my working career as an RCMP officer, I remember in the 60s when a friend of mine who came off an extended period of being undercover, where he intermixed with some pretty wild and dangerous individuals. When he came back into uniform, he could not switch back to a regular life and suffered immensely, both mentally and physically. He eventually had to leave the force because he couldn't correct it. This was PTSD, but at the time, we didn't know what was wrong with him. I had a very good friend. I'll call him Mr. T. Yeah, he was a lot like that guy on TV, but he suffered for many years with PTSD. He could not pull those hidden demons from within himself. As his commander, he came to me one day and he talked to me about suicide. I was alarmed. We got him help, and I worked with him closely over the next decade. And even after we both left our careers in the RCMP, I tried to help him. He could not get rid of the ugliness that he had to deal with. As I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, I think of Mr. T, as he's not here anymore. He committed suicide 2 years ago. I wish he had called me, as I would have gone wherever he was to help. I can think of a number of my colleagues that I worked with. A number of them drank too much. But were they doing this due to PTSD? Yes, they were. But in all honesty, Mr. Speaker, we didn't know what it was. We didn't know what to call it years ago. Excuse me for a moment. I have to thank those members today that have come forward in the last number of years, whether military, RCMP, paramedics, and we're proud and strong enough to make public the problems and seek help. It is out there, Mr. Speaker, among our first responders. There's no kidding. As a government, we must work with provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to ensure that help is there for all first responders. Unfortunately, there's a stigma around mental health issues, including PSD. Those who are affected can feel that. They hate to admit it, that the need for assistance. It's a showing weakness to their peers. Instead, they keep it to themselves, hidden, silently carrying a heavy weight until they can no longer bear with it. Mr. Speaker, according to statistics by TEMA, an organization that supports people with PTSD, through research, education, training, and peer support, 188 Canadians, public safety and military personnel, have died by suicide since 2014. 5 first responders and 4 military members have died by suicide in the last year alone. That's 9 people in only 2 months, Mr. Speaker. This is absolutely heartbreaking. These brave people risk their lives to serve their communities. So where are we when they need our help? They have served us, but we have not served them. This is why we so desperately need a national framework to address this issue. The Prime Minister has already called on his ministers to act on PTSD, thank you, and make the mental health of our men and women in uniform a priority. In the Health Minister mandate letter, she is called to, and I quote, make high-quality mental health services more available to Canadians who need them. End of quote. In the Minister's Veteran Affairs mandate letter, he is directed to, and I quote, provide greater education, counseling, and training for families who are providing care and support to veterans living with physical and or mental health issues as a result of their service. work with the Minister of National Defence to develop a suicide prevention strategy for Canadian Armed Forces personnel and veterans. In the Minister of Public Safety's mandate letter, he is directed to, and I quote, work with provinces, territories, and the Minister of Health to develop a coordinated national action plan on post-traumatic stress disorder, which disproportionately affects public safety officers. Mr. Speaker, if that isn't a clear directive from the Prime Minister to support exactly what this bill seeks, I don't know what is. And this is not a Liberal issue. It's not a Conservative issue. It's not any single party's issue. This is something that crosses party lines, and I believe it should be supported by all sides of this House. Bill C-211 is an opportunity for all parliamentarians to stand together and acknowledge the very real impact that PTSD has had on the lives of our men and women in uniform. The federal government must show leadership on this issue. I urge them to support this bill. I urge everyone in this House to support this bill, because if we don't, we fail these brave men and women. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Caribou Prince George for his private member's bill, C-211. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and truly the discussion on C-211, I would like to thank the member from Caribou Prince George for bringing this to the attention of this House, and certainly to each of the members, specifically my good friend, the member for Yellowhead, the work that he has done and the passion that he has for our military, for our first responders, members from the NDP and from the Liberals that have spoken about this. It is so important, and just in the closing of this debate as we get ready to hear again from the member from Caribou Prince George, just wanted to add a few comments about some of the things that we see, and so many of us as we attend our Remembrance Day ceremonies and we think about the importance of those that have gone before us to help protect us. And I think of my wife's cousin, Everett Moore, who had come back from the Second World War, and he just found that it was impossible for him to be able to survive in the normal lifetime that one would have expected. And the war continued for him for 50 years until he finally died. But he did have good care. We had opportunities to visit, but it was something that he just could not come back and survive with. So people, at that time it was shell shock and issues that had occurred during the war, but it happens, and we've had so many opportunities to speak to people that are engaged in the military. And so that brings it home to myself, so that I really do understand what it is that they go through and how difficult it is for families when such tragedies strike home. So we've seen it. I think everyone that is in here has examples where that has happened, whether it is in the military or whether it is with first responders. The other experience that I have, of course, I was with the Pine Lake tornado in the early 2000s, and as we were in it, we then realized that we had to be able to assist, and so that's what I was part of, and so you see the carnage that had taken place there. These are things that individuals that aren't trained, it's really difficult for them to manage as well. But I know that the great work that was done by our first responders in central Alberta when that had taken place was something that you really think back to. And every year when we have the anniversary of that terrible natural disaster, we recognize those that had gone before and the great work that they had done, as well as the seriousness of the loss of life that had taken place. So these are things that we all recognize. We see the disasters that happen, whether they're natural disasters, or we look at those things that happen around the world where our men and women in our forces have to take charge, or they have to respond to terrible evils that are taking place. So we see it so often. I think what we have heard today is a great heartfelt response and support for those men and women that put that in their daily lives, and they bring it home to their families. So it's important that in C211 that we recognize that there can be more done, and that we have to speak about this, and that we have to go forward. So again, just in closing, I'd like to thank the member from Caribou Prince George. I want to thank everyone that is in this House for recognizing how important this is, and hopefully we can move forward as we unanimously support this particular private member's motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Caribou Prince George for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say thank you to the member from Yellowhead, as well as our member from Flamborough, Glanbrook, for the passionate speeches in support of Bill C-211, and indeed our first responders, military, and veterans. I also want to say thank you to my good colleague from Barrie Innisfil, who happened to sponsor this bill and is a tireless champion of our first responders, our veterans, and military. And I do also want to take a moment to pay tribute and say thank you to our colleague from Oakville, North Burlington, because I know that, Mr. Speaker, this is a nonpartisan issue, and she's done some incredible work with respect to championing for our first responders, our veterans, and our military. And Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge those that are on the Hill today that are with us and that are tuning in on the live stream, that this is so important that this bill passes, and that really there's a lot of thanks that are going to us as bringing forth this bill, but I think all of us owe a debt of gratitude, and that's why we're here today to say thank you to those that are with us on the Hill, because they're the ones that really champion and stand up for you and I and our families moving forward and every day. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-211 seeks to establish a cohesive and coherent national framework to ensure military first responders, paramedics, police personnel, veterans, and correctional officers get the timely access to the resources they need to deal with PTSD. I do welcome the revisions that will strengthen the intent of this bill. I also want to caution all of us here that we should not be doing anything that weakens the intent of this bill, that does not allow this government or successive governments off of the responsibility that is due to our first responders and our veterans and our military. This bill sends a message to our silent sentinels that this is not a battle that you have to fight by yourself. It's up to all of us, federal, provincial, territorial legislators, to come up with a plan to ensure that no one is left behind, Mr. Speaker, that our terminology and laws are consistent across this country from our East Coast to our West Coast. The reality is that experiencing human tragedy affects all of us differently. These incidents and experiences cannot be erased from our memory. Most of us can never imagine what our warriors go through on a daily basis, the sights, the sounds, the smells, and the images. It affects lives and the lives of friends and families of those who put themselves in harm's way. We have an opportunity to give back in a small way today by ensuring that our protectors have the opportunity to receive a basic standard of treatment to deal with their post-traumatic stress disorder. A national framework would ensure that a national discussion is undertaken on this issue, and to date, we've had a great discussion on mental health injuries, OSIs, occupational stress injuries, and PTSD that our first responders and our veterans and our military face, and it's on us to continue this discussion. Mr. Speaker, every year a conversation happens on best practices, on treatment options, and how best we can help as a society. That's what the intent of this bill is, Mr. Speaker, and that there is always a line item in our federal books, because for far too long we have left our first responders, our military, and our veterans behind. And I'm asking on all of our members' support today to ensure that Bill C-211 makes it to third reading, so that no other person is told that they're being too sensitive, to suck it up, to get over it. because having a standard diagnosis of care for post-traumatic stress disorder will change lives, Mr. Speaker. From having a consistent care and terminology with respect to occupational safety, stress injuries, PTSD, or even indeed the industry terms, a standard of care, diagnosis and treatment and terminology will save lives, Mr. Speaker. And finally, let's get this bill to committee because we can discuss it, we can amend it, let's strengthen it, let's make it stronger for those that put their lives in line or on the line for you and I, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I just want to say as the debate closes and members from all sides of the House rise to cast their votes, I ask only that you remember those who put their lives on the line, often without thanks, to protect our Canadian values and way of life, because freedom is not free. There is a cost to freedom, and that cost is a human cost. Mr. Speaker, we can be better. Let's leave a legacy of doing better and doing better for those who put their lives on the line for us every day. Thank you.
Alors, la question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Brassard, moves that Bill C-211, an act respecting a federal framework on post-traumatic stress disorder, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division is deferred until Wednesday, March 8, 2017, prior to the period reserved for private members' business.
I see the Chief Government Whip rising on a, the Honourable Government House Leader rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'll take any title that you give me. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, that in relation to Bill C-23, an act representing the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill, and that expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of said bill of the stage shall be put forthwith and successfully without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Shagger, seconded by Mr. Goodell, moves that in relation to Bill C-23, an act respecting the preclearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in return every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. It's at this time that I invite honourable members to rise in their place to give an indication of the number of members that would wish to participate in the 30-minute question period. That will allow an allocation of time. And seeing the numbers in the usual form, members should allow approximately 1 minute for their interventions, and the same in response from the government side. And we'll now proceed with that question period. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate. I wonder whether the minister can comment on a quote that I have from May 2nd, 2013, from the Minister of Public Safety in this place, where he said, and I quote, "Obviously it is unfortunate when debate in the House is curtailed by the use of time allocation or closure. That impinges upon the democratic right of members of Parliament to adequately consider matters that are before the House." I'm wondering whether he can explain why he's changed his mind on this matter.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we're moving into what will be the fourth day of debate at second reading on Bill C-23. Including today, there have been over 10 hours of debate. And so far, 18 members of Parliament have delivered speeches on C-23, and there will obviously be more to come today. The point, Mr. Speaker, is that the detailed work with respect to Bill C-23 is the work that is done in committee. And members, I'm sure, are anxious to get into that work so that they can consider the bill in detail. That will be followed by report stage. That will be followed by third reading. This is all part of a very deliberative process where members of Parliament will certainly have ample time to express their opinions. And I note that the honourable gentleman is generally supportive of the legislation.
Before we go to further questions, just as a reminder to honourable members, in this 30-minute question period as well, the preponderance of questions are allotted to the opposition. It doesn't exclude members from the government side to pose a few questions in the course of the 30 minutes, but generally for opposition members. Questions. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're starting to lose track of the number of times that Liberals are starting to use this measure to curtail debate. One of the most solemn things that we have as a duty in this House as members of Parliament is to bring forward our constituents' views. And by cutting off this debate, the Minister is not allowing us to do that. There are very real concerns about this bill. I know that members on that side of the House like to dismiss them, but it is our job to give them voice in this House. And to preempt the Minister, if he wishes to reference our vote on Bill C-37, may I remind him that we did that vote because it was to save Canadian lives. But this bill has been languishing on the docket since June of last year. I don't understand what the rush is.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, there has been ample time for public examination and consideration of this bill. The international agreement upon which it is founded was signed in the spring of 2015. It was tabled in the House of Commons at the same time in the spring of 2015. The legislation to provide legal force to the agreement was tabled in June of last year. It has all been in the public domain for all of that length of time. The focus generally has only occurred in the last number of weeks, but the fact of the matter is there have been months and months and months of public opportunity to examine this legislation.
Questions. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, even though there may be some agreement on different sides in terms of the bill itself, it still is incredibly important that members of Parliament are allowed to voice their concerns and reflect their constituents' wishes. Now, it's interesting, back in June 3rd, 2015, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader said, "The government, by once again relying on a time allocation motion to get its agenda passed, speaks of incompetence. It speaks of a lack of genuine respect for parliamentary procedure and ultimately for Canadians." I would say, Mr. Speaker, that we are seeing a real lack of competence on the government side in terms of being able to work together with all sides of the House to get its agenda passed. What are the plans going forward? Is this what we have to look forward to in the next 2.5 years, that every time MPs want to speak, they are going to be shut down by these Liberals?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would remind the member that this subject matter has been in the public domain for detailed discussion and debate going back to the spring of 2015. The legislation has been on the order paper since June of last year. Already in the debate, there have been 4 days devoted to the second reading. There have been 10 hours of debate. 18 members of Parliament have delivered speeches. More will do so today. That will be followed by the committee stage, the report stage, and third reading stage of the bill. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for members to express their opinions, and I want to thank the honourable member for the support that her party has shown for this legislation.
Questions? Honourable Député de Beloy.
The honourable member for Beloy-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, the fact that a bill has been on the order paper doesn't mean that we have an opportunity necessary to debate it. This government claimed that it was going to give more importance to Parliament. I find it surprising that the minister is saying, oh, don't worry, the bill's been on the docket since June. Well, we're debating it now, and now the government is cutting the time to debate it. That's very disappointing. I thought that was the practice of the previous government. It seems to be the practice of this government, and it's particularly concerning when we consider the concerns that Canadians have about this bill. And it's not just Canadians. I think that there's something particularly major going in the world that the government is ignoring.
Ended negotiations on pre-clearance in light of Trump's policies. So does the minister think that the Netherlands is out to lunch on that, or does he agree like us that if, as he says, the current system works so well and we agree, why is it necessary to give so many additional powers to American agents? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Minister de la Sécurité publique.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Point out that this whole issue was given a great deal of prominence in March of last year, just about a full year ago, when the Prime Minister and the President of the United States at that time discussed it very much in detail and very positively. At that time, the legislation was, the proposed legislation was fully described. It was then tabled in June. And I find it very interesting that in that whole period of time, from the spring of 2015 to the spring of 2016 to June of 2016 until about 2 weeks ago, not a single question was asked about this proposed legislation by the official opposition or the NDP. Not one question, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable minister for what's being put forward here as excuses, but I'm not persuaded at all that this is an appropriate time for time allocation. At the largest level of concern that I have for parliamentary democracy, it's that what became common under the Harper administration is now being used all too frequently, even if less, by the new government. And what I had been hoping was that the mandate letters to the ministers, and I remember clearly the mandate letter to the honourable leader of the government, the House leader, instructions to be more transparent, to allow opposition voices to be heard. In my case, as a member of Parliament for the Green Party, but without adequate seats to become a recognised party, we don't get opportunities to speak to the bill, have not spoken to it yet. And then the Liberals, just like the Conservatives, pass special motions in every committee, depriving me of my ability to put forward amendments at report stage. So the combined effort of all of this is that it doesn't feel all that different for what occurred before. I'm hearing real concerns about C-23 from my constituents.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the debate is ongoing. There are many stages yet to be undertaken. The bill will receive full and proper ventilation, and I hope many of those voices in the public will come forward to express their opinion. Like, for example, the transportation entities that work along the West Coast, in the railway business, in the cruise ship business, in and out of the Port of Victoria, that are very anxious to see this legislation adopted, as is the Chamber of Commerce of the City of Quebec, the airport authorities at Billy Bishop in Toronto and at Jean Lesage in Quebec City, the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, the British Columbia Chamber of Commerce, the Quebec Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Speaker. I hope all of those voices will be heard in the course of this debate because they strongly support this legislation.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have a quote here I'd like to read back to the Minister, because this was actually after the last election. On November 2nd, 2015, in the Regina Leader Post, this Minister said at the time, 2 days before he became the Minister, he said that conservative tactics like omnibus bills and time allocation procedures, which his government has now used, made Canadians feel that their democracy was eroding. So will the Minister then agree with himself in 2015 that he himself is now eroding Canadian democracy in 2016?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the debates around different pieces of legislation always involve different configurations of members of Parliament. And I think it's important to note in this case that the legislation is obviously advanced and supported by the government. It has also been supported in principle by the official opposition. That represents a very, very large majority of members of the House of Commons, and it's not unreasonable to allow the debate to proceed in an orderly fashion with a reasonable amount for second reading and then the detailed work at committee stage, and especially so when there is such a large percentage of members in the House that do in fact support the legislation.
Questions? The
Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that since the first day that I took my seat in this House, only once did I vote in favour of time allocation, and that was a couple of weeks ago because the lives of too many Canadians were at risk. So, I'll repeat, the Minister said in his preamble, 18 members have spoken on this bill. 18 out of 338. So that means there's quite a lot of ridings that won't be heard on this bill. So I'd like to ask the Minister to explain, where is the urgency of passing this bill so quickly when there's so much left to do to perfect it?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the point is that those steps that might be taken to perfect the bill will be steps that members deem necessary when it gets to the committee stage. The speeches that take place at second reading are largely, according to the rules of the House of Commons, speeches that discuss the bill in principle. The core work, the heavy lifting, occurs in committee, and that's where people like those that I have just mentioned, the Airport Authority in Quebec City, the Chamber of Commerce in Quebec City, the Mayor of Quebec City, can express their support for the legislation, as will those who are anxious to see improved services at Billy Bishop in Toronto, on the train service between Montreal and New York City, on the Rocky Mountain Railway that goes in from British Columbia into the United States, the cruise ship business along the West Coast. All of those enterprises stand to see major improvements under this legislation. It is important to remember, Mr. Speaker, that that border between Canada and the United States handles 400,000 travelers every single day and $2.5 billion in trade every single day. Those are indeed important reasons to move in a measured but expeditious manner to pass this legislation.
Questions? Question. The
Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it interesting to hear the Minister saying what he's saying. Now, this bill was tabled a few days before the summer break, before we went back to our running. So last spring we didn't really have time to discuss it. And then we came to fall, where we've been asking questions about C-51. And there's been a bill put forward to repeal it. The Minister is holding consultations to avoid the questions. And then there's C-22. And the government is trying to make us believe that, don't worry, if you have any concerns about C-23, we're going to work on it in committee. We're going to hear everyone. But I'll use the example of C-22. It's funny that on the same day we discovered that, yes, all the amendments, Mr. Speaker, that were passed by the committee and which were supported by experts in committee are going to be rejected by the government. So I'd like to ask the Minister to explain why he's moving forward in this way, and why we should trust the committee process on a bill that's so important to the lives of Canadians when we see the example of C-22, which shouldn't be partisan. The government's decided to not listen to witnesses and members of the committee. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, I think the honourable gentleman is rather overstating his point. The committee work on Bill C-22 was very important and has shaped a number of revisions and changes in that legislation to narrow the scope of the exemptions and exclusions, and that will represent a very substantial improvement in the legislation.
Questions? The Honourable Member.
Questions.
Bird.
Mr. Speaker, so maybe another question then to the Minister, if you can answer this one, is he just said that 18 members in the House have spoken over a 4-day period on this bill. And there's been many bills that have come before this House. We've had many more days of debate. And he's also assuming how members of this House will vote based on how 18 members have spoken. But I base my thoughts around how a member will speak based on what they say in the House and how that will transfer into their vote. So how could a member assume how all the members on this side of the House will vote when he hasn't even heard from them at second reading?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable gentleman is hereby withdrawing the support of the official opposition for Bill C-23, that will come as news to his critic.
Questions? Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With a second opportunity, which I greatly appreciate, there was another concern I had in the way the Minister has set out the opportunities that we have all had. And I was in the 41st Parliament, but I'm sure the Honourable Minister will agree that when an agreement such as the one with the United States on pre-clearance is tabled in this place, that does not create any opportunity for debate. It's merely tabled. And if one of the larger parties chooses to make it an opposition day motion, then there's an opportunity for debate. But there has been, in fact, no opportunity for debate on this pre-clearance agreement with the U.S. administration in this place until very recently, and the 10 hours of debate which he references. The concern I have, and I would hope the Honourable Minister would share it, is this was negotiated by the Harper administration with the Obama administration. Now we have the Trump administration and the expression of a desire to have extreme vetting of people who come into the United States by officials that I cannot begin to believe will be familiar with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This needs more debate.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the point is that the more and more that you can provide for border crossing inspections to be done on the Canadian side of the border before a person crosses the border, the stronger is the position of the traveller, because you have the protection of Canadian law, you have the protection of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, you have the protection of the Canadian Bill of Rights, and you have the protection of the Canadian Human Rights Act. This legislation facilitates more work to be done in the inspection of travellers in Canada before the traveller leaves. That is very much in the best interest of those travellers.
Questions? The Honourable Member, la députée de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it is my first term in this House, and I'm extremely disappointed, like the citizens of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, of the use of time allotment, which has been done repeatedly by the Liberal government. As far as I'm concerned, this is an exceptional measure. In the debate on opioids, there were lives at stake, and so I voted in favor of it. But I cannot vote in favor of a time allocation motion in this case. And referring it to committee does not reassure me. I've participated in the Medical Assistance in Dying Committee, and I am not reassured by this referral to committee. Last February, I set up a meeting in my riding office, and citizens traveled just to come and tell me how concerned they were about C-23. Because I represent those citizens, we need to have time in the House to express ourselves and to be able to share the concerns and preoccupations of citizens we represent in the face of C-23. We need this time in the chamber, and it's not referral to committee that will allow us to have that time. The Minister for Public Safety.
I would point out that there have been 3 days of debate already. A fourth one is yet to be undertaken. There will be opportunity for members of Parliament to raise their concerns and ask their questions. There's also the daily question period that is an ongoing preoccupation of the House of Commons. I am more than anxious to hear all of the questions that honourable members may wish to raise, and I will try my best to provide good, solid, substantive answers so that they know exactly what the government's intention is with respect to this legislation and the details of how the legislation may affect their constituents. It is my intention and my very firm desire to be completely transparent about this subject matter, because this is good legislation. It will be of assistance to Canada and Canadians, and it will make sure that more people can travel back and forth across that border with pre-clearance in Canada under the protection of the Canadian Charter.
Questions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the many fine words from my colleague in regards to the economic value of it. The idea of a pre-clearance is something in which many Canadians are already very much aware of. But what's within is the minister, or other actions that the minister is taking, is enabling other airports the opportunity to have pre-clearance. And I'm wondering if he might be able to provide some comment in terms of those communities that are going to have that pre-clearance service and the benefits of that. And as I cite as an example, Mr. Speaker, the Toronto International Airport, if you were to take away pre-clearances, from what I understand, half of those direct routes would not be possible. And I wonder if the minister could provide some comment, because it emphasizes just how important pre-clearances are.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. The airport that services the honourable gentleman's constituency in Winnipeg does have the benefit of pre-clearance. But in my home city of Regina, that benefit is not available. So there are 8 airports in Canada that presently have the service: Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto Pearson, Ottawa, Montreal, and Halifax. We intend to, in our agreement with the United States, to extend the service to Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City and to Billy Bishop Airport on Toronto Island, to also extend the service to the train that runs between Montreal and New York City, as well as the Rocky Mountaineer Railway that travels through southern British Columbia and into the United States. The objective here is to make this service more readily available to more Canadians. There are presently 12 million Canadians a year that benefit from pre-clearance. And one of the key advantages is the one the honourable gentleman mentioned. Once you've gone through pre-clearance and got on that airplane, then you can land at any airport in the United States, not just those that have international customs facilities. That means instead of servicing just 27 airports in the United States, flights out of Toronto can actually land at more than 50.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're talking about time allocation. I hear the minister making some arguments in favor of time allocation in this case, arguments which I don't think many members are finding convincing. Of course, many of those same arguments could have applied to other cases of time allocation which were undertaken under the previous government, in which this member and other members positively railed against as signaling the end of democracy. So I want to ask a very specific question of the minister. Could he maybe articulate what the operating principle is for distinguishing between the kind of time allocation that he thinks is okay and the kind of time allocation that he thinks is not okay? Because it seems to me that it's a purely partisan filter, but if there's some operating principle, I think the House would be very interested in hearing it. Good question.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's a judgment call in each case about how the debate has been proceeding, whether members have had an opportunity to present themselves, present their cases, how much additional time is necessary to allow a subject matter to be thoroughly ventilated, and what is fair and reasonable in the circumstances. And I think, given the number of days that have already been devoted to this item of business at second reading, with committee stage, third reading, report stage yet to come, not to mention passage through the Senate, it is a reasonable proposition to say that after one more day, the House should vote its second reading and express itself in principle on the legislation, and then in committee we can get into the details and we can go through the further and subsequent stages, all of which will ensure that members of Parliament have a good and fair opportunity to represent their constituents.
Questions? La députée de Beloit-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Beloit-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would dare to say that contrary to what the Minister is putting forward, second reading is much more than a matter of talking about principles. It is our opportunity to talk about the concerns that we have and that we have heard from Canadians. And I would like to raise the question I asked before during my first speech on this matter. We keep talking about the virtues of preclearance. That's fine. We understand the impact that this is going to have and the positive outcomes this could lead to. But I have an initial question that we have been raising for weeks that the government does not seem to be able to respond to. Why, if the current pre-clearance system works so well, did we need to feel the need to grant Americans in Canadian soil the right to wear arms, the right to do strip searches without the presence of a Canadian officer, or to detain and interrogate a Canadian or permanent resident who would choose to leave the pre-clearance area after perhaps being interrogated in what could be considered an abusive fashion? I haven't heard a single argument about this. We recognize the economic value. I've only heard arguments in favor of that. Could the minister please finally tell me why, if the current system is working, why did we need to grant so many additional powers in order to go forward with this agreement? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Well, indeed, Mr. Speaker, the powers that are involved in Bill C-23 are relatively small in comparison to what exists at the present time. The changes that are contemplated here are not a huge deviation from what already exists. In the case of firearms, I would point out that the arrangement provided in the agreement and in the legislation is completely and mutually reciprocal. In other words, firearms are permitted on the Canadian side when firearms are permitted on the American side, and vice versa. To give you a practical example of that, Mr. Speaker, firearms are carried by CBSA officers at some border points across the country, but they are specifically not carried when those CBSA officers are dealing with passengers inside airline terminals. That's the rule that applies to CBSA. Governed by the principle of reciprocity, that's exactly the same rule that will apply to U.S. Officers operating in Canada. They will not carry firearms when they are dealing with passengers inside airline terminals. That's the principle of reciprocity, and it's perfectly mutual in all respects under this legislation.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a brief follow-up to my previous question. I asked the Minister what is the operating principle for distinguishing between the kind of time allocation he thinks is acceptable and the kind he thinks that isn't. And he said, well, it's effectively, he said, it's the subjective evaluation of reasonableness under the circumstances. Of course, the way the process normally works is that the House leaders discuss the time required for the debate, and that evaluation of reasonableness is subjective. It's dependent on the circumstances and the issues, but that happens through a conversation among the parties. It's not just one party, the government alone deciding what they think is reasonable, effectively, probably much of the time what's in their interest. So I want to ask the Minister then, if it's about this genuine evaluation of what makes sense under the circumstances, why not work collaboratively with the other House leaders rather than imposing this? Doesn't this seem a lot like what they railed against, which was the government making determinations on their own about how much time should be allowed for debate?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, those discussions about the management of time in the House are discussions that are typically undertaken by the House leaders for the respective political parties, and they have a meeting at least once a week where they consider the program, the legislative program going forward over the next couple of weeks, and try in a reasonable fashion to share time appropriately and make sure that business can proceed in an orderly fashion, and that decisions are allowed to be taken and votes are held and so forth. And it's up to the House leaders to manage that time and to make the best use of the time in the Canadian public interest. Reasonability is something, I guess, that different House leaders might view differently depending on their perspective and where they sit in the House. But in all my time here, which goes right back to 1974, I have never seen a more reasonable House Leader than the one that currently sits and represents the Government of Canada in this Parliament.
This will conclude the 30-minute period for questions. I must now interrupt the deliberations and put forward the motion. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moves that Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration of the second reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively, without further debate or amendment. Will the House adopt the motion? All those who support the motion, please say yay. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Summon the members.
Quite the haircuts here, my goodness. The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that in relation to Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted for the consideration of the second reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the second reading stage consideration of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon-Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon-Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsett.
Ms. Monsett.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Menachino.
Mr. Menachino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Mr. Hernandez Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bosio.
Mr. Bosio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Fregiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur Iacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la métisse Matane Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Pocoquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnak.
Mr. Rosnak.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu. Mission Mastery Fraser
Mr.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Mission Mansfield, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Rampal.
Ms.
Mr.
Rampal.
Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr.
Mr.
Carey.
Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms.
Mr.
Gladue.
McColeman.
Mr.
Mr.
McColeman.
Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr.
Mr.
Gould.
Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk.
Mr.
Mr.
Falk.
McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yordiga.
Mr. Yordiga.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr.
Mr.
Schmale.
Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Mr.
Strathcona.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Aubin.
Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr.
Ms.
McGregor.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 159, 159. Nays contre 109, 109.
I declare the motion adopted. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-23, Pre-Clearance 2016. I wish to inform the House that because of the deliberations on the time allocation motion, government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
Order.
Order. We're going to carry on with the debate on Bill C-23. When the House last took up debate on the question, the honourable member for Yellowhead had 3 minutes left for questions and comments. We'll go to that now. Questions and comments. Pardon me, I'm corrected. The honourable member for Yellowhead had 3 minutes left in the time for his remarks, after which there will be 5 minutes for questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise again on Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States. Back in 2011, when our former Prime Minister Stephen Harper and former President Barack Obama announced the Beyond the Border Declaration, a shared vision for perimeter security and economic competitiveness. This declaration...
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook on a point of order.
Speaker, my honourable colleague is just 3 seats from me, and it's absolutely impossible for me to hear him with all of the din over here. I'd ask the members to respect their colleague and please quiet down and come to order.
I thank the honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook for his intervention. It seems to have had the desired effect. And we'll continue with on debate on Bill C-23. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my colleague next door. I was having a hard time to figure out where I was going with that. Now I've lost myself again. That declaration had deepened cooperation at the border between Canada and the United States. It gives us an opportunity to exchange best practices. We have successfully launched the automated biometric-based system and counter identity fraud, and we signed a historic agreement on land, rail, marine, and air transport. Mr. Speaker, we have Nexus. A Nexus is a very simple process to speed the movement of people across the borders from Canada to the United States and vice versa. And I'm a very proud Nexus card carrier. I think we got close to 1.5 million people in Canada with Nexus cards, and it really streamlines the movement not only in Canada, but going into the United States and back. Except, last year I went on a holiday, Mr. Speaker, and I went to Mexico, and I had to go through customs in the United States. There was a long line of people. My wife pointed to me and says, hey, there's the Nexus line. There's nobody there. We have Nexus cards. So we went through. She went through just as slick as could be. I had problems, Mr. Speaker. I put the wrong information in. The lights shone, everything stopped. And by the time I answered the right questions, verified who I was, corrected the mistakes I made, Mr. Speaker, I got through. It took about 45 minutes to an hour. My wife looked at me. She was very mad. I'm not sure why. Then I looked over at that other line that was really long, and we didn't go through. We're already gone. And I was the last person standing going through security. But and I'm bringing that up because it was mentioned in this House by some of our opposition members to my left, not across, but to my left, that their people are having problems and that the border guards being given the extra authority under this great Bill C-23 are imposing problems. Most of those problems become mistakes, either by the individuals going through or by their body motions or their suspicions that they might be putting through our security guards. And I think it's very important that our security guards, whether they're Canadian working on the U.S. side or Americans working on the Canadian side, if they have reasons to believe, due to suspicious activity by that person or persons trying to go through the border thing, that they should be able to detain them, to question them, to see what's actually going on with them. They can't hold them, but they can turn them over to Canadian officials because they are doing those security checks on Canadian land and are subject to Canadian laws. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's just...
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think, and I appreciate the comments from the member across the way, and recognize this is good news legislation in the sense that millions of Canadians benefit every year through pre-clearance, and I appreciate the story that the member across the way has put on the record. And at the end of the day, Canadian and Canada as a whole benefits by pre-clearance, and it's important to recognize the economic value of this, whether it's to our tourism industry or even with a product, Mr. Speaker, and the potential potential going forward into the future is really encouraging. My question to the member is just recognizing the fact that the legislation itself deals with pre-clearance, meaning that if these are individuals and the merchandise going before they arrive in the U.S., they can actually get pre-cleared, which allows them to ultimately fly to many other jurisdictions in the U.S., otherwise in which they would not have been able to do that if pre-clearance did not exist. We do not see that as a very strong thing, and we should continue to move forward on that front.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
I'd like to thank the member across for that question. Yes, he is absolutely correct. It is going to speed things up. And this isn't anything new to Canada. I think I mentioned in my speech last week about CanPass, which was a pre-clearance for small private aircraft flying to and from Canada. You give your information beforehand, an hour before you cross into the U.S. border. That information's already there. They know who's arriving, where they're coming from, where they're going. You go there, in a few minutes, you're gone through the customs check. Before, it used to take us lots of times well over an hour. This is going to speed up trade and commerce between Canada and the United States, and it's a good thing. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his excellent speech, both previously when this bill was debated and continuing today. Now, we've heard some concerns about this bill in terms of the protections that might exist and people raising concerns about the way in which screening happens in the United States. But it's important to underline, of course, that the screening that takes place and why we're supporting this bill is the screening that takes place is going to be on Canadian soil. It's subject to Canadian law, Canadian human rights protections. And also, it provides people with better opportunities to leave that situation if they maybe don't like what's going on, opportunities that wouldn't exist if they were perhaps being screened on the other side of the border. So this bill, it facilitates commerce, it facilitates travel, but it also provides for effective protection of human rights. I wonder if the member could comment on the advantages that come with this legislation and how it continues the good work begun under Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, he's very correct in the fact that giving the U.S. border guards that are working on Canadian soil to pre-screen Canadians going to cross into the United States, they have to do it according to the laws of Canada. So the people going through that are being maybe held back a little bit for a little bit of extra questioning are being held back using Canadian law. So that's good. No one is going to be able to abuse the system. There are rumors out there that they're going to have the power to detain and hold Canadians. That is not correct. If there is some suspicions that may lead them that way, they have to call Canadian authorities who will then do that process, Mr. Speaker. But it will be good to expedite travel between Canada, United States, and trade. Thank you.
We have time for one more question. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speech. I don't think anyone objects to the notions of pre-clearance. They're working fine currently, and the concern is why the additional powers for U.S. officials to, for instance, be able to hold someone who's decided they no longer want to cross in the U.S., hold them for further questioning, continue to keep them within the jurisdiction of that pre-clearance U.S. space. And can he explain why we need more pre-clearance powers to U.S. officials than those they have now?
Honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for persons acting suspicious, whether you're at a border or whether you're at a road check on the side of a highway and you're pulling people over for impaired driving, and somebody drives up and turns around and takes off, the police officer should be suspicious enough to follow that person. Because if he didn't, that person's probably guilty either of impaired driving, maybe a crime, maybe he's trafficking in drugs or something like that. So due diligence of following through is good police work. Due diligence at the border, if someone's acting in a very suspicious nature, they're very nervous, they turn around and they leave, that border customs officer doing due diligence to protect the rights of Canadians should stop that person further and check and just see what the reasons are why that person does not want to go through a border control thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to discuss Bill C-23, which will allow for the expansion of pre-clearance operations. This is the system that for over 60 years has allowed travelers in Canadian airports, currently Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Winnipeg, Toronto Pearson, Ottawa, Montreal, and Halifax, to go through American customs and immigration procedures in Canada. It saves travelers having to wait in long customs lineups once they arrive in the U.S. It enables direct flights to U.S. airports that otherwise only accept domestic travel, and it allows Canadians to undergo American border procedures while under the protective umbrella of Canadian law and the Canadian Constitution. This arrangement, which is currently in place in 8 of our airports, has been an overwhelming success for ordinary Canadians as well as for Canadian business. Recently, the Minister of Public Safety told the House, and I quote, 400,000 people move back and forth across the Canada-U.S. border every single day, and $2.4 billion in trade move back and forth across that border every day. We have to make that border secure, and we have to make it efficient for the movement of people and goods." End quote. Listening to the debate on this bill, it seems that there's widespread agreement among honourable members that preclearance is a good thing, and I'm glad to hear that. However, I've also heard members of the NDP and the member for Saanich Gulf Islands say that while they're in favour of preclearance, they want it to continue under the current legislative framework, and they don't understand why new legislation is necessary. I've also heard from constituents who have expressed concerns about the bill because of misinformation that's heard, so I appreciate this opportunity to explain it. The short answer is this: if we stick with the current legislative framework, we remain stuck with the current preclearance locations with no opportunity to expand to other locations, like Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto, Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City, Montreal Central Station, and Rocky Mountaineer in Vancouver. If, on the other hand, we want more Canadians in more parts of the country to reap the considerable benefits of preclearance, including more convenient travel to and trade with the United States, the way to do that is to pass this bill. And in my opinion, the most important thing to bear in mind is this: Canadians will continue to travel to the U.S. whether or not we have preclearance. However, with this preclearance legislation in place, U.S. officers must exercise their duties in accordance with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. Ports of entry within the United States have none of these safeguards. Without preclearance service at Toronto's Pearson International Airport, it couldn't offer direct flights to almost half of its destinations in the United States because those airports don't have customs and immigration facilities. With preclearance, it has direct flights to 50 U.S. airports as opposed to only 27 if preclearance didn't exist. Preclearance operations necessarily involve 2 countries, in this case Canada and the United States. Therefore, any expansion requires both countries to agree. That agreement has been reached. It's called the Agreement on Land, Rail, Marine, and Air Transport Preclearance, and implementing legislation must be passed in both countries in order for it to take effect. The United States adopted their required legislation last December, with unanimous support from both houses of Congress. The Canadian legislation needed to implement the agreement and expand preclearance is the bill before us now. Here is the choice we are faced: pass Bill 23 and open the door to preclearance in new Canadian locations, new modes of transport, preclearance of cargo, and Canadian preclearance in the United States, or don't pass C-23 and achieve none of that. Given the tremendous upside of expanded preclearance, there would have to be something really terrible about this bill to justify denying Canadians the economic and travel benefits it would bring. And certainly the reaction from the NDP and the Green Party about the provisions laying out the authorities granted to U.S. preclearance officers gives the impression that C-23 is the worst bill we've seen. But, Mr. Speaker, when you read those parts of the legislation, they're frankly moderate and reasonable, and quite similar to the legislative framework already in place. For example, under existing law, U.S. preclearance officers can conduct frisk searches. Likewise, under C-23, U.S. preclearance officers can conduct frisk searches. Under existing law and under C-23, a U.S. preclearance officer may detain a traveler if there are reasonable grounds to believe that they've committed an offence, and the traveler must be transferred as soon as possible to Canadian custody. Under existing law, a pre-clearance officer may detain a traveller for the purpose of a strip search and must request a Canadian officer to conduct the search. Likewise, under C-23, a U.S. pre-clearance officer may detain a traveller for the purpose of a strip search and must request a Canadian officer to conduct the search. The only difference here would be that a U.S. officer could conduct the search themselves in the very unlikely event that a Canadian officer is unavailable. In the existing law and in C-23, the provisions governing use of force by American officers is virtually identical. The provisions laying out the penalties for lying to or obstructing a pre-clearance officer are exactly identical. And neither the existing law nor C-23 confers any powers of arrest whatsoever on U.S. officers in Canada. Moreover, under both existing law and under C-23, travelers would be free to withdraw from the pre-clearance area. The only change would be that a withdrawing traveler could be required to say who they are and why they're leaving. The intent here is simply to address the problem of entering pre-clearance areas to probe for weaknesses in border security before withdrawing undetected. With regard to arming, U.S. pre-clearance officers would only be permitted to carry the same weapons as Canadian Border Services officers in the same environment. In other words, since Canadian Border Service agent officers don't carry firearms in airport terminals in Canada, neither would their American counterparts. And by the way, this provision, like the entire pre-clearance agreement with the United States, is reciprocal. That means that if Canadian pre-clearance officers eventually begin conducting operations in the United States, they will similarly be allowed to carry the same weapons as American officers in the same circumstances. So this isn't, as some have styled it, a ceding of sovereignty. Rather, it's a mutually beneficial agreement that confers the same authorities and obligations on both parties. And above all, as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, U.S. pre-clearance officers operating on Canadian soil will have to conduct themselves in accordance with Canadian law and the Canadian Constitution, including the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. To put that in practical terms, a traveller flying today from, for example, Billy Bishop Airport to New York has to submit to U.S. border procedures after landing in the U.S. with no Canadian legal protections. With C-23 in place, that traveller could be processed by U.S. officials while still in Canada. If you're a person concerned about how you might be treated by American border officers, wouldn't you rather undergo questioning and searches under the umbrella of the Canadian Charter protections rather than fending for yourself in the terminal at Newark? Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that it is the role of the opposition to put legislation through the ringer, and I certainly don't begrudge them their right to raise concerns and vote against the bill if they so choose. But we're talking about a measure that will bring tremendous benefit to Canadian travellers and Canadian businesses. And the worst criticism the NDP can muster is that a person who wants to leave a pre-clearance area may have to say why. To me, that seems an odd hill to die on. For my part, I'll be supporting this legislation and looking forward to the advantages of expanded pre-clearance. I encourage all honourable members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Cowichan, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's speech. Frankly, I think she's falling into the same trap of misrepresenting our position. No one within the NDP has said that we're against pre-clearance. I've used pre-clearance. It certainly helped me get through the Vancouver airport to United States destinations. We know it works. It works as well as it currently does. I have yet to hear a convincing argument from that side of the House as to why provisions in Bill C-23 to give U.S. Customs and Border officials the right to carry firearms, I have yet to hear a convincing argument in favour of that. And as respect to the concept of sovereignty, sovereignty is a precious thing, and when you start setting precedents and slowly giving it away, it makes it easier in the future to institute new forms. So my question to the honourable member is, why do U.S. agents on Canadian soil need to carry firearms? Why can we not rely on our own police forces who have sworn an oath of allegiance to the Crown to do that very same work? I have yet to hear a convincing argument for that fact.
Member for Oakville North, Burlington.
So I think what's important, thank you first of all to the honourable member for his question, and I do appreciate that that his party is in favour of pre-clearance. I think the most important thing to consider in terms of who is carrying arms is at no time will a U.S. border officer be carrying arms unless we as Canadians have determined that Canadian border officers need to carry arms. So if we as Canadians make that determination, that is the only time that the U.S. Border Services would be able to carry arms. We're not allowing them to do anything that we haven't already decided as Canadians on what we expect in our airports.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her speech. Of course, we agree on the substance of this legislation, but I do want to take this opportunity to ask the member about the use of time allocation because, you know, members of the government lit their hair on fire every time this was used previously, and now we see the increasing use of time allocation by the government. I know this member wasn't a member in any previous parliaments, but does she not see some irony in the repeated use of time allocation by the same people who used to decry it as sort of marking the end of democracy as we know it?
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I do find it interesting coming from the Conservative Party asking about time allocation. But this is important legislation, and it's important to Canadians. It's important to Canadian travellers. It's important to Canadian businesses, and we feel that this legislation needs to move through the House in a timely manner. So I think it's important that we use our time here in the House to discuss the bill, and I'm happy to answer further questions on the bill itself.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her speech and her explanation on this particularly much-needed bill, and one that, as she said, will help Canadian travellers as well as businesses. I wonder if she could elaborate further on the provisions of the bill to ensure that when Canadians are travelling, that they're able to be protected by Canadian law, and in particular our human rights law as we're traveling with a pre-clearance regime.
The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, and I thank the honourable member for her question, and I think that goes to the crux of why what is important about this bill is that any Canadian traveller going to the United States with pre-clearance is protected by our Canadian laws and our Constitution and our human rights laws. If we don't have pre-clearance, then that same traveller will go to the United States and have none of the protections that they would have in Canada. So for me, I would much rather be doing it on Canadian soil and being protected by our Canadian laws and our Constitution than going to the United States and not having those same protections.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mount Royal.
Speaker, colleagues, how many of you have come home from a long business trip and gone to your airport and seen a tremendous lineup at customs? I know that in my old job, I did this all the time. I used to work for a multinational. I'd be traveling back from Europe or from the United States, and I'd arrive at Trudeau Airport. And suddenly I'd be faced, after being exhausted, after being away for days, and just wanting to get back and see the family and get home, I'd see a lineup that went on from here to the end of the room. Hours and hours of wait at the airport. Now, of course, this is in my pre-Nexus days. Now with Nexus, I can just walk through the kiosk and get out into the airport in no time. But without Nexus, in the old days, that was problematic. It was hard. There was a long wait. There was nothing that makes me happier than avoiding that very long wait when I enter the United States. There are over 12 million people that travel back and forth between the United States and Canada every year. More than 500,000 Canadians spend more than 1 month in Florida every year. In fact, from my riding, the Côte St. Luc Senior Men's Club actually shifts a number of their activities to Deerfield Beach in Florida during the entire winter season. I can go to Florida on a constant basis and get local programming from our senior men's club if I wanted to. But that just goes to show how many Canadians of all ages are affected by pre-clearance. Pre-clearance is a wonderful thing, and I'm so happy that an agreement was reached with the United States in March 2015 to provide for better pre-clearance for travelers and goods, and that our government has worked hard to extend that, to expand pre-clearance, to now include the Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto and the Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City, and importantly, the Via Rail train terminal in Montreal if I ever choose to take the train to New York City. Of course, Mr. Speaker, it's slower today to take the train than it was when my grandfather was doing it in the 1930s and 40s, but still, the idea is there. So I'm really happy that pre-clearance is being expanded, and I think that the idea that we're now able to have Canadians and Americans who are in Canada or foreigners in Canada be pre-cleared and fly to all of the different U.S. destinations that we can fly to today in Canada, from Pearson or from Trudeau or from Vancouver or from other pre-clearance approved airports, which don't have facilities in the United States for customs, meaning that we can go to many, many smaller destinations, over 50 that you can go to from Pearson instead of 27. This is a very, very big thing and very important. So the whole idea of opposing this bill is something I have trouble understanding. Why is that? I can understand that there are concerns over some of the expanded powers that are given to U.S. border officers. I think they're minimal. I think they're fully understandable, but I can understand their concerns. But what on earth is the alternative? Canada and the U.S. have worked together to identify irritants on both sides to allow for better pre-clearance. In the event that we're not constantly working together and identifying U.S. concerns with respect to Canadian pre-clearance, then we are eventually going to put ourselves in a situation where it's not just going to stay the same as today, it could be restricted. So for me, there's absolutely no reason why we wouldn't have sat down with our U.S. partners, as I understand the previous government did, and come up with what it is that they see as improvements, enhancements, or we see as improvement enhancements in pre-clearance. And that's what's happened. And so I personally look at it and I see very little in terms of the irritants that are being talked about. Number one, in terms of a frisk. The frisk search, you can already do it, you can still do it. With a strip search, they can still ask a Canadian to do it, the only difference being that if no Canadian is available in a reasonable period of time, then the American officer can do it. Now, how often is that ever going to happen? I believe I heard the minister say, in all of the more than 6 decades of pre-clearance, we've never yet had one incident where Canada and the U.S. had an argument about pre-clearance at a Canadian airport. So, to me, this is a minor issue and something that is certainly can be resolved at committee, if nothing else, and doesn't require further debate at second reading. The idea that we should not allow somebody to be questioned if they withdraw at the border. This is another added feature to the bill that I've heard complaints about. Well, there is an issue that if you're sending people to the border and they see that if they're viewed with suspicion they can just withdraw, certainly does seem to me to encourage the idea that you can have people trying to probe the border to do nefarious things. So I have no issue with the idea that somebody can't simply just withdraw and walk away without being photographed and asked, why are you walking away? I don't really see what this terrible issue is. I want to remind everyone as well, I've heard a lot of concerns that have been conveyed because of who the President of the United States is today, and concerns related to the identity of the current President. Our history with the United States has gone on for centuries. The United States is a Western democratic country, our closest ally. We cannot close our eyes to the fact that the procedures in the United States are Western democratic and civilized procedures. Whether one likes or does not like the incumbent in the White House should not be how we judge our trade relationship with the United States, our pre-clearance agreements with the United States, or any of our other agreements with our closest trading partner and best ally. So that, to me, is surprising. One of the things that I think is worthy of note is that we export $400 billion a year to the United States and more than $50 billion in services. More than $2.5 billion in trade crosses the border every day. Les exports à les États-Unis
exports to the U.S. represent 20% of our GDP and 2.5 million jobs in Canada, 9 million in the U.S. We are linked by exports between Canada and the U.S. 6,100 Canadians have jobs related to tourism, and Americans represent 2/3 of tourists who stay in Canada for overnight.
Agreements like CETA, through agreements like the one working on with Ukraine, like the expansion we just did with Israel. And we have to do trade missions, and we have to do other things to allow people to cross the border and goods to cross the border more easily. Border delays are one of the biggest impediments we have to growth. We need to encourage enhanced and easier trade. It is frustrating to see a Canadian business say, well, I don't want to expand and do business in the United States because I'm worried that I will not be able to get my goods there easily and quickly. And the same is true. We want American companies to come to Canada, to create jobs in Canada, to send their goods to Canada so we have cheaper markets and lower prices for Canadian consumers. We don't want people to be deterred because of, well, I don't think I can get there. It's going to take me 4 hours at the border to travel to my Canadian office. Or, wow, I don't know if my goods are actually going to get there on time. For me, a pre-clearance arrangement like this one goes toward a larger philosophical principle that I agree with, that we need to enhance trade, that we need to enhance the ability to cross the border easily with our closest ally. And it also goes to an idea that the faster you get people across the border, the better. One of the things that I want to end with is, again, I've heard a lot about the concerns they have with pre-clearance. Well, what is the alternative? If you don't have pre-clearance, just like you have in every other country in the world outside the United States, when we go to that country, our citizens are speaking to border officials based on the laws of that country, according to the rules of that country, and under the terms of that country. It is only with pre-clearance that Canadian law, Canadian human rights, the Canadian Human Rights Charter, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Human Rights Act, all of these apply to travel to the United States. So given that the alternative is worse, given that it's an excellent concept, I strongly support this law, and I urge us to get it to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question to my colleague across the floor. During a speech by the Public Safety Minister, he spoke about the Bill C-23 eventually expanding into the movement of goods to and from the United States and Canada. And I wonder if he would explain through you, Mr. Speaker, what benefit he sees of moving pre-clearance on our products that we ship between countries.
For Mount Royal.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Yellowhead for that question. I think, again, philosophically, I'm sure he would agree with me, the faster we get people and the faster we get goods across the border between Canada and the United States, again, which is our biggest trading partner, that we rely on for 2.5 million jobs, that we rely on for $450 million, $1 billion of exports per year, the faster that we can do it, the better. The more pre-clearance can apply to different goods, as it does to people, the better. And I look forward to working with him and with the minister on that.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite the enthusiasm of my colleague for this bill, I do have a question for him through you, Mr. Speaker. I know he's very enthusiastic about justice issues. It wasn't clear to me in his speech how the government will ensure that when there's pre-clearance in Canada, that Canadian laws are respected, and notably the Canadian Charter of Rights. The honourable member for Mount Royal. I thank my honourable colleague for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I know she's also passionate about justice issues. To my mind, it's quite clear that for 6 decades now, we've had a program in many Canadian airports. Up until now, is my understanding from the minister, that not one single complaint was lodged by Canada to the United States saying that they didn't respect our laws. So I have great certainty that they will continue to respect our laws, and there's an agreement between both countries that says that if that's not the case, there'll be discussions between the two countries.
Questions
and comments.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. He talked about long lineups. I guess some of our friends on the left are consistent in their support for long lineups. But I want to ask about American institutions, because he made the point, I think, quite well that American institutions really were actually designed to check against the power of an authoritarian executive. And I think what we see is a strong system of institutions, a strong judiciary, and so forth. And so when we talk about the relationship with the United States, I think we can have confidence regardless of the administration. We can have confidence in the strength of those institutions, and we should move forward with cooperation, whether it's enhancing and addressing loopholes in the Safe Third Country Agreement, whether it's pre-clearance, whether it's trade, whether it's other areas. We should move forward with confidence in those institutions. I think the member made that point very well, but perhaps he wants to expand on it.
Honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, for the excellent question. Since the United States created a system of checks and balances with its Bill of Rights in the 1780s, the United States has been an example, a pillar to the world in terms of a country that, while it has not been perfect in terms of human rights, and you can look at slavery and segregation and many, many things the United States has done that today are a shame to the country, in general, their system has worked better than almost any system in the world, and is an example to nations about how you can have an executive, a legislature, and a judiciary that all have checks and balances. And I agree with my honourable colleague that the United States is far more than whoever the current occupant of the Oval Office is.
We have time for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Yukon.
And it hasn't come up recently, but just like to ask the member, these protections in this law also protect Canadian customs officers in the States. We have the exact equal powers. It's a balanced thing, and if you could just comment on that.
Well, member for Mount Royal.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague from the Yukon. Absolutely. I think one of the things that we should be offering Canadian and American citizens is the idea of Canadian pre-clearance at major U.S. Centers, and I certainly agree that this gives reciprocal rights to Canadian officers to do this work potentially in the United States, and I would encourage our government to move in that direction.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Lethbridge, I'll let her know that I'll need to interrupt her. She usually has 10 minutes available for her remarks, but there are only about 8 minutes remaining before the top of the hour. We'll interrupt at that time. She'll have the remaining time, of course, when the House next resumes debate on the question. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today in order to speak to Bill C-23, and it is in favour that I speak today. This is an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States. And this legislation completes negotiations and cross-border collaboration that was actually started by the previous Conservative government. And we are very proud of our record on the matter. With this legislation, national security will be enhanced on both sides of the border. Passengers will enjoy greater convenience when traveling to the United States, and Canadian goods and services will have easier access to the American marketplace. This is good for Canada. I am confident the rights of Canadians will also be protected under this legislation. In fact, I would argue that they may be actually better protected under this piece of legislation, because it would allow individuals entering the United States through borders to do so with those pre-clearance mechanisms that have been identified already. Canadian law, including the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, continues to apply in pre-clearance areas. Therefore, United States border agents do not gain the power of arrest under this legislation. This is an important point to bear in mind. Any criminal charges that are filed for someone inside a pre-clearance area will be under the Criminal Code of Canada and will be brought by Canadian law enforcement agents. Any security procedures that can't be conducted in the public area of the pre-clearance zone, such as strip searches, let's say, will be performed by Canadian law enforcement in accordance to Canadian law. That said, let's explore the context of this legislation. Every day, more than $2 billion of goods and services cross the U.S.-Canada border. And across the Canadian economy, 1 in 5 jobs is directly linked to international exports. The United States is Canada's largest export market, and Canada is the biggest purchaser of American goods. We make excellent trade partners, and it's important for us to put agreements in place that will continue to protect this. Ensuring the free flow of goods and services across this border is vital to the economic interests of both countries. With the uncertainty around American trade policy at this current moment in time, and concerns about American protectionism on economic and security files, legislation like this it protects the Canadian economy and the millions of Canadian jobs that rely on trade with the United States each and every day. Ironically, the United States Congress, a place not known for its efficiency exactly, has actually already passed the enabling legislation to authorize pre-clearance facilities on their side of the border, and now they await Canada to take leadership on this issue. When the United States Congress and Senate can pass an important piece of legislation like this, faster than Canada did, it makes one wonder about the priority of the Liberal government and whether or not they're about promoting trade with our borders. The use of pre-clearance is not new to Canada. Let's be very clear about that. Canada first allowed American border agents to pre-clear passengers starting with a pilot project in 1952. A formal pre-clearance arrangement for airline passengers was then signed in 1974, with further implementing legislation in the 1999 Pre-Clearance Act. Since that time, pilot projects for pre-clearing ferry passengers, cruise ship passengers, and truck cargo have been implemented at high-volume border crossings. And if anyone has flown to the United States from airports like Edmonton, Calgary, Halifax, Montreal, Ottawa, Pearson Airport, or Vancouver or Winnipeg, they already know that there is this pre-clearance option available. 12 million passengers at these 8 airports went through U.S. pre-clearance in the year 2016. And so we can tell that this is of great advantage to Canadian passengers and the flow of goods and services. So without these pre-clearance operations, Canadians would not be able to take advantage of nearly half of the direct flights that presently exist between Canadian and United States destinations. Instead, they would need to fly to a major hub in the U.S., go through customs screening there, and then move onward, which of course is very cumbersome for the traveler. Mr. Speaker, I'm confident when I say that most members of this House have heard concerns from their constituents with regards to this piece of legislation. Nevertheless, these concerns are rooted in an incorrect belief that American border agents would be operating under American law on Canadian soil. The concern is that Canada is giving up its sovereignty on our very own territory. But this is actually a false assumption, and I wish to clear the record today. The legislation says, and I quote, "For greater certainty, Canadian law applies and may be administered and enforced in pre-clearance areas and pre-clearance perimeters," end quote. There is no surrender of sovereignty because the Criminal Code of Canada and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms are in fact the final law in these pre-clearance areas. Furthermore, American border agents are not peace officers, which means they do not have the power to arrest those that are inside these pre-clearance zones. Again, I will quote directly from the piece of legislation I'm referring to. Open quote, "A pre-clearance officer is not permitted to exercise any powers of questioning or interrogation, examination, search, seizure, forfeiture, detention, or arrest that are conferred under the laws of the United States," end quote. A pre-clearance officer must exercise their powers and perform their duties and functions in this Act in accordance with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the Canadian Bill of Rights and the Canadian Human Rights Act. The legislation could not be any more clear in this matter. American agents must act in accordance with our Canadian law. And so to summarize this legislation, American agents are allowed to stop people or items from passing the pre-clearance area if they are headed to the United States. These American agents are also allowed to evaluate passengers according to Canadian laws regarding terrorism and threats to public safety. However, if an American agent detains someone, the agent must immediately turn them over to Canadian police or border agents, who would then be the ones to interrogate, arrest, and then charge the individual according to Canadian law. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stop there.
The The honourable member for Lethbridge will have 3.5 minutes remaining for her remarks when the House next resumes debate on the question, and of course the usual 5 minutes for questions and comments. We're going to statements by members. Déclaration de député. La députée.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, it was with great sadness that I learned of the death of the passing of René Préval, former president of the Republic of Haiti, on Friday, March 3rd. Mr. Préval was first elected president in 1996. He left office in 2001, becoming the first elected president of Haiti to govern for a full term. He reached the presidency again and served another full term in 2006. On behalf of the Government of Canada, the Prime Minister offered his condolences to all the people of Haiti. I myself had the opportunity to meet Mr. Préval on several occasions, particularly following the 2010 Haiti earthquake. Today, I have the privilege of offering my sincerest condolences in this House to his wife, his family, and to all Haitians who mourn his passing. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, she shoots, she scores. I am so proud to recognize my niece, Brittany, the Chipmunk Howard, today. This incredible U.S. college hockey player is putting St. Thomas on the map once again. Brittany, a.k.a. Howie, is a junior redshirt with Robert Morris University in Pittsburgh. Last year, she was named the College Hockey America Player, or last week, she was named the College Hockey Player of the Year. She led the conference with 48 points on 18 goals and 30 assists, also capturing the scoring trophy. She led the CHA in scoring and conference play, scoring 7 goals while assisting on 18. This was her third full season, eclipsing the 40-point mark, setting a new personal best of 48 points. Spider Monkey, as she is known, had 4 multi-goal games, including 1 hat trick, and also put up 15 multi-point games, which was tied for the most in the CHA. To top that off, Robert Morris captured its first College Hockey America Championship and earned a spot in the NCAA tournament by defeating Syracuse 2-0 on Saturday. In the conference title, it is the team's first NCAA berth. On behalf of everyone in the family and everyone in Elgin, Middlesex, London, congrats, Bulldog.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, last week was an exciting week for the residents of Mississauga. We welcomed the Prime Minister to our great city to discuss the needs of Mississauga and how the federal government can continue to be a strong partner, focusing on infrastructure, Canada 150, and the middle-class families that live in ridings like mine. Later in the week, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development announced $2.5 million in federal funding, with $429,000 of that going to my riding of Mississauga, Streetsville. Our local Coldest Night of the Year walk, organized by the Dam, raised over $45,000 for the homeless. It is events like these that remind me how honored and privileged I am to represent the people of Mississauga, Streetsville. Thank you.
The honourable member for Berthier, Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Wednesday, March 8th, we will celebrate International Women's Day. I rise today in the House to remind everyone that equality between men and women is a challenge every single day. Despite all the progress made towards equality and equity, it's clear that there is still much to be done. Still today, far too many women have to fight for their rights to be respected. Think, for example, among others, of Indigenous women and the recent online campaign in Quebec, #OnVousCroit. Even today, far too many women have to fight for their place in certain fields dominated by men. This includes, among others, the agricultural sector and politics. I'd like to take this opportunity to encourage women and men from across the country to get involved and to fight for our values of justice, equality, and equity. Let's celebrate this week and every day equality without limits. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, 2016 was the best year for the Canadian tourism industry in over a decade. Nearly 20 million international tourists visited our country, including many to my riding of the Long Range Mountains. That's 20 million customers for many small businesses across Canada from coast to coast to coast. Our government knows that tourism is an economic driver, supporting over 637,000 jobs, and is the #1 employer of youth. Through Destination Canada, we've committed $50 million in new strategic targeting of international markets so we can grow our tourism numbers even more. Our Connecting America program has seen huge success, with 17% increase just this year in bringing our southern neighbours to Canada.
And Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind all Canadians to get their free entry pass to our national parks to celebrate Canada's 150th birthday. Don't forget to participate in the contest to win a trip to Grosmorne National Park in Long Range Mountains. Thank you.
Prince George Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak to the concerns that have been raised to me by my constituents regarding the political climate in Ethiopia, which have also been raised in the U.S. by my counterpart, Congressman Chris Smith. What is happening in Ethiopia right now needs to be addressed in the strongest possible terms. Ethiopia is potentially on the verge of civil war and/or genocide, and we are in the position to stop it, but only if we do something more than reiterate concerns or call on the Ethiopian government to make genuine improvements. Opposition party leader Dr. Merera Gudina was jailed upon his return to Addis Ababa following a speech he gave to members of the European Parliament condemning the government for its human rights violations. A 6-month state of emergency has been declared in an effort to quell dissenters. Thousands of peaceful protesters have been killed or imprisoned, and at least 88,000 people have had to flee as refugees or migrants last year alone. What is happening in Ethiopia is being called an abomination, and I encourage this government to take notice and take the strongest possible stand against it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Nimrat Gill. On February 7th, Nimrat passed away at the age of 3 from pneumonia at Abbotsford Regional Hospital. The events that led to her passing have raised serious questions, and provincial authorities have launched investigations accordingly. Those who knew Nimrat saw a child full of love and happiness. Her mother, Balraj, her father, Amarinder, and her older sister, Simrat, will always remember her, that playful child whose love for life was contagious. The heart of the child is the heart of the home. From playing Ring Around the Rosie to Daddy Fingers, to reciting her favorite poems, Nimrat's every word and moment was filled with love and affection for the family. There's nothing harder than for a parent to lose their child. I offer Gill family my deepest condolences. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Niagara have lost a hero and a legend. Mr. Ed Carter Edwards passed away on February 22nd in the town of Grimsby, Ontario. A Second World War veteran, Ed's story reads like a movie. Enlisting with the RCAF at the age of 19, he served with the 427 RCAF Squadron as a wireless operator. Shot down in 1944 and captured by the SS, he was sent to a Buchenwald concentration camp. Saved by hospital workers risking their own lives, he was later smuggled out by German air crews and sent to a POW camp. After the war, he returned home to Niagara to raise a family. Despite everything he had been gone through, he never lost his sense of humor and was happiest at bringing joy and laughter to those around him. He saw the worst of humanity, but he never lost his belief in humankind. And that is the lesson and the legacy of Mr. Carter Edwards. To his wife Lois and his family, I can only say thank you for sharing Ed with all of us.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mortgage Professionals Canada is on Parliament Hill this week, joined by some of my former industry colleagues with the Alberta Mortgage Brokers Association. I wish to point out the important role that mortgage brokers play in Canada's real estate industry. Mortgage brokers arrange 1/3 of all the mortgages in Canada, and nearly half of those for first-time home buyers, representing $80 billion in annual economic activity. These professionals have a keen eye on the health of real estate markets across the country, and many mortgage brokers are concerned that the rule changes imposed by the Liberal government last October, which were imposed without industry or consumer consultation, are making it harder for young families to purchase homes. I share concerns mortgage brokers have raised with me about reduced competition that will lead to higher costs and limited choices for consumers. I hope many members will take the opportunity to learn about this important industry and that the government will now listen carefully to those they failed to consult prior to imposing change.
Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday in my riding, young people met potential employers and learned about the changing labour market at the first Scarborough Centre Youth Fair. Youth are entering a job market more challenging than that faced by past generations. Attendees learned about new trends impacting the job market, heard directly from employers about what they are looking for, and got help from organizations providing career services to put their skills and qualifications in the best possible light. Thank you to our keynote speakers, Wendy Cookier of Ryerson University, Ontario Minister of Economic Development and Growth, Brad Duguid, and Michael Thompson, Chair of Toronto's Economic Development and Culture Committee. And a special thank you to the dynamic young leaders of my Community Youth Council who organized this event by and for today's youth. Mr. Speaker, youth unemployment is still too high, and we must continue to have the attention of this House. Thank you.
Honourable Member for London North Central.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to give a shout out to young leaders in London. As MP for London North Centre, it's my honour to meet and work with some of Canada's most brilliant young people. For example, my youth council is made up of talented, devoted, and engaged individuals. I met with them this weekend, and I will bring the perspective that they offered back here to Parliament Hill.
Young Londoner from my community, Mr. Speaker, who I had the privilege of touring around Parliament Hill today, is Corinthian Bennett. Along with his mother Amanda, I had the opportunity to show them around this great house. This bright and energetic young boy has aspirations to be Prime Minister one day. In fact, his ambitious life plan includes being a lawyer, civil servant, Member of Parliament, a minister, and then taking on the top position in our country. Corinthian, I commend your engagement in politics, and I think I speak for all of us when I say we look forward to seeing you in this House someday.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party understands that parents know what is best for their children. We recognize the tragic impacts of actions by past governments to remove children from the care of their parents. The devastating results of the destruction of the basic family unit by both residential schools and the 60s Scoop is a lesson that should not be lost on any of us. While we cannot change the past, we can decide today not to repeat the mistakes that hurt so many. Reconciliation with Indigenous peoples requires us to recognize the strength that comes from the basic family unit and to build on that strength. As legislators, we must protect and cultivate the rights of parents to pass their culture and belief on to their children. Each of us have many different beliefs about everything from discipline to religion, but fundamentally it is the role of the parent, not the state, to raise their children. When parents are supported in this role, children will flourish. This is my hope, not only for Indigenous parents, but for all Canadian parents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, last week over 150 students, teachers and staff descended upon Ottawa to take part in the Children's Breakfast Club's annual visit to Parliament Hill to mark Black History Month. As with last year, I had the honour of co-hosting this event with the members from Scarborough Rouge Park and Humber River Black Creek. We were grateful that the member from Hull Alamer, the Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees, and the Prime Minister each attended the event to individually address the students. As the Prime Minister reminded everyone in attendance, young Canadians are not merely the leaders of tomorrow, but they are in fact the leaders of today with much to contribute. Our country and communities richly benefit from the vibrant energy, vision, and compassion of our youth. I would like to thank not only the Children's Breakfast Club, but also Via Rail, Historica Canada, Toronto Paramedic Services, and the Toronto Police Department for once again making last week's event.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I've lost count of the number of times that I've risen in the House to echo the concerns of the victims of pyrrhotite who are still struggling to be heard by successive federal governments in Ottawa. This time I rise to support the efforts of Ms. Mirabelle Chicoine, who With Ottawa refusing to review the cement aggregate quality standards, is leading the group that could be called the victims of the gray area. Let's be clear, these families cannot sell their homes without suffering major losses, and they can't get financial aid from the government to give some value back to their properties. It is high time that Ottawa fund a scientific study to establish a precise standard. Mr. Speaker, as I congratulate Madame Chicoine for her commitment, I once again call on the government and the Prime Minister to establish a new federal standard for cement aggregate quality to free the victims of the gray area from their imprisonment.
Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, the government has admitted in its own report of federal tax expenditures that lower-income Canadians are disproportionately harmed by consumption taxes like the Liberal carbon tax. Documents have demonstrated that the Liberals have already done the analysis to determine how this carbon tax will hurt the budgets of Canadians, but they refuse to release that information. This includes higher prices for home heating, gas, electricity, food, and just about everything that Canadians purchase. What are the Liberals trying to hide? And what is the real cost of the Liberal carbon tax on lower income and middle class Canadians? They have the answers. Why are they not releasing them?
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, today on Parliament Hill we're joined by representatives from 4 Atlantic Canada universities: the University of New Brunswick, the Memorial University of Newfoundland, University of Prince Edward Island, and my own alma mater and yours, Mr. Speaker, Dalhousie University. The representatives are in Ottawa today for a discussion with Atlantic MPs on collaboration and clean, inclusive growth in Atlantic Canada. Whether it's UPI's School of Sustainable Engineering, UNB's Centre for Smart Grid Technologies Research, the Marine Institute at Memorial University, or the Dalhousie-led Ocean Frontier Institute, these 4 Atlantic universities are putting our region on the leading edge of innovation. Working together in close partnership with the federal government, these universities are transforming our shared challenges into shared opportunities. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all members of the House to a reception after 7 p.m. tonight in the Sir John A. Macdonald Building to meet and to thank these Atlantic universities for everything they are doing to help Atlantic Canada and indeed Canada reach its highest potential. Thank you.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, in a previous statement, the Prime Minister said that the budget will balance itself. That was during the campaign before he was Prime Minister. We have to admit that a budget does not balance itself. We've heard that he will have to cut income splitting for seniors to try to balance his budget. I hope that he won't try to tackle people who built this country. Is it true that we're going to cut into income splitting? The Prime Minister. Once again, the Conservatives are showing that they are leading a fear-based campaign. As Hazel McCallion said, the seniors aren't going to give in to fear. We've cut taxes for middle class. We've increased taxes for the wealthiest Canadians. We've helped 9 Canadian families out of 10 with the Canada Child Benefit. And we've increased the GIS by 10% for the most vulnerable seniors. That's just a small part of everything that we are doing to help vulnerable Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister lost control over expenses of his country. It's easy to spend money when you don't have it, but it's future generations that are going to pay for this. Our children and our grandchildren, they're spending more than what they are taking in. If a person were to do this, they would have to give up the keys to their house or their car, but for the government, it's no big deal. They're just putting the debt off till later. Will the Prime Minister punish Canadian families by cutting even further into the tax credits that they so desperately need? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are showing again that they haven't learned the lessons of the last election campaign. We have committed into investing into the future of communities, invest in the middle class of this country, and we have demonstrated that we know that we need to bet on our future, and that is exactly what we are doing. We've invested in public transportation, green infrastructure, and in social infrastructure, and in knowledge infrastructure. We know that investing into the future will lead to good jobs now and will lead to economic growth for the middle class and everybody who's working hard to be part of it. The member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, during the last election campaign, Canadian citizens were promised a deficit of $10 billion, and they were also promised that they would return to balanced budgets in a few years. They talked about 2019. There's an election that's coming as well, Mr. Speaker, and the Canadian public will surely remember, like the owners of small businesses who were also promised a tax cut. It seems that yet again the Prime Minister is going to come back on his promises. Is he going to finally cut small business taxes to create jobs? The Honourable Prime Minister, we recognize that small and medium businesses generate jobs, and they are economic engines for the entire country. That is why we know that investing, or rather putting more money back into the middle class's pockets to allow them to buy more from small businesses, to know that families will have more money to raise their children. 9 families out of 10 have more with the new Canada Child Benefit, which will help 300,000 young people rise out of poverty. We know that investing into economic growth is good for small businesses. It's good for the economy of this country.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that the measure of a person's character is not what they do when everyone is watching, but rather what they do when no one is looking. We know the Prime Minister is under investigation by the Ethics Commissioner for taking a private helicopter ride. What Canadians need to know is, did the Prime Minister know that he was breaking the rules? So my question to the Prime Minister is, was he ever advised by his staff or by anybody in the Privy Council office that accepting this private helicopter ride was against the rules?
Honourable Prime Minister.
As I've said many times, Mr. Speaker, this was a personal family vacation, and I'm happy to work with the Ethics Commissioner to answer any questions she may have.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it was a personal vacation, but accepting this helicopter ride was against the rules. He's been a member of Parliament for over 8 years. He should know this. So either he was ignorant of the rules or he disregarded the rules. Both are very concerning, Mr. Speaker. So again, I ask the Prime Minister, was he ever advised by his staff or by anybody in the Privy Council office that accepting this private helicopter ride was against the rules?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, this was a personal family vacation, and I'm very happy to answer any and all questions that the Ethics Commissioner has on this.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
The President of the United States has just signed a new executive order banning immigrants and refugees from 6 Muslim-majority countries. The Prime Minister has refused to denounce these racist policies. The Prime Minister has refused to suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement with the United States. Can the Prime Minister please answer this one specific question? Does he believe that the U.S. remains a safe country for refugees? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect this government to do 2 things in regards to the United States. To work with them on protecting and promoting the economic growth that has an impact on millions of good middle-class jobs on both sides of the border, and at the same time to stand up for the values and principles of which Canadians are rightly so proud. We are an open and welcoming country, and we continue to demonstrate that we truly believe that diversity is a source of strength, that it helps cohesive and resilient communities create better opportunities for themselves and for future generations.
The member for Outremont.
A Prime Minister with the courage to stand up against a racist executive order.
Today, we learned that another Canadian born in Canada was turned back at the American border. She was detained for 6 hours. She was told she needed a visa, which is false. And why was she turned back? The answer is easy to see. How can the Prime Minister not take a position against the United States racist policy when it obviously has consequences for Canadians? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we continue to work very hard with the American administration to ensure that our border remains a place where Canadians, goods, services can go through quickly and efficiently. We know that millions of jobs depend on that border, that it remain open, and thousands of Canadians travel to the United States regularly. We will always work with the American government in order to ensure that Canadians can continue to travel freely to the United States. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about goods and services. We're talking about Canadian citizens born in Canada, illegally turned back at the American border, and we want a Prime Minister who knows how to stand up for them. We've seen the damning reports by the CBC and the show Enquête about CRA and KPMG's tax evasion sham. The Prime Minister has refused to look into the sweet deal between the CRA and KPMG, and there have been no fines imposed. Will the Prime Minister vote for the NDP's motion, which intends to end the free ride for rich fraudsters? Yes or no? The Honourable Prime Minister. This government takes tax evasion and avoidance very seriously. That's why we invested $444 million in the last budget for the Canada Revenue Agency in order to ensure follow-up and counter tax evasion and avoidance. Canadians expect everyone to pay their fair share and that there should be consequences for everybody who fails to pay their taxes. The member for Outremont.
But we can't. That is pretty weak, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister talks about how much he wants to go after tax fraud, but how are Canadians expected to believe him when he refuses to investigate this scandalous deal made by Revenue Canada? How are Canadians expected to believe him when it was the Liberals who blocked these KPMG documents from being revealed in the first place? And how are Canadians expected to believe that this Prime Minister is serious about going after tax evasion? Sorry, how are they supposed to believe he's serious about going after tax evasion when he refuses to go after tax evaders?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to going after tax evaders, tax evasion, tax fraud. That's why we invested over $440 million in Budget 2016 so that the Canada Revenue Agency can continue to press against any tax frauders or evaders. We will continue to work very hard to make sure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. That's what Canadians expect. That's what we expect, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that this government is spending quite a great deal. The Financial Post indicated today that there is a serious warning for the Canadian government that if nothing changes, there might be a financial crisis. We're talking about vulnerability and alarms that we need to take into account. Mr. Speaker, for months and months, we've been repeating to the government that we cannot live beyond our means. This time, will the Minister of Finance finally understand that Canada's public finances need to be managed safely? The Minister of Public Finance. Our goal is to improve the situation of the middle class and the people who want to be part of the middle class. That is why we are investing in the economy, to try to ensure that we have better growth than before and have better future for job growth in Canada. That is what we intend to do, and we will continue to move forward with this.
Louis Saint Laurent.
The member for Louis Saint Laurent. The Minister of Finance speaks excellent French, and the proof is that he always gives the same answer. But the situation of Canada's finances is in jeopardy. Will the Minister of Finance not listen to his own officials who said that in a report that he had for 10 weeks that there might be a serious deficit and there will be no return to balancing the budget before 2055? And the International Bank has sounded the alarm. When will the Minister of Finance understand that it is important to safely manage Canada's finances? The Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, our situation, as it is continuing to improve. Over the last 6 months, we've observed an improvement when it comes to jobs generated in the country. It's improved since 2002. There are more jobs generated in the last 6 months since 2002. This is better than 2013, 2014, or 2015. We continue to invest into Canada to generate jobs for Canadians throughout the country.
For Carleton.
On the carbon tax cover-up, a barista earning $35,000 a year does not earn enough to get anything from the so-called middle-class tax plan, but does earn enough to pay a new Liberal carbon tax on gas, groceries, and electricities. To get some of that money back, she would need to buy a $150,000 electric car in Ontario. Will the government end the carbon tax cover-up and release its calculation on the cost of this new tax to the middle class and those working to join it?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would thank the honourable member for the question. Our government remains committed to creating a cleaner, more innovative economy, Mr. Speaker, one that reduces emissions and protects our environment while creating good middle-class jobs. After a decade of inaction, of complete inaction on the climate change file and on the innovation file from the previous government, we're focused on taking real action to address these issues. Our government has posted online the results of the consultation and the work of the working group that relates to carbon pricing, and I would encourage the member to go there to actually review the information.
Honourable member for Carleton.
During the debate last week on my motion with respect to the carbon tax cover-up, the parliamentary secretary to the innovation minister said, quote, revenue neutrality is something that will be determined by each province and territory. Now, in plain English, that means in Ontario, the Prime Minister has handed the spoils of the carbon tax to Kathleen Wynne, who is spending it on rebates for millionaires who can afford $150,000 electric cars. The government has data on the effect of the tax and the gap between the rich and the poor. Will they end the carbon tax cover-up and release that data today?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would repeat what I said to the honourable member with respect to this question last week, which is the document that he is actually referring to was prepared under the previous government and released in October 2015. If he wants proper and relevant information relating to carbon pricing, he should review the document that's posted on the Environment Canada website.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, whose department is responsible for the carbon tax cover-up, said that releasing the costs, and I quote, could cause confusion for Canadians, industries, provinces and territories and our partners around the world about Canada's actual plan and the costs associated with it. But there's no confusion. This new tax is devastating. Small businesses like Fargo Ventures in Bonnyville have to pass on cost increases to their customers. Will the Finance Minister release his department's report and end the carbon tax cover-up?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government remains focused on and committed to creating and generating innovation and reducing our emissions concurrently. Pricing of carbon pollution will provide certainty and predictability to businesses. Pricing pollution will also drive innovation in this country. Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of doing nothing, this government is focused on ensuring that we both reduce emissions, we drive innovation, and we create good middle-class jobs.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals claim to be open, transparent and fair, but it's clear they're deliberately covering up the harmful consequences of their carbon tax. The Liberals should be straight with Canadians, but it's obvious why they're not, because they don't want us to know. They're making everything more expensive for everyone, and they're hurting the most vulnerable the most. This tax will hit low-income Canadians, the working poor, and people with low incomes and on fixed incomes the worst. How can the minister say this carbon tax cover-up is open, transparent and fair to all Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the previous government, we are focused on supporting middle-class Canadians in every phase of their lives. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the middle class, our government has reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians. We've implemented a child benefit that benefits 9 out of 10 Canadians and raises 300,000 Canadian children out of jobs. We've enhanced the student loan programming that will...
Order. I know members want to applaud the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, but we should wait till he finishes his answer. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
That will raise 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty, which, Mr. Speaker, is... And Mr. Speaker, with respect to the environment, we've worked actively with the provinces and territories, something the previous government did not do, to come up with a comprehensive plan.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, the KPMG affair is haunting the Minister for National Review again with the most recent report on AUKUS. The KPMG strategy was used as of the beginning of the the year 2000, and yet no criminal charges have yet been laid against these thieves. It's been a year and a half that she's been in her position, and nothing has been done. The minister's not walking the talk, and lofty speeches are no longer enough. Will she commit to an in-depth investigation to shed light on these agreements with white-collar criminals and commit to laying charges against these thieves, not just KPMG's accountants, but the fraudsters themselves, the Minister for National Revenue? Mr. Speaker, it is thanks to the Canada Revenue Agency that this tax evasion strategy by KPMG was discovered. My colleague knows very well that the issue of KPMG is an active file and that the work of the agency is before the courts, and discussing it could compromise our efforts. Some of my colleagues seem to have a short memory, so let me remind them that last March, an independent third party looked into the matter, and the conclusions were that the agency acted well according to its own policies and rules. The member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie, $444 million, and yet no charges. I'm sure that white-collar criminals are very scared. People who go to work every day have to pay their taxes. They have no choice. But if they declare late, wham! The very next day, they have to pay interest. But if one's a millionaire, the rules aren't the same. You can hide your money under the palm trees of a tax haven. And if you get caught, there are secret agreements that have no fines. Mr. Speaker, when will the Liberal government grow a spine, stand up for everyone, get rid of loopholes, renegotiate bilateral agreements, and punish people who commit fraud? The Honourable Minister for National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to fighting tax evasion and tax avoidance. Our tax system, we want to ensure that our tax system is fair for all Canadians. In the last year, the government was able to get $13 million because of measures against tax evasion. The agency has improved its ability to collect information and has access to more information than ever before.
Thompson Caribou, order.
Mr. Speaker, today the Innovation Minister was forced to stand in this House and acknowledge that he misled when he said that the company he's selling our BC retirement homes to was Canadian. He confirmed what we'd been saying all along. It is going to be under Chinese ownership. So in this minister's desire to be transparent, will he confirm who owns On Buying Insurance, the Chinese company he agreed to sell our facilities to, or as one of the residents in my riding says, who will own my home?
Honourable Minister for Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, we think investment is a good thing. Global investment into Canada is actually good for our economy. It'll create opportunities. It'll create jobs. Under the specific transaction under the Investment Canada Act, we made sure that we put forward a proposal that focuses on growth and opportunities for seniors as well. So with regards to retirement concepts that are managed and operated by Canadians, they have now the ability to expand, which will provide better services for seniors and more job opportunities, Mr. Speaker, and that's good for the economy.
Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, we have no faith in this minister at all. He said he did his due diligence, but he didn't even know who owned the company that's going to be taking care of our seniors. So is he in a position? We want to know who owns On Buying Insurance. 2 weeks ago, he said it was Canadians. Who owns it? Will he put this sale on hold until he assures people throughout Canada that he has done his due diligence and this is not a hasty political seller?
The Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, the British Columbia government has approved the operating licenses for retirement concepts. And again, I want to make it very clear, we're very open to trade, we're very open to investments because it's good for the economy. When it comes to seniors, Mr. Speaker, we do not need any lessons from the member opposite. It is our government that increased the guaranteed income supplement for seniors. It is our government that reduced the old age security age from 67 to 65. We will continue to help seniors and will continue to find economic opportunities that will create growth and jobs, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Innovation Minister is rushing to sell essential senior care facilities to On Buying Insurance without telling Canadians who's pulling the strings. And the Minister won't tell Canadians who owns this company because he admitted today he doesn't even know. Wall Street firm Morgan Stanley refused to do business with On Bond Insurance because they were alarmed by the murky ownership structure of this Chinese firm dominated by a who's who of the Chinese Communist Party. In light of the minister's revelation today, will he finally act in the interest of Canadian seniors and put this sale on hold?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, under the Investment Canada Act, we did our due diligence, we followed the process, and we determined that this particular transaction was in the overall net economic benefit of British Columbians and all Canadians. Because again, we're open to investment. This provides additional resources for retirement concepts that allows them to expand their facilities, which creates jobs, which provides additional resources for the seniors as well, Mr. Speaker. This is good for British Columbia. This is good for Canadians. This is good for our economy.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, Wall Street firms have refused to do business with On Bond Insurance over the murky ownership structure of this Chinese conglomerate, and yet these Liberals are hell-bent on pandering to their friends in Beijing. The Chinese conglomerate, dominated by a who's who of the Chinese Communist Party, should raise red flags. It certainly has among Wall Street firms. So it begs the question, Mr. Speaker, how did we get to a place where the wolves of Wall Street have more integrity than this Liberal government?
Honourable Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, again, I find it ironic that the members opposite are opposing global investment. I think it's great that people want to invest in Canada. I think it's a tremendous opportunity for our economy where we see additional resources come in and create jobs and growth and opportunities for future generations. This transaction was reviewed under the Investment Canada Act. We looked at the overall net economic benefit, and we made that determination because, again, there's additional resources for retirement concepts, which is good for the economy, good for the seniors, and obviously good for British Columbians as well, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Victoria.
Ever since this Liberal government helped pass Bill C-51, Canadians are very concerned about the oversight of our security services. Now, the House Public Safety Committee significantly improved the security oversight bill, but now the government wants to muzzle this new watchdog by restricting its access. Why is the government ignoring all-party agreement, expert evidence, and stripping away the very oversight tools that the Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister and 9 other Cabinet Ministers voted for in November 2014?
The Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, before the House Standing Committee did its work with respect to Bill C-22, the University of Ottawa expert in this field, Craig Forsay, said, and I quote, "This will be a stronger body than the UK and Australian equivalents and a dramatic change for Canadian national security accountability." That is before the committee amendments. The committee made some changes. Some of those can be accepted and others cannot. But the net result is the bill is even stronger now than when Mr. Forsay's made those comments.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Imperial Oil proposes to inject an untested solvent for in-situ recovery of bitumen, potentially contaminated ground and surface waters. Yet the Environment Minister refused calls by 3 First Nations and 4 Métis communities to trigger her power to assess any impacts to their treaty and Aboriginal rights. The Minister can call a review where she deems an activity may adversely affect the environment or cause public concern. Why has the Environment Minister denied the request by these 7 Indigenous communities for an assessment of a toxic solvent that may contaminate their waters?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Environment.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. The Environment Minister has significant authority with respect to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency and the work that's done. Typically, these types of matters fall under provincial jurisdiction and they're left to the provinces.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Operation Unifier is critically important for our ally Ukraine, whose territory has been militarily invaded and annexed. 200 highly respected and talented Canadian Armed Forces providing invaluable military and medical training to Ukraine's soldiers and institutional capacity building through key defense reforms. It's part of the West stabilization and development of Ukraine. Unifier is set to end this month. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Defense renew this critical program?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague and friend from Etobicoke Centre for his hard work on this file and his hard work for his constituents. I was so proud today, Mr. Speaker, standing beside my colleague, the Minister of Defence, to announce that Canada is indeed renewing Operation Unifier, a critical piece of our multifaceted support for Ukraine. Our brave men and women in uniform provide valuable military training, supporting Ukraine's defense of its sovereignty in the face of Russia's illegal occupation. Canada is a steadfast friend and ally of Ukraine, and we always will be. Slava Kanai.
Member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
They left out the one thing Ukraine really wanted, the satellite imaging, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Foreign Affairs said in this House that when it comes to trade deals, and I quote, "We need more transparency in what's happening. We need not just great photo ops, but the details of what's going on." So, why is it then that secret bilateral trade meetings were held last month in Beijing before public consultations were gazetted here last week? Why isn't the minister open and transparent with Canadians? What's already been agreed to with China besides the sell-off of our seniors complexes?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as an MP from British Columbia, it's an honour to speak up for the fact that Canada is a Pacific nation. A comprehensive relationship with China, grounded in mutual respect and regular engagement, will open the door to greater opportunities for the middle class. Exploratory discussions are a key step in this process, as the Prime Minister said on his trip in September. But you might be interested to know what your former colleague John Baird said about this. Last week he said, "I think the direction the government is going in terms of our relationship with China is good news for Western Canada. We look forward to our communications with the country." Thank you.
Bravo. I remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to direct her comments to the Chair. I remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to direct her comments to the Chair.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Tabasca. Mr. Speaker, our economic issues with the U.S. are not solved and don't seem to be improving. TPP, softwood lumber, diafiltered milk, NAFTA. Meanwhile, we've learned through the media that the Minister of International Trade has undertaken negotiations in view of an FTA with China. Mr. Speaker, while we know that this government was incapable of solving a single problem with our main trading partner since it's been elected, could it at least give Canadians what's going on with the status of secret talks with China?
Chair for International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, Canada is a Pacific nation, and we want to expand our trading relationships with large, fast-growing markets, including China. We're building a foundation for a closer commercial relationship and closer ties in order to benefit the middle class. Exploratory talks are underway, as the Prime Minister mentioned in September. And when we also talk about our progressive trade agenda, this means we are putting the environment, labour standards, human rights, equity for women at the heart of our talks. Thank you.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, our fears that the Liberal commitment to the defence of Ukraine is fading became reality today. After ignoring appeals from Ukraine for almost a year, we now have an 11th-hour, bare-bones extension of Operation Unifier. But this extension doesn't speak to the recent deadly surge in the Russian-backed war. It doesn't respond to Ukraine's request for expansion of Operation Unifier or to the appeal for defensive military weapons. So, Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals coming up short for a democratic ally?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I hope the Honourable Member for Thornhill will have the honour to recognize, our party, our government, and I personally stand very strongly in support of Ukraine. That's why I was absolutely delighted for us to extend Operation Unifier. We are there in Ukraine, as is the U.S., as is the U.K., with our 200 men and women in uniform. That's why I was delighted to meet with President Poroshenko on the outskirts of the Munich Security Forum 2 weeks ago. I know the Ukrainians appreciate our support and understand Canada is Ukraine's strongest ally.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Ukraine expects more. And, Mr. Speaker, we know the Minister used to speak much more directly to the Russian invasion and occupation of Crimea and to the Russian-backed war in eastern Ukraine. For example, Mr. Speaker, a year ago, the Minister stressed emotionally, the Ukrainian people have made their decision for democracy in blood, and we need to support it. That is essential for Ukrainian democracy. So, Mr. Speaker, why has the Minister slipped into Stéphane Dion mode and ignored what Ukraine so desperately needs.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, yet again, I would like to say I believe Canadians of all parties, the Conservatives, the Liberals, and the NDP stand together in our support of Ukraine. That's why we had unanimous support in this House for the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Our government, I personally, the Prime Minister, stand absolutely firmly in support of Ukraine. That's why our troops are staying there for another 2 years. The Ukrainians know it, and as for Russia's illegal annexation of Crimea and aggression against Ukraine in the Donbass, we condemn that as well.
Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, we were just shocked to hear the Liberals' response and pass the buck to the provinces on First Nation health and the environment. A study funded by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans confirms a deadly disease has reached BC salmon farms. This disease is the third largest killer of salmon in Norway, and now it's on our coast. If this disease grows, it will not only devastate farm salmon, but wild salmon as well. So, Mr. Speaker, when will the minister do the right thing, strengthen the Fisheries Act, and protect West Coast wild salmon? Thousands of jobs are at stake.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with my colleague that we need to strengthen the Fisheries Act. One of the things the Prime Minister has asked me to do is work with members of the Standing Committee, including the member who just asked the question, to strengthen the Fisheries Act, to restore lost protections which were deleted some years ago. I look forward to that work with him. With respect to investing in the science and the proper oversight to ensure that aquaculture operations on every coast can be done safely, the member knows we're committed to doing that. The member knows that we believe that middle-class economic opportunity on both coasts depend on aquaculture and wild fisheries, and we think the two can coexist safely together.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to know what went wrong on Sunday when 1,500 litres of diesel spilled from a fish farm on the BC coast. This spill threatens the biodiversity of our coast and First Nations traditional food sources. As my constituents watched horrified, many questions remain unanswered. Our coastal communities will live with the impacts of this spill for a long time to come. Will the government please update Canadians on its response plan?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. We share her concern and the concern of all Canadians when contaminants like this are leaked into Canada's marine ecosystems. I can confirm that on Sunday morning, when this spill was discovered, the Canadian Coast Guard and other partners, the Department of the Environment, Transport Canada, and the Province of British Columbia reacted very quickly to contain the spill, to clean up the spill. It would appear that some 600 litres of diesel fuel were released. Obviously, there will be an investigation, Mr. Speaker. We believe firmly that the polluter should pay for a circumstance like this, but we also believe that we can do more to protect marine ecosystems and invest in marine safety.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, in the last election, the Liberals promised to fund infrastructure projects, but I don't recall any promises about paying down Alberta's NDP debt. Alberta municipalities are furious. The NDP is funneling hundreds of millions of dollars from the new Building Canada Fund to pay for their out-of-control spending. In Okotoks, growth has stagnated because we need a new water pipeline. A major flood mitigation project in High River is on hold because we need funding. Mr. Speaker, what are the Liberals doing to ensure money from the new Building Canada plan is actually going to pay for these vital infrastructure projects?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the honourable member that since taking office, we have approved 127 projects for Alberta. Out of those 127 projects, with the exception of one, 126 projects are in municipalities of all sizes: Edmonton, Calgary, Red Deer, Lacombe, Lethbridge, and many others. We have committed to deliver infrastructure on behalf of municipalities, and we are delivering on that commitment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Member for Edmonton River Bend.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but Alberta can't wait. Mr. Speaker, the Infrastructure Minister is taking his friendship with Rachel Notley to a new level. The Minister is now looking the other way while Notley funnels $300 million from the Building Canada Fund to pay down her debt, but none going to job-creating infrastructure projects. Alberta is in a jobs crisis. This minister has chosen loyalty to Premier Notley over struggling Albertans. Why has this minister betrayed Albertans in crisis?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let me say what the President of the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association has to say. We are pleased to have a federal colleague who is willing to work collaboratively with us. Our members value the ongoing infrastructure investment that is on the federal agenda, which will support significant and shovel-worthy municipal projects across Alberta. 127 projects, 126 for municipal sector with a combined investment of $4.2 billion into Alberta's economy, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, we learned last week that defense plans on how to deter a 9/11 terrorist attack were inadvertently linked to the CBC. On one hand, the minister puts a lifelong gag order on bureaucrats who are directly involved in executing his political orders, while, on the other hand, the minister's department is openly sharing national security documents. When will the minister stop playing politics with the Defence Department and take seriously the responsibility for Canadian security?
Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, Department of National Defence and the Canadian Armed Forces take the security and sensitive information extremely seriously. We are constantly working to balance requirements for openness and transparency while safeguarding information related to security and the defence of Canada. In the last fiscal year, the Department received over 2,000 access to information requests and released over 200,000 pages of documents to the public. The classified documents were inadvertently released as a result of a human error. To avoid this in the future, we are reviewing this process to ensure such a situation does not reoccur, and we continue to meet our legal obligations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government was elected on a promise to make historic investments in infrastructure because we understand that infrastructure plays an important role in driving growth while delivering the housing, bridges and roads Canadians need. My question is to the Minister of Science. What investment is our government making in research infrastructure so that scientists have the tools to make Canada a world leader in research and innovation? Thank you.
Honourable Minister of Science.
I want to thank the member from Calgary Skyview for his important question. Our government is committed to investing in the labs and tools researchers need to enhance their scientific research. Last week, I announced more than $50 million through the Canada Foundation for Innovation for research and research infrastructure so that researchers can continue to discover and innovate. Their discoveries improve our economy, environment, communities, while also growing a strong, vibrant middle class.
Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have a habit of saying one thing and then doing another. First, there was a promise of a small deficit. Now it's out of control. Then they promised a balanced budget by 2019. Now it won't be until 2055. Now the Liberals are saying that principal residence reporting is about foreign investor compliance. Turns out it may just be a new way to tax small businesses. So I want to ask, will the new rules requiring Canadians to report the sale of their principal residence on their tax returns eliminate any portion of the capital gains exemption if they run a small business from their home? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the capital gains exemption on principal residence continues. We have asked that people report on their tax report when they sell a home so that we can ensure that we understand when people are selling homes and that it is in fact their principal residence. There is an administrative approach to make sure that people who are running a small business from their home can continue to be eligible for that principal residence exemption.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Yesterday, there was a meeting in Hemmingford between representatives of the RCMP, the UN, an NGO, and citizens. I thank them for participating. Citizens have been very open and welcoming to refugees who cross the border on foot. While the new decree by President Trump will be in place soon, will the Liberal government finally suspend the Safe Third Country Agreement and offer resources to the CBSA and to our border communities? Where is the plan?
The government has been recognized around the world for having a compassionate refugee system. We maintain that tradition. The Safe Third Country Agreement is an agreement between the United States and Canada on the orderly handling of asylum claims in both countries. And the head of the UNHCR in Canada is on record as stating that the domestic asylum system in the United States is intact, and therefore it would be irresponsible to withdraw from the Safe Third Country Agreement. If the New Democratic Party wants to get into an argument with the UNHCR, which has expertise on this issue, they're more than welcome to do so.
Honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, on March 7th, Megan from my riding of Brampton North will be joining me in Ottawa to experience a day in the life of an MP as a part of Equal Voices Daughters of the Vote initiative. Can the Minister of Status of Women please highlight what our government has done to encourage women to get involved in politics and government?
Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her effective advocacy on the people of Brampton North. Our government is committed to removing barriers for women in politics. That's why we're providing over $13 million in Canada-wide projects to empower women in political and community action, and it's why we are proud to support the work of Equal Voice and to be hosting the Daughters of the Vote here in Ottawa this week. I hope all my colleagues will join me in wishing the Daughters of the Vote a memorable and inspiring week here in Parliament.
Hear, hear. Honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the previous Conservative government understood the severe threat that invasive species such as the Asian carp pose for Canadian waterways. We learned last week that under the Liberals' watch, Asian carp have made their way into the St. Lawrence River and nearby waterways. This will have a detrimental effect on the commercial and recreational fishing industry and could cost the Quebec economy millions. When will the Liberals start taking these developments seriously and take aggressive action to mitigate the growth of such an invasive species?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. We share his view and the view of provinces and many states about the threat posed by invasive species, specifically the Asian carp. That's why we've invested considerably in science in order to properly monitor what's happening with invasive species, not only the invasive carp, but others in other waterways across the country. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, we're making investments in infrastructure that will not only help prevent invasive species from reaching our waterways. We'll work with partners like the Great Lakes Fisheries Commission and others to ensure that those investments reach the intended target of reducing these invasive species.
The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, KPMG enabled Canadian multimillionaires to avoid respecting the Income Tax Act thanks to an agreement with the Canada Revenue Agency. This is no joke. For the CRA, KPMG and its clients are above the law. It's not surprising since the Liberals voted against our motion against tax havens. The Prime Minister stated last spring that if the agreement is erroneous, it will be reevaluated. So, my question is, was the agreement erroneous, or is tax evasion okay, according to the Liberals? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, tax rules are the same for all citizens. And I can tell you that it's thanks to the efforts of the CRA that the case of KPMG and the tax evasion abroad has been discovered and dealt with. Let me be clear. Tax fraudsters can no longer hide. We take this very seriously, and those who choose to take part in these schemes will have to deal with the consequences of their actions, and Canadians expect no less, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. I thank the Prime Minister for his excellent answer, Mr. Speaker. KPMG received over $92 million in federal contracts since 2006. That's a good client, a really good client, a partner. Well, this partner, KPMG, encouraged its private clients to engage in tax evasion and avoid paying taxes as ordinary people have to do. As long as there's no light shed on these schemes, can the government at least cancel its contracts with KPMG? Are we to understand that there's no problem dealing with a company that encourages tax evasion? Mr. Speaker, I must say that my colleague knows full well, the case of KPMG is before the courts right now. And we continue to pursue action against KPMG. It's before the courts right now, and we will see this to the end, as Canadians have asked us to do. That's what we promised during the election campaign, and that's exactly what we're going to do. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's inaction and kowtowing to the American government is very expensive for Quebecers. We've seen this with softwood lumber, diafiltered milk, spent hens. We've seen it many times. Now, the harmful cutbacks that President Trump intends threatens the quality of water consumed by the vast majority of Quebecers. What will the Liberal government do in concrete terms to prevent this harm to the main source of potable water in Quebec?
For environment.
Speaker, the Government of Canada has a long history of working collaboratively with the United States and invests significant resources in restoring and protecting the Great Lakes. Canada remains committed to implementing our obligations under the Great Lakes Water Quality Agreement and to delivery on the Great Lakes commitments. We continue to work alongside the United States and our domestic partners, and we will continue to promote strong action by all levels of government.
This will conclude question period for today. Tabling of documents.
I have the honor to lay upon the table the report of a Canadian parliamentary delegation concerning its visit to Norway on January 9th and 10th, 2017.
Tabling of documents. Just 1 second. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honor to table in both official languages a treaty entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Swiss Confederation under the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters, as amended by the 2010 Protocol, signed in Ottawa, December 22, 2016, and in Bern, and an agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of Jamaica on air transport, signed in Kingston, December 20, 2016.
Memorandum is included in each treaty. Thank you.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to table in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, entitled An Interim Report in response to the Chief Electoral Officer's recommendations for legislative reforms following the 42nd general election. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table an overall response to this report.
The officials from Elections Canada that were with us for many, many meetings while we debated these recommendations in committee, and for all the parties for working so cooperatively to come up with this lengthy report.
Wow. Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present a petition signed by over 60 of my constituents emphasizing the importance of regional, local, and community broadcast programming and asking the government to enable a network of community-operated media centres not served by public or private media. Furthermore, the undersigned requests that all Canadian residents have access to multi-platform media skills training and content distribution in the digital economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present 3 petitions today, so I hope you'll bear with me. The first petition is from a group of constituents who have raised concerns about the Trans-Pacific Partnership, recognizing that it will raise the cost of medications, ease the path for foreign takeovers, and empower corporations to sue local levels of government. Therefore, the petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada not to ratify the Trans-Pacific Partnership. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from constituents in Shawnigan Lake who are asking the Government of Canada to protect Shawnigan Lake watershed from contaminated soil under the power of the Fisheries Act and to work with provincial partners to stop the dumping of contaminated soil in this critical area. And Mr. Speaker, the third petition is from residents in the riding of Cowichan, Malahat, Langford who recognize that the Cowichan River is an area of important cultural heritage to First Nations and is an index river to the federal government. And therefore, with the effects of climate change, they call on the Government of Canada to immediately release funds to provide for the raising of the weir on Cowichan River at a level that is necessary to ensure sufficient flow to protect fish and the people who depend on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a very timely petition given the work right now in the Agriculture Committee from constituents who are calling for the federal government to take action against the neonicotinoid insecticides that are imperiling pollinator populations across Canada. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, from constituents of Saanich Gulf Islands calls on the government to really put the muscle behind the plans to expand the marine protected areas of Canada, working closely with First Nations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at the second reading stage of Bill C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act 2016.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge has 3.5 minutes remaining in her speech. Debate.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for allowing me to finish my speech. To be completely clear, Canadian criminal law is the only law that applies in these pre-clearance zones that we are discussing. And the only power American agents have that comes from the United States is the ability to deny entry to the United States or to fine someone for attempting to bring a banned item into the U.S. Travelers have the right to leave the pre-clearance area at any time should they choose to do so, unless, of course, the border agent believes they have that they have committed a crime under Canadian law. In that case, then, the agent can detain them until they are turned over to Canadian authorities. Once again, I stress it is in fact Canadian authorities who will investigate if the law has in fact been broken. And of course, it will be according to Canadian law. Mr. Speaker, any piece of legislation can always be improved through rigorous scrutiny at the committee stage. And I know that there are probably still some minute concerns with regards to this piece of legislation. However, I believe that these details should be explored by the committee and are not fatal to this legislation passing at this stage, second reading. And so this is why I'm comfortable supporting this piece of legislation here at this time. Nevertheless, what I do have concerns with is the lack of priority that the Liberals placed on this piece of legislation. Our previous Conservative government negotiated with the United States for several years, and a final agreement was signed on March of 2015. It took the Liberals more than a year to come out with the enabling legislation for this agreement that we're discussing today. And since the introduction of this bill in June of last year, it has simply sat on the books waiting to be brought forward. Mr. Speaker, that's a really long time. And so, as I mentioned previously, the United States Congress and Senate, following a particular divisive election, might I add, managed to pass the American version of this legislation before Christmas, which is 2 months before the Liberals even brought the bill to the floor for us to begin discussing it. That seems like an unnecessary delay in time. For Quebec's International Airport and Toronto City Airport, as well as the Montreal Central Station and the Rocky Mountaineer train between Vancouver and Seattle, passage of this legislation will enable pre-clearance, thus making transit through these facilities more convenient and accessible for passengers. Given the importance of Canadian exports to the United States, one is left to wonder why this hasn't been given greater priority from the Liberal government. In conclusion, I am pleased to support this piece of legislation here today, and I encourage all members of this House to speak in support and vote in favour of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's words, and I have to say that I share some of her thoughts when she says that some bills can be improved in committee after second reading, and yet we have to see how many amendments the government will be open to. But the question that I have, and I'd like to hear her thoughts on this, is why are we moving quickly with this bill when, as we heard this morning, only 18 members have been able to speak to this bill, along with those who will speak today. Maybe at most 30 of us will speak to this bill, and that's only 10% of the members of this House. Does the member believe that moving forward so quickly with time allocation reduces the value of our democracy in this House?
Honourable member for Lethbridge.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. And his question has to do less with the piece of legislation that's in front of us and far more to do with the procedures of this House. And so the Liberals have been known for moving what is called time allocation in this place, which actually forces us into a premature decision. And so it actually forces the debate to move at a pace that is unnecessary, and it actually disallows members in this House to allow their opinions to be made known, to speak to these important pieces of legislation that come before the House. And so, yes, that was in fact done in this place today, and it has been done many times in the past. And what it does is it actually taints democracy. It actually prevents us from being able to bring our views to the table and to be able to speak on behalf of our constituents, which is exactly what this place is meant for. So with regards to this piece of legislation and the moving of time allocation, I do not believe that it was in the best interests of this House or the Canadian public.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member on the one hand says that the government's not moving quick enough. Then on the other hand, she is saying that we should allow more time for debate on the issue. If you take a look at time allocation as a tool in which government is able to get legislation ultimately through, and the Conservatives seem to want to support this legislation, and the member made reference, well, why didn't we bring it in earlier, Mr. Speaker? And the government does have a very finite amount of time in which it has to get substantial pieces of legislation through the House. So my question to the member is, recognizing the importance of this legislation, as previously debated legislation that came before the House also being of importance, would she not agree, because the Conservative Party, while it was in government, on many occasions, many more occasions, used time allocation as an effective tool in order to get a legislative agenda through? Would the member not agree, as the NDP did on legislation, that there is value to having time allocation, because, as she would know, the NDP do not support this legislation. So that means it could be spending weeks into ongoing debate. Does she believe that that's in the best interest of Canadians on this issue?
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Mr. Speaker, with regards to the honourable member's question, I have to highlight something here, and that is that the Liberals have had this on the table since June. Mr. Speaker, they have waited nearly a year to bring this piece of legislation to the floor and finally allow us to debate. And now the member opposite of me actually wants to use this dithering as if it's justification for moving time allocation, which is actually putting a close to debate in this place. That is an unfair allegation from the member across the floor.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the honourable member for Lethbridge wasn't a member of this place in the 41st Parliament, but I can assure her that the predecessor government under Stephen Harper used time allocation consistently and more brutally. But that doesn't mean I accept that it's good when I see it coming from our Liberal friends. I really do believe that it's time to see time allocation go the way of the dodo in this place unless there's a really clear need. And as the honourable member mentioned, this legislation has been on the docket since June. There's no reason for time allocation at this point before, as she rightly points out, we have an opportunity to fully debate it. Given that background, I wonder if she'd like to agree with me that this bill needs much more thorough study before it goes to committee.
Answer, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for her question once again. When it comes to talking about legislation versus process in this House, so far, I just spoke with regards to legislation, and so far the questions that I've been asked have actually had to do with process in this place, which actually tells me that perhaps we're a little bit out of touch with the average Canadian, because I think the average Canadian is far more interested in the legislation that we're discussing and the laws that we're putting in place that are actually going to serve the everyday Canadian well. That's the discussion that should be taking place in this House. That's the discussion that I'm wanting to have today. And as far as the process is concerned, those are discussions that we need to have elsewhere. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to join in the debate about Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States. The bill would modify the legislative framework governing pre-clearance operations, the process that allows people traveling from Canada to the U.S. to go through American customs and immigration procedures while still on Canadian soil. This currently exists at 8 Canadian airports, and as anyone who has taken advantage of it is aware, it makes travel to the United States much faster and more convenient. With C-23 in place, it will be possible to expand pre-clearance to new locations and modes of transportation, to implement cargo pre-clearance, and to establish for the first time Canadian pre-clearance operations in the United States. This entails substantial advantages for Canadian travelers and for the Canadian economy. Certain members have raised concerns about the bill and new legislative framework it will create. And that's obviously fine. Each of us has the responsibility as members of Parliament to scrutinize legislation and bring any potential issues to the House attention. But we also have the responsibility to avoid exaggerated statements and keep our analysis tethered to the facts. Unfortunately, certain critics of C-23, and in particular the NDP candidate for Ottawa-Vanier, have been, and I assume unintentionally, making blatantly incorrect assertions about the bill, and it's important to set the record straight. To begin, that candidate has written that Bill C-23 will allow American border security officers to arrest Canadians on Canadian soil. This is completely wrong. Under this legislation, U.S. officers will have no powers of arrest whatsoever. She has also written that C-23 will allow U.S. pre-clearance officers to detain, question, seize property, frisk, strip search, and arrest Canadian citizens on Canadian soil. Once again, this claim about powers of arrest is simply fictional. As for the first 4 items in that list, U.S. officers have already had those authorities for decades. In fact, during the debate, NDP members have been calling for the current framework to remain in place. While the current framework empowers U.S. officers to detain, question, seize property, and frisk Canadian citizens on Canadian soil, it seems worth asking whether the NDP candidate in Ottawa Vanier considers her own party's position in favor of the current pre-clearance arrangement to be an affront to Canadian sovereignty. And with respect to searches, the current framework allows U.S. pre-clearance officers to detain a traveler for the purpose of search and requires them to request a Canadian officer to conduct the search. This remains in the case in C-23. The only change is that in the exceptional circumstance that a Canadian officer is unavailable, the U.S. officer would be allowed to conduct the search themselves. If the NDP considers this a bridge too far, they are free to make that argument, but I think most Canadians will rightly see this is a minor adjustment that it is. On the subject of travelers who enter a pre-clearance area, then change their mind and decide to withdraw, the NDP candidate has written, "There is no escape." And she claims U.S. officers would have all the power they need to hold anyone they want. The reality is that travelers would be free to withdraw from a pre-clearance just as they are now. Bill C-23 merely adds that withdrawing travelers may have to say who they are and why they're leaving in order to guard against people probing the pre-clearance area for security weaknesses. Moreover, is already the case under existing law. Anyone detained by a U.S. pre-clearance officer must be transferred to Canadian authorities as soon as possible. She has also written that C-23 would protect U.S. pre-clearance officers who abuse their powers for all prosecution. Once more, this is just plain false. The new pre-clearance agreement with the United States, the one being implemented by the bill, established a fully reciprocal framework for shared criminal jurisdiction. The U.S. would have primary jurisdiction over most acts committed by its officers in the course of their duties, just as Canada would have primary jurisdiction over most criminal offenses committed by our officers in the United States. The host country would retain primary jurisdiction for most serious offenses, as well as any offense committed by an officer while off duty. With respect to civil action, C-23 maintains the existing rules. As is current the case, a traveler who feels they have been mistreated couldn't sue an individual officer, but they could sue the U.S. government, and the same would apply in reverse for the Canadian operations on American soil. In all circumstances, American pre-clearance officers operating in Canada would be required to comply with Canadian law, including the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. The more we expand pre-clearance, the more Canadian travelers can undergo U.S. border procedures while protected by Canadian law and the Canadian Constitution. The alternative is for Canadian travelers to be searched and questioned in the United States with none of these safeguards. Finally, the NDP candidate in Ottawa Vanier has written that C-23 threatens the rights of permanent residents of Canada to be able to return home from abroad. This is once again incorrect. There is absolutely nothing in this bill that will prevent permanent residents from returning to Canada. Her assertions seem to be a reference to the unlikely confluence of multiple hypotheticals that could result in a person with major admissibility issues having to return to Canada the usual way, rather than go through the pre-clearance in the event that Canada established pre-clearance operations in the U.S., and in the event that a permanent resident of Canada develops a major admissibility issue, such as committing a serious crime, and in the event that a person is nevertheless allowed into the United States, such a person may have to re-enter Canada through the ordinary port of entry, rather than benefiting from the pre-clearance simply because pre-clearance officers may not be equipped to deal with that particular situation. Now, the NDP is free to argue that this is a quadruple hypothetical whereby a person with a record of serious criminality would be inconvenienced is a good reason to deny millions of Canadians the advantage of expanded pre-clearance. But, Mr. Speaker, I strongly disagree. And that's the heart of the issue here. Do the concerns raised by the NDP justify saying no thanks to the huge upside of pre-clearance expansion? It seems quite clear to me that they don't. The changes that would be made by C-23 to the legislative framework governing pre-clearance are moderate and reasonable, and they would pave the way for substantial benefits. Benefits such as reducing congestions to 12 million passengers per year. Benefits such as 2015, where Canada exported over $400 billion worth of goods and services. Benefits of $50 million in services to the United States. Benefits of 600,000 jobs. Benefits of tourism and activities. We're talking about reducing hassles and delays for Canadian travelers, making it more convenient for tourists and business travelers to come to Canada, and making it quicker and easier for Canadian businesses to ship goods to and from the United States. Bill C-23 will be good for travelers, good for business, and a major step forward for Canadian economy. I invite all the honourable members to engage in thoughtful, informed discussion of this legislation both today and hopefully at the committee. And I certainly intend to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his speech. Of course, we agree with the general position on this bill, although it was interesting that he chose to spend a substantial amount of time refuting a specific NDP candidate in a by-election as opposed to focusing on debate among members here. Of course, I would have thought he would be more worried about the Conservative candidate in that by-election, but really perhaps there's other places to make those points. I want to ask with respect to the issue itself, when it comes to pre-clearance, this bill deals with pre-clearance of individuals. It does not speak to the issue of pre-clearance of goods. And he did speak in his speech about this, so I wonder if he could talk about the importance of moving on that and share a little bit about what the government's timetable might be for moving forward on pre-clearance of goods as well.
Honourable member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. In terms of goods, we have about $400 billion per year that we transport goods and services to the United States. So instead of having congestion at the borders, we need to ensure that we ship our goods and services and people aren't congested at the borders as well, so that we can have a flow of traffic from here to the United States that's quick, that's easy, and that's able to grow both of our economies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member of Saint-Hyacinthe-Piagard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all agree in this chamber how the fluid passage over the border with the United States is important. That is why the discussions about this bill are just as important. We discuss this under time allocation, and so time is very precious. However, I find it deplorable that my colleague is using this precious time to conduct electoralist politics. I'm here to represent the citizens of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, and the citizens there are very worried by this bill. I set up a meeting, and citizens traveled just to come and talk to me about C-23 because they have concerns about their rights. They have concerns about the respect of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. These aren't hypotheticals, Mr. Speaker. We've seen very real cases of discrimination against transgender people based on religion, based on ethnicity. It is very important that in this bill we ensure that all citizens have the required guarantees to ensure the respect of their rights. And rather than talk about a by-election, my colleague should have given me guarantees about having people's rights guaranteed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I chose to present that in my speech is because as a candidate, as we all know, we were candidates once, and we need to make sure that we present our words and what we're voicing to the public is true. And what I mentioned in my statement is I showed obvious signs of what the candidate had mentioned in Ottawa Vanier were untrue. And that's what I was trying to present so that we set the record straight and we know what is true about Bill C-23. It gives me an opportunity to talk about the economic benefits that so many people have been mentioning about, and individuals even at Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto have mentioned the economic benefit of Bill C-23 and how pre-clearance will help a lot of goods and services and individuals be able to get across the border that much quicker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill, Kuwait Nusk, Aski.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to stand up in this House and speak in opposition to Bill C-23, a bill that we in the NDP have been very clear in terms of opposing for a number of very key issues. And before I begin, I do want to reflect on the fact that my colleague from the Liberal Party spent an inordinate amount of time talking about what our friend who is running for the NDP in the Vanier by-election has said. Emily Taman is a legal expert who's worked in the area of human rights, whose passion is human rights, and she has reflected the true analysis of this bill. And so the assertions made by my colleague dispute her comments are false, and certainly I would expect better from a member of the government. Instead of defending his party's positions, he's choosing to attack somebody running in a by-election. That seems beneath the role of somebody who is in government in the context of a serious piece of legislation like this, and really speaks to the fact that the Liberals are playing cynical politics with something, with a piece of legislation that we know will have an impact on people's human rights, on their privacy, a piece of legislation that certainly does away with potential safeguards that need to be in place. And Mr. Speaker, it is not about, we certainly support allowing for greater fluidity of movement across the border, but this bill is not about that. Just in this House today, we were talking about the latest executive order put forward by President Donald Trump and its implications on Canadians and obviously all those affected. And our leader, Tom Mulcair, rose in the House to talk about the latest incident of a Canadian, Manpreet Kuhner, a resident of Montreal, born and raised in Canada, who was turned away at the border after 6 hours of investigation, Mr. Speaker, Canadian citizen. And, this is the impacts of Trump's America. This is what is happening at our borders right now. And that is, this is a major issue of concern for us. I don't know why the Prime Minister did not reflect that concern and denounce again, as he should, the position of President Donald Trump. But this is the reality of today. This is what's happening at our borders today. And Bill C-23 would only exacerbate the kind of, frankly, disrespect of people's human rights and privacy rights. And instead of protecting Canadians, this Liberal government is trying to change the channel, deflecting to by-elections, and certainly not listening to the major concerns that many have raised with respect to this piece of legislation. So why are we as New Democrats opposed to this bill? Because it allows for increased powers for U.S. officers on Canadian soil, provisions regarding carrying firearms, strip searches, detention, and interrogation. A second reason is because of the lack of provisions protecting the rights and freedoms of transgender people during strip searches. Another reason is the invasion of privacy on Canadian soil, the search of travelers' electronic devices and access to the digital universe as it is known. Another reason why we are opposed is because of the additional difficulties for Canadian refugees and permanent residents going through pre-clearance on U.S. soil. And finally, the ambiguity surrounding compliance with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and its extraterritorial application. Mr. Speaker, these are critical reasons. We're talking about the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, a document that certainly the Prime Minister has indicated on numerous occasions that he's very proud of. Well, this piece of legislation serves to allow searches and certainly actions from U.S. border agents that could very well go against what's protected in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And so, people are beginning to see through this cynicism of the rhetoric put forward by the government, because the actions certainly don't match what's being said. Now, Mr. Speaker, a number of respected individuals who know a great deal about the issue at hand have also shared their concerns in opposition to Bill C-23. Peter Edelman, a lawyer and member of the National Immigration Section of the Canadian Bar Association, said, "I am concerned about the application of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. How can we be assured that the U.S. CBP pre-clearance officers will be subjected to the Charter? The bill does not specify their statute as agents of the state." Howard Greenberg, an immigration lawyer who has chaired the Immigration Committee of the Canadian Bar Association and the International Bar Association, was speaking to the power of U.S. officers to detain and question travelers on their reasons for wanting to withdraw from the pre-clearance era. He indicated at some point it may change from a situation where you're simply responding to a question to a situation where you're failing to respond to a direction of an officer. So the ambiguity is somewhat dangerous for the traveler. Brielle Beardy Linklater, a transgender human rights activist who I have the honor of knowing, indicated with respect to the fact that there's a lack of provisions protecting the rights and freedoms of transgender Canadians during potential strip searches. She indicated, "Traveling as a transgender person is already complicated. Any additional measures that could bring humiliation might simply stop members of the community from going on vacations or a business trip." Mr. Speaker, Craig Forsez, professor at the Faculty of Law, University of Ottawa, indicated, "Put simply, in Hape, the Supreme Court concluded that the Charter typically does not follow the flag. That is, that it does not generally attach to the extraterritorial conduct of Canadian government actors. The Court did, however, raise caveats to that conclusion. Consent of the foreign state to the application of the law is an obvious exception. But so too is what the Court called, quote, some other basis under international law, unquote. The difficulty in deciding what those other bases are stems from the Supreme Court's rather unpersuasive approach to prescriptive and enforcement jurisdiction in international law." Alex Nev, the Secretary General from Amnesty International, a renowned organization when it comes to human rights, was speaking to biometric screening at the border and indicated, "We certainly signaled the very real potential that there are serious human rights violations that can ensue if those new technologies, for instance, number one, aren't used responsibly, but number two, do not have effective safeguards in place." So often it comes down to questions of safeguards, review, oversight, and we know that for the large part, Canada's national security framework is lacking on that front. Mr. Speaker, we've also heard from members of the Muslim community, a community that has been targeted repeatedly over the last number of years, but certainly the targeting of which we've seen grow as a result of the politics of hate and racism that Donald Trump's policies have been encouraging. And we must take very seriously the concerns put forward by the Muslim community, particularly as it pertains to the potential of racial profiling and targeting of Muslim Canadians and Muslim travelers. Safiya Chowdhury, representative of the Islamic Society of North America, indicated, "Many of us have been arbitrarily questioned for no reason whatsoever, simply because we are Muslim. We always build in extra time to go to the airport because of the extra screening we expect to go through. Right now, when traveling through, say, Pearson, I have the opportunity of if questioned in a way I don't like, or I think infringes upon my rights, or I think is out to put me in a position that makes me answer questions that typecast me in a certain way, I have the opportunity to leave and go back to my home. But under these provisions that are being presented, there is not that opportunity. And Ms. Chowdhury goes on to explain the concerns that many have raised in the Muslim community. Mr. Speaker, we do not stand here and take this issue lightly. We feel strongly that Canadians' human rights, Canadians' rights to privacy must be protected. We feel strongly that Bill C-23 does not do that. And we're very concerned and of course, do not support this government's insistence on making this about other issues while disregarding the major gaps that are at play here. We feel that in the age in which we live, where Canadians are being turned back at the border, where they're being disrespected and frankly mistreated, that this is not the time to pass a bill that would further endanger those traveling, and that would certainly put them in a situation where they're increasingly more vulnerable. That's why I'm proud that we are opposed to Bill C-23, and we certainly would like to see the government change course. Thank you.
Before we go to questions and comments, I just want to remind the honourable members that when referring to one of their colleagues in the chamber, that we refer to them by their title or by their writing name, not by their own personal name. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, I'd like to extend my best wishes to the honourable member for Churchill for her announcement that we're all expecting this week. My question is actually as follows. We've all heard some very unfortunate and scary incidents that are happening at the actual border crossing. The pre-clearance area is one which makes people don't need to go to a border crossing. They can actually go through pre-clearance. I'd like to ask the honourable member if she has actually heard of any incidents that have occurred at pre-clearance, because I have not heard of any, and if not, wouldn't it be better for more and more people to go through pre-clearance as opposed to go to the border?
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong-Aski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as I've indicated in my speech, what we certainly do know is from a number of human rights advocates, from people that are representatives of the Muslim community in Canada, from transgender activists, that what's in Bill C-23 certainly leaves a fair, tremendous gap, and certainly puts at risk the respect of human rights, the respect of the Charter of Rights, and the respect of Canadians' privacy rights as it pertains to procedures conducted by U.S. border officials. Mr. Speaker, we're living in an unprecedented time. I mean, I was blown away by the fact that a Montreal resident, a Canadian citizen born and raised in Canada, Ms. Manpreet Kuhner, was turned away at the border after 6 hours of being investigated. This is not the time to conduct ourselves as though nothing has changed. Clearly, the government hasn't caught on to that. This is the time to ensure that what we are doing is protecting Canadians' human rights, protecting their rights to privacy, and certainly standing up for the Charter. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for her speech. Certainly agree that this House isn't the place to be waging a by-election campaign, as she referred to at the beginning of her remarks. Can I ask, though, this member with respect to the issue around U.S. border guards? Of course, Canadians who are choosing to travel to the U.S. are well aware of the questions that may exist, but a person who makes a choice to travel to the United States is making that choice, and that person will either be screened in the United States or they will be screened through pre-clearance in Canada. A person involved in pre-clearance does have the opportunity to leave eventually. This legislation provides for limited detainment of that person for a period of time. And of course, I think it's important for the NDP to acknowledge as well that although there are legitimate concerns, and I've expressed some of those concerns myself about actions taken by the Trump administration, that at the end of the day, the United States is a country with rule of law and with strong institutions where people can bring those issues up through the American system. And certainly those who choose to go to the United States are, in some sense, putting their faith in that system. Does the member not acknowledge that therefore, that there's some degree of perspective that's needed perhaps, and that, again, pre-clearance is a better option compared to some of the other alternatives.
The honourable member for Churchill, Kiiwetinoong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to agree on the initial point around just how the House isn't the place to get in on by-elections. But I will say that perhaps it's an indication of the Liberals considering the NDP candidate a threat in that election, and for that we're we've certainly taken note. But back to the topic at hand, Mr. Speaker. What is clear here is as has been pointed out. We are living in unprecedented times. We're very concerned about what's happening day in and day out at the border. We're certainly in support of more fluid movement, but given what's been happening, given the potential for Canadians' human rights and right to privacy to not be protected is simply not something that we can support. We're concerned that the government seems to be deflecting from this point or changing the channel, and we believe that this is far too serious a point to ignore. And that's why we stand in opposition to Bill C-23.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to continue our second reading debate about Bill C-23, the legislation that gives us the opportunity to provide faster, charter-protected travel for Canadians. These crucial updates to the pre-clearance framework will enhance security, improve cross-border flow, and produce substantial economic and travel benefits for Canadians. We have already benefited from over 6 decades of successful pre-clearance. It has been beneficial for businesses, for the economy, and for the ordinary traveler. And we are now in a position to implement an agreement with the United States that will make these advantages available to more Canadians in more parts of the country. We have heard the supportive voices for the expansion of this bill from businesses, from chambers of commerce, from the tourism industry, from municipalities, from other levels of government, and ordinary Canadians alike. Most recently, before we adjourned last week to spend time in our ridings, we heard from many members of this House that Bill C-23 will bring economic benefits and ease travel restrictions while protecting Canadian rights. And it is on this note that we think we are on the right track to continue with the legislative processes. But we have also heard concerns from some members. Many of these concerns have already been addressed both during debates in the Chamber and through the technical briefing provided to journalists last week by the Public Safety Canada and the Canada Border Service agencies, and live-streamed by the media. This was on top of technical briefings provided to parliamentarians last year. But to ensure that there is clarity on some of these issues, I would like to focus my remarks today on 2 specific topics. Number 1, travelers' rights, and number 2, reciprocity between Canada and the United States. Firstly, on rights. We all know that both Canada and the U.S. set and enforce their own rules with respect to who or what enters their country. However, for Canadians undergoing U.S. custom and immigration procedures while still in Canada, Bill C-23 will ensure that Canadian legal and charter standards apply to that process. This is a distinct advantage over entering the United States at a border through a regular port of entry inside U.S. territory, where Canadian charter standards do not apply to the conduct of the U.S. officers. Let us take an example of withdrawal. If a traveler wants to withdraw from a pre-clearance site in Canada and not continue on to the U.S., they will be able to do so under Bill C-23, just as they can under the current pre-clearance agreement. The only adjustment here is that American officials could ask the traveler to identify themselves and give their reasons for withdrawing. This in order to avoid illicit probing of pre-clearance sites. The alternative is to go to the United States and submit to examination by the U.S. authorities on the U.S. soil. At that point, it is not possible to withdraw from the process at all because the person is already in the United States. I have heard some members argue that travelers are already protected under the current pre-clearance arrangement, and so no change is needed. The problem there is that we only have pre-clearance right now on 8 airports in Canada. If one is traveling from anywhere else, the protection of undergoing U.S. border procedures in Canada and therefore having the right to withdraw is not available to these people. With Bill C-23, we can begin expanding pre-clearance so that more Canadian travelers can enjoy benefits and protections. Another point that needs to be clarified regarding travelers' rights is that U.S. pre-clearance officers will not have the authority to enforce U.S. criminal law or make arrests in Canada. If a U.S. pre-clearance officer has reasonable grounds to believe that a traveler has committed an offense under Canadian law, they can detain that traveler without making an arrest, but only in order to transfer the person to Canadian authorities right away. This is not new. Rather, it is part of the existing pre-clearance framework that has been in place since 1999. In other words, contrary to what has been speculated, there is no compromise here on rights and values. On the contrary, Bill C-23 will expand the protective umbrella of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms so that it can apply to Canadians flying out of airports such as Billy Bishop or Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City. They are not currently covered. It will also be applicable for the first time to Canadians traveling in other modes of transportation, beginning with train routes in Montreal and British Columbia. Canadians expect us to make sure that their rights and values and the protections afforded by the Charter, our Bill of Rights, and Human Rights Act are front and center in all legislation we consider in this House. By making Charter protections more widely available, Bill C-23 is a step forward for the rights of Canadian travelers. The second issue I would like to address concerns the questions regarding reciprocity. It must be stressed that the updated and expanded approach to pre-clearance being discussed here is absolutely and fully reciprocal. There are no authorities conferred on the border officers of one country that would not be conferred on those of the other. Each country as well retains primary jurisdiction of most criminal offenses that might be committed by that officer in the course of their duties, while the host country retains primary jurisdiction for the most serious crimes. As such, fears that the bill constitutes the ceding of our sovereignty are misplaced. Rather, Bill C-23 implements a mutually beneficial agreement that imposes the same obligations and confers the same authorities on both parties. The bill improves safety and security for both countries. It makes travel and trade more efficient and expeditious, and is clearly laid out in Article 2 of the agreement with the United States. It ensures that each country's law and constitutions apply to all pre-clearance operation. That means U.S. officers operating in Canada will have to abide by the Charter, as will Canadian border officers in the United States. Mr. Speaker, I cannot reiterate enough that more than 400,000 people flow across the border every day. There is close to $2.5 billion in two-way trade that moves between our two countries each and every day. It is therefore mutually beneficial for both countries to build on the successes of existing pre-clearance operations while simultaneously protecting, even enhancing the rights of Canadian travelers. This is the backbone of the bill before us today. I encourage all members to support Bill 23. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a preamble to my question, I'd like to refer to an excerpt on the website of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection on their search procedure for transgender persons. They say if the person has undergone sex reassignment surgery, their current sex determines whether the search will be done by a male or female officer, which means that if there has been no surgery, there will be no recognition of that right. That's just one example, and I could name many others, but we don't have time. And that leads me to believe that all of the rights guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights are not taking into account totally in this new agreement the government wants to put in place. Could my eminent colleague guarantee that all the measures in this new agreement will guarantee the rights in the Charter?
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. You know, as MPs, we see a lot of bills come before us, and not all bills are comprehensive, not all bills are totally perfect. And it is our job as MPs to A, debate the issues, but also bring it forward to committee. And committee is the place where this bill will be very well debated, where it will be looked at thoroughly, and any questions or concerns people have, they can do it at committee, bring in witnesses, bring in the right people to do it. I thank you for his question.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly in response to the comment that was just made about the work of committees, we have seen on two occasions with Bill S-201 and Bill C-22 where a lot of experts came before committee, made recommendations, which were unanimously adopted by that committee, only to have the government completely ignore and refute those recommendations. So asking us to again put faith in the committee process and that the government will just respect that, I'm sorry, but my patience with that line of argument is wearing very thin at this present moment. Mr. Speaker, my question to the member is about the part of the bill that gives authorization to U.S. Customs officials to carry firearms on Canadian soil. I still have yet to see a convincing argument from the Liberal benches as to why this is necessary. Why, when we have a perfectly capable police force in Canada, are we ceding this kind of sovereignty to U.S. agents on Canadian soil? Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
I thank the honourable member. You know, as I travel around the world, in a democracy, things are not always perfect, and therefore, whether the committee process works or doesn't work, if the committee decides to do things, I think it is important that we can vote through the House, vote bills down or eliminate them. But in the case of the border guards, the U.S. border guards carrying arms, whatever the Canadians can do, the U.S. border guards can do at the pre-clearance point. So this is a reciprocity that is within the bill, and if there's anything that makes no sense to committee members, they should have the chance to review and refuse or eliminate the clauses. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North, very briefly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question to my colleague is that if we take a look at this bill, it's a good news bill. At the end of the day, we're talking about pre-clearances. Many Canadians that will be able to travel to the U.S. And get pre-cleared. My question is just recognizing the economic value and use the Lester Pearson Airport as an excellent example. If not for pre-clearances, virtually half the destinations that it travels to in the U.S. does not have U.S. customs. So that would prevent the aircraft from flying into those jurisdictions that don't have a U.S. customs. And that's why over the years we've seen pre-clearance as a positive thing and how Canada and the U.S. actually benefit from it. And I wonder if my colleague can just comment on that aspect of the benefits that Canadians and our airports, in particular those 8, have for pre-clearances.
The honourable member for Don Valley East in 30 seconds or less.
I thank the honourable member for his question. This pre-clearance has been in place since 1999, and if we look at it, this is just enhancing the economic benefits. We have 400,000 people go across, $2.5 billion a day in businesses, and I think the economic benefits will be greatly enhanced if people utilize the pre-clearance process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West.
Have we got a honourable member for Edmonton West?
He's not here.
He's not there. So,
okay, so we'll go on to move on. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to discuss Bill C-23, which will provide the necessary authority under Canadian law to implement the Land, Rail, Marine, and Air Transport Pre-Clearance Agreement, thereby expanding U.S. pre-clearance operations in Canada and, for the first time, enabling pre-clearance of cargo and Canadian pre-clearance operations in the U.S. Pre-clearance makes travel faster and easier, including for tourist and business travelers alike, and makes it faster and easier for Canadian companies to do business with Americans. It also allows, Mr. Speaker, Canadian travelers to undergo U.S. border procedures while under the protection of Canadian law and, most importantly, our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The proposed expansion of pre-clearance enabled by C-23 has been greeted with enthusiasm by chambers of commerce across the country, by the tourism industry, by the trucking industry, and by government partners, among others. The mayor of Quebec City, for example, has called it a great victory. Pre-clearance operations for passengers have been a success story for more than 60 years, but they currently exist in only 8 Canadian airports, and they don't exist for cargo at all. It's time to build on that success, Mr. Speaker. Expansion to new locations and modes of travel requires an agreement with the United States. That agreement has been reached, and the U.S. has passed the legislation needed for implementation in their country with unanimous support in both houses of Congress. No small feat. However, if we don't pass Bill C-23, the agreement will come to naught, and the benefits of pre-clearance will remain limited to those Canadians who already enjoy them. Nevertheless, throughout this debate, the NDP has been advocating in favor of the existing pre-clearance framework. According to the member for Vancouver East, the current pre-clearance system is working well. Similarly, the member for Beloeil-Chambly has said the current pre-clearance system works well. The member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke has said that pre-clearance works just fine. And to quote the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, I understand about pre-clearance. It is working. It exists today. Yes, it does, Mr. Speaker, and I agree that the current framework, which has been in place since 1999, has served Canada well. But the NDP support for it is interesting because back in 1999, when this framework was proposed and debated, that party had a very different take. At the time, the then member for Winnipeg-Transcona said he had concerns about the bill having to do with privacy protection and concerns having to do with the power of U.S. authorities to detain people and concerns that this would be a further application of U.S. law on Canadian soil. The then member for Winnipeg Centre said he had serious reservations about the bill. He said it was too intrusive and a breach of Canadian sovereignty. And he was worried that foreign officers would have the right to hold people and stop people from leaving. He argued that by passing the bill, the House was granting foreign powers on our soil, which we in the NDP do not think is necessary. He went on to declare that the NDP remains firmly opposed to the creation of Canadian offences for resisting or misleading a foreign pre-clearance officer, and he accused MPs in favour of the bill of being ready to trample on Canadian sovereignty. And he said, and this is my favourite part, that the bill opens up such a can of worms that it should be sent back to the other place for them to try again and take into consideration such basic things as national pride. Mr. Speaker,
clearly a couple of decades later, the NDP itself realizes that their concerns back then were overblown. But here we are again. A new pre-clearance framework is being proposed, and once more, the NDP is sounding the alarm about perceived threats to Canadian sovereignty and perceived powers granted to foreign officers. It wouldn't surprise me one bit, Mr. Speaker, if 20 years from now, New Democrats leap to the defense of C-23 while insisting that any further changes would mark the demise of the sovereignty of Canada. My point, Mr. Speaker, is let's be reasonable. In most respects, C-23 is very similar to the current framework. As concerns authorities to detain, question, search travellers, and seize goods, C-23 is either identical to the existing law or very nearly so. The same is true regarding penalties for obstructing or lying to an officer. And the right to withdraw from a pre-clearance area is maintained. A traveller just has to say who they are and why they're leaving. And the totality of U.S. pre-clearance operations in Canada would be subject to Canadian law, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. The motion that has been put forward by the member for Beloil Chambly asks us to reject C-23 because of what he refers to as the climate of uncertainty at the U.S. border. But it is precisely with legislation like this that we are best able to reduce uncertainty for Canadian travellers. This bill provides a clear legal framework governing the actions of U.S. officers on Canadian soil and requires U.S. officers in Canada to adhere to Canadian legal and constitutional standards. Today, for instance, a Canadian taking the train from Montreal to New York has to disembark after crossing the border and submit to U.S. customs and immigration processes without any Canadian legal protection. With C-23 in place, that traveller could be processed at the train station in Montreal with Canadian constitutional safeguards in force and with Canadian authorities on site. In other words, not only will this legislation bring about substantial economic benefits, and not only will it make trips to the United States quicker and more convenient for Canadian travellers, it will also enhance constitutional and legal protections for those very travellers. With that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I encourage all honourable members to give this bill their full support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Newmarket Aurora for his speech. Yes, it's true. Political parties and the NDP sometimes change their positions. It sometimes takes decades. I guess that stands in stark contrast to the Liberal Party, which changes its direction from one election to when it turns into government. But that aside, Mr. Speaker, I would be curious to hear about the honourable member's views on a particular section of this bill, which, again, I will repeat, gives the powers of U.S. agents on Canadian soil the right to carry firearms. I don't see why this is necessary on Canadian soil. Is it the fact that the Liberal government has so little faith in our own police forces that they're willing to cede our sovereignty into this area? I have yet to hear a plausible explanation as to why this particular provision in the bill is necessary, and I'd be eternally grateful to the member if he could shed some light on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the honourable member. And given that party's propensity to change its mind, I'm not sure if his gratitude will actually be eternal if he so offers it to me. But, Mr. Speaker, I think a lot's been made about the firearms component of this bill. And let's be clear here. U.S. officers are given no greater power than what Canadian officers already have. So U.S. officers will not be armed in Canadian airports, Mr. Speaker, but Canadian officers are already armed at land and sea points of entry, Mr. Speaker, and it only stands to reason that the U.S. officers would have the same authority and the same powers that the Canadian officers do in those situations, Mr. Speaker. So, frankly, I don't see why that's a problem or it needs any more explanation than they need to be treated the same as Canadian officers doing the same job in the same areas, and I think that's reasonable, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Speaker, and I listened quite interestingly to my colleague on the Trade Committee on this file. I'm just kind of curious, looking forward, though, we don't have cargo included in this piece of legislation, but I understand the Minister has come out in the media saying that they are going to include cargo somewhere down the future. Can you give us an idea what that may look like and roughly the time schedule that it'll be before we'll see something like that in front of committee?
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member for his question, and I also appreciate working with him on the Trade Committee. I am not privy to any firm schedule, but I share his enthusiasm for seeing cargo treated in a manner that will make sure that businesses on both sides of the borders are able to tap into the markets on both sides of the border to make sure small and medium enterprises are able to create the jobs and create the growth that they do for our economy. And I look forward to working with the honourable member to making sure that we can get that framework in place, and I share his enthusiasm for the fact that the sooner will probably be the better, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to say to my honourable colleague that I know that we will agree that a secure, well-functioning border is essential for Canada's economic prosperity. There's no question there. But I have to wonder why the opposition is so worried about this pre-clearance. So I wondered if the member could tell us what would happen if we didn't have the pre-clearance. How would American travel or Canadian travelers would have to deal with going across the border? Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thank you to the honourable member for her question. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's fair to say that the pre-clearance system in the 8 airports that have it now is functioning quite well, Mr. Speaker. Travelers and business travelers and people who travel for on vacation actually think it's working well. But I think, Mr. Speaker, it needs to be expanded. It's not fair necessarily for only these 8 airports to have this benefit, and it should be expanded across the country, Mr. Speaker. I know a lot of people that make decisions of where they travel and what airports they fly from based on whether or not you can get pre-clearance into the U.S., especially in my home riding of Newmarket, Aurora, which is close to 2 airports, one being Pearson International and one being Billy Bishop Airport, of course. So people who want to fly to the States from Billy Bishop right now aren't entitled to using the pre-clearance, which I think would be a benefit to travelers in my neck of the woods to be able to have that choice and that consumer choice when they decide on their flight options, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas. We seem to have a... Oh, I'm sorry. Very good, then. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to rise today to speak to Bill C-23, which will increase pre-clearance activities. Pre-clearance is a system that for years has allowed travelers in Canadian airports to pass American customs and immigration procedures in Canada. This prevents travelers from having to spend a lot of time in waiting lines at customs when they arrive in the United States. It allows direct routes to fly to American airports, which otherwise don't accept foreign travelers. At the same time, this allows Canadians to remain protected by the Canadian Constitution and Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This arrangement, which is already in place in 8 of our airports, has been very successful, and it is well liked by Canadian travelers, citizens, and businesses. And it's particularly appreciated by Canada's tourism industry. Listening to the debate on this bill, I noted that there seems to be general agreement amongst honourable members. Honourable members seem to agree that pre-clearance is a good thing, and I'm very happy to note that. However, I've also heard certain NDP members, as well as the member for Saanich Gulf Islands, say that although they are in favour of pre-clearance, generally speaking, they would prefer the current legislative framework remain in place, and they don't understand why new legislation is necessary. So I'm happy to have the opportunity to explain this, and I will explain the issue in detail. But first of all, let me give a short answer to that question. If we continue under the current legislative framework, we will remain limited to the current pre-clearance locations. However, if we wish more Canadians in more regions of the country to have access to pre-clearance, which of course will facilitate travel to the United States and which will help trade with the United States, well, the way to do that is to pass this bill. Pre-clearance activities involve, out of necessity, two countries, in this case Canada and the United States. Any changes to pre-clearance requires the agreement of both countries. Such an agreement has been signed. This is the agreement on land, rail, marine, and air transport pre-clearance. And both countries need to pass laws to ensure that this agreement be implemented. The choice that we have to make is the following one. Either we pass Bill C-23 and open the doors for pre-clearance in new places in Canada for new means of transport, or we don't pass the bill, which of course will meet none of the goals I've just mentioned. Given the considerable positive effects of more pre-clearance, we need to pass this bill and not refuse to Canadians the benefits to our economy and to travelers that this bill will bring. And the NDP's reaction and the Green Party's reaction to the provisions concerning powers granted to American pre-clearance officers their concerns don't reflect what's actually in the bill. If you read the bill, you see that the powers given to American customs agents are very limited and very similar to those which exist in the current legislative framework. For example, under the current Act, American pre-clearance agents can search travelers. Under Bill C-23, American pre-clearance agents will continue to be able to do pat-down searches. Under the bill, an American agent can detain a Canadian traveler if there's a reason to believe that that person has committed a crime, and that person must be transferred immediately to Canadian authorities. Under C-23, if there's reasonable grounds to believe that a crime or an offense has been committed, an American agent can detain a traveler and turn them over to Canadian authorities. Currently, an American agent can detain a traveler for a strip search and can ask a Canadian agent to undertake the search. Under Bill C-23, an American pre-clearance agent can detain a traveler for a strip search and must ask that a Canadian agent undertake this search.
An American officer could conduct the search in the unlikely event that a Canadian officer is not available. According to the current Act, under C-23, the provisions that have to do with the use of force by American officers are almost identical. They outline the penalties in case of lying or obstructing the work of the pre-clearance officer. Those powers are entirely identical. Furthermore, C-23, nor the law already in effect, will allow American officers to conduct an arrest in Canada. According to the current Act and Bill C-23, travelers can withdraw from the pre-clearance area. The only change would be that the traveler withdrawing from the pre-clearance area could be asked to identify themselves and to say what reason they are using to withdraw. C-23 deals with the issue of people who enter pre-clearance areas to look for weaknesses in border security in order to withdraw without being detected. When it comes to arms, pre-clearance officers from the United States would have to use the same weapons as Canadian Border Services officers working in the same types of environments. Because pre-clearance officers in Canada don't wear arms in airports in Canada, it would be the same conditions for their counterparts that are American. When it comes to the agreement, it is a reciprocal one. Canadian Border Services officers working in the United States would be authorized to use the same weapons as American officers working under the same circumstances. It is not the situation that some have described, where one is ceding their sovereignty. This is a mutually advantageous agreement that confers the same powers and obligations to both parties. Mr. Speaker, pre-clearance officers from the United States working in Canada will have to behave according to the Canadian Constitution, including the Canadian Charter, as well as the Bill of Rights. A traveler leaving from Quebec going to New York will have to go through American border, through American customs, and they could under C-223, a traveler could be processed by American officers while they are still on Canadian soil. People who are concerned or preoccupied by the way they could be treated by American border officers who do not want to be interrogated or searched while remaining protected under the Canadian Charter would be able to do so rather than being stuck in an American airport. Mr. Speaker, I understand that is the responsibility of the opposition to thoroughly examine government bills, and I'm not going to criticize their right to raise concerns and to even vote against the bill if they wish to do so. But we are talking about a measure that would lead to significant advantages for Canadian travelers and Canadian businesses. And the worst criticism the NDP can find is that a traveler who wishes to leave a pre-clearance area could have to say why they are doing so. It seems strange to me in my opinion, I support the bill. And I'm very much looking forward to the advantages of broadening pre-clearance. I encourage all the honourable members to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member for La Prairie for his interesting speech. Of course, there was a great deal mention of the interest we have for this bill, which deals with searches of people who may have to cross the border. We have a tendency to get mixed up when we want to go too fast, as we are doing today. The Liberal government has imposed time allocation. Do the members all agree with me that there are many people on this side of the House who agree with this bill that will promote trade at the border, and that we should have granted the members more time to express their support for a bill which will indeed facilitate travel? These are interesting questions that we are raising in the House. The Parliamentary Secretary. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. As you know, the bill is going to go before committee. There is still time that is going to be dedicated to debating some subjects that are of concern to the opponents of the bill. And so I am satisfied with the procedure that we are using now, but I also trust in the future. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. I would like to echo my colleague from Mégantic-L'Érable by saying that many people may be in favor of this bill, but many also wish to raise serious questions, serious, obvious issues. When we learned that this morning, 18 parliamentarians out of 338 who had the opportunity to speak before resuming debate today, add to those that spoke today with a well-thought-out speech that conveys the concerns of the citizens of the riding, we won't even be able to hear from 10% of parliamentarians in this place. Only 10% will have had an opportunity to speak on a subject as important as this one. And when I hear the arguments saying that we're not going to leave Canadians stuck with American Border Services officers, but stuck in the United States, but we want to bring their practices here, it seems to me that the difference becomes subtle, and we really do need to look further into it. This is a bill that does not imperil the lives of Canadians. And yet we are denying Canadian democracy. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague. At the same time, I would like him to understand that in the bill, we already talk about pre-clearance posts. It is in the interest of Canadians to have faster access to these tools. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to criticize the fact that we are debating this bill under time allocation. We're talking about safety here, as well as the respect of rights and freedoms. We've seen all kinds of actions at the border that are borderline discriminating on racial grounds. We've seen people who have been detained, who have been turned back at the border because of their ethnic origins or the religion that they practice. It is important to have this debate. We need to further reflect on this in order to ensure that these types of actions and behaviors that are borderline racist or even xenophobic, that these types of things don't become part of the bill. The bill, or rather the government in the United States, has just put forward another executive order to forbid foreign nationals from certain countries whose origins are mostly Islamic from entering the country. What is the Parliamentary Secretary's position on this? The Parliamentary Secretary in 30 seconds or less. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I don't want us to mix up two files. There is the file currently before us regarding people from the United States arriving here, but what we're talking about today, C-23, is to improve pre-clearance, areas. I trust that the committee that is going to study C-23 and make recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot. Freedom of the Press.
Middlesex, Taxation. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, Ethics. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act. This act is another example of quality negotiations completed by our previous Conservative government and left to the current government to carry over the finish line, and I'm glad they're managing to do so despite needing closure. I've had the privilege on several occasions to speak about the importance of strengthening ties with our allies, and have spoken in favor of new trade agreements many times since I was elected. It's not a surprise that I'm generally in favor of legislation that finalizes a cross-border initiative with our greatest friend and ally in the U.S. Pre-clearance and cross-border initiatives with the U.S. are important and helps enhance security, strengthen the integrity of the border, and create jobs and growth in Canada by improving the flow of legitimate goods and people. I'm going to speak to two specific aspects of C-23 today. First, the manner in which it opens up potential for greater business ties between Quebec City, Montreal, Toronto, and the U.S. And second, I'd like to respond to some criticisms from some members of the House regarding security provisions of the Act and the powers of Homeland Security officials on Canadian soil. Trade and travel between the U.S. and Canada are obviously key to the economic success of both nations. More than $2 billion travels daily across the border, and we should always be taking steps to ensure that this relationship is strengthened, made more efficient, and more secure. Our relationship with the U.S. is a constantly changing dynamic, and we must work together to make sure that our agreements and existing laws reflect the evolving challenges of global security, technological innovation, and 21st century trade. Specifically, Bill C-23 pertains to legislation for the agreement on land, rail, marine, and air pre-clearance that was negotiated by the previous government. The bill is significant to our security and our prosperity as it safeguards legitimate travel and trade while leveraging the work done by CBSA officers and Custom and Border Protection officers to maintain our national security at the border. As my colleague from Parry Sound, Muskoka has done, I'd like to first discuss pre-clearance as a concept and what it is and how it's worked for Canadians over the past several decades. It's important to dispel the idea that this bill establishes wholly new concepts in Canadian commerce and security. It does not. Pre-clearance is not new to Canada. Pre-clearance operations were first implemented in Canada in 1952 when American pre-clearance officers began screening travelers for U.S.-bound planes at Toronto's International Airport. The screening was informal, but it set the stage for the first air transport pre-clearance agreement reached between Canada and the U.S. in 1974. So what are the objectives of pre-clearance? Pre-clearance is designed to push the border away from the homeland. That means that travelers are screened in their country of origin before boarding a flight or train rather than after the fact when they arrive at their destination. This distinction is important because it means that security and customs officials can identify and stop potential security threats before they enter a new country. Of course, for Canadian travelers to the U.S., pre-clearance screening has the immensely added benefit of being able to avoid going through customs on arrival in the U.S. If traveling from a pre-clearance equipped airport, Canadian travelers can arrive at a domestic U.S. terminal, collect their bags, and depart, as we've heard, just regular travelers. This avoidance of customs and immigration at our destination is important for two reasons. First, it saves us time, and as Canadian travelers can avoid long custom lines. Second, and more importantly for trade, business, and leisure travel, is that pre-cleared Canadian travelers can travel directly to U.S. destinations that do not have custom facilities. A great example of the benefits of pre-cleared air travel is demonstrated by those travelers to Washington, D.C. Members of this House who have traveled to our southern neighbor's capital will know that there's two airports that serve Washington, D.C. Ronald Reagan Washington National, which is about 15 minutes from downtown, and of course Washington Dulles International Airport, which is about 45 minutes away in Virginia. Reagan National does not have custom facilities. Therefore, the only Canadian origin flights that can fly into this highly convenient airport are those from airports with pre-clearance facilities. Flights from Toronto's downtown Billy Bishop Airport cannot fly into Reagan National because Billy Bishop is not equipped with pre-clearance facilities. We disincentivize internationally focused businesses from pursuing growth if we don't facilitate easier access to newer and larger markets. Our job, among other things, is to make things easier for Canadians. Bill C-23 will have a substantial impact for our travelers and businesses that make use of facilities covered by this bill, including those based in Quebec City, those who use Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto, and those who use Montreal Central Station and Rocky Mountaineer. So we have a very clear tourism trade benefit through enhanced pre-clearance facilities, which improve and expedite the flow of legitimate trade and travel while continuing to ensure border security and integrity. If there was no pre-clearance, Canadians and returning U.S. tourists would not be able to take advantage of nearly half the direct flights between Canadian and U.S. destinations. They instead would need to fly to an intermediary city in the U.S. and go through customs. This would increase the cost of those trips, increase the amount of time the trips take, and ultimately make travel more difficult and therefore less likely to take place. There's also a security benefit to pre-screening passengers. The United States and Canada have a long-standing tradition of working together to ensure that the border remains open to legitimate trade and travel and closed to terrorists, criminals, and illegal or unauthorized goods. Which brings me to my second point today. Some members of the House and some media have reported concerns that this bill will enable U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers to detain Canadians on Canadian soils. I have a few responses. First, the legislation is clear. The Customs and Border Protection officials are not peace officers, and the powers of arrest lie only in Canadian hands. Our travelers will not lose their rights or be detained indefinitely in a Canadian airport, and this legislation does not enable that behavior. However, CBP officials may hold individuals for questioning at the discretion of the inspecting country officer. In treating the custom checkpoints as if it was an actual physical border checkpoint, the inspecting country should have the ability to determine the security risk posed by an individual in question. This evaluation is critical. Once a flight takes off, there's no other checkpoint for the inspecting country to stop a potential threat. It's also important to remember that the bill is only at second reading. In committee, we can hear great concerns from individuals, groups, and stakeholders about the legislation itself and recommended changes. The Minister of Public Safety is obligated to explain to members of this House and Canadians how the legislation is going to work and how it will protect our borders, enhance our security, and how it will not violate our rights. Sending the bill to committee will enhance our understanding of the broader effect of the legislation and clarify any concerns. There's always work to be done on legislation before it becomes law. We must ask the Minister and his officials important questions about balancing liberty, security, and trade. We have to hear from stakeholders, civil liberty groups, custom and immigration officials, important groups that deal with the issues raised in the legislation. It's easy to support measures that on surface streamline our border and make it simpler to travel to and from the U.S. But there's practical concerns that we have to highlight, and I'd like to do so with my remaining time. The government has not received adequate assurances from U.S. officials yet on Canada's evolving marijuana policy and how we want to make sure it's not an issue for Canadians traveling to the U.S. The government has to address this issue. Second, there's going to be assumed increase in airport fees as airports offset the cost of including pre-clearance facilities and infrastructure. We need to ensure that they have received adequate testimony from the relevant individuals so we can be certain on the financial implications of this legislation. Third, airlines and air carriers are important stakeholders regarding border security and public safety, and this legislation will impact their operations. Given that airlines are a critical stakeholder affected by this bill, we have to ensure that they are substantially consulted as this legislation proceeds to the House. And lastly, obviously, and that's what we've heard very much today, that we must ensure that concerns expressed by some of our senior members of the Canadian Bar Association's immigration section about checks on investigative powers given to U.S. border officials on Canadian soil are heard. Bill C-23 is an important piece of legislation that can streamline our border operations to enhance trade and prosperity while balancing national security concerns. I support sending this bill to committee to further study the balancing effect of C-23 on liberty, security, and prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the member's comments in regards to the former government. And it's important that we recognize that these pre-clearances have been going on now for decades. And we've had different administrations, whether it's Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin, Stephen Harper, and our current Prime Minister, that has taken the relationship between Canada and the U.S. and what's important to Canadians is how we can better foster that relationship. And one of those ways is through pre-clearance. And I like to think that good, sound policy goes through different governments at different points of time. And I would wonder if the member across the way, he's made reference to it in his comments. We talk a lot about the idea of passengers, Canadians in particular, being able to travel now that much easier to the United States. But I want him to maybe reflect on the importance of expanding from those original 8 airports that we have. So, for example, we're now looking at the Bishop Airport in Toronto, an airport, Toronto as a community will immensely benefit by this. And so will the other communities, Quebec and BC with the rail, with the new pre-clearance that's going to be taking place on rails would also benefit. If the member would like to just expand on his thoughts on the benefits for those communities.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you. I'm not sure if there's any time left to respond, but I want to thank my colleague for his comments and his statement. There are a lot of benefits to this. I used to be in the tourism industry, a very proud hotelier and conventions center manager, and of course, growing up in BC and working throughout BC. Rocky Mountain Rail is an excellent example of a private sector company taking over a failing government rail area and expanding it and creating many, many thousands of jobs throughout BC, and this program will only help them. Billy Bishop Airport is going to be wonderful to be able to fly right from downtown Toronto down to Reagan. I do want to take this point. It's an excellent opportunity. This government's mentioned Billy Bishop Airport. Wonderful opportunity along with C-23 for them to revisit allowing jet planes to fly out of Billy Bishop Airport and sell some of those wonderful C-Series Bombardier jets.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Mégantic-Clérable.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue in the same vein as my colleague. This is a bill that's important to us, but in my opinion, did not justify the imposition of time allocation by the government. We'll have an opportunity to vote tonight, but it's also an opportunity to be gagged around here. So would other colleagues in my party have liked an opportunity to speak and remind us of a good decision that had been made by the previous government?
West.
Appreciate the question. I am for this bill. I am against time allocation. There have been a lot of great concerns brought forward by my colleagues with the NDP, and these issues have to be addressed. They're very serious issues. We're not served by bringing closure on the debate. I wish the government had chosen a different path. As I mentioned, I am supporting this bill, but I do not support invoking closure on the issue. There's too many important things to debate on this, and they should be heard by Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the words that were shared by the Honourable Member, and I have a couple questions. Could he perhaps elaborate on the benefits to tourists and people who will be visiting this great country for Canada's 150th, because we do expect to have so many visitors to come? And I would ask the member as well if he feels that there would be a more thorough debate and the ability to bring in witnesses and actually study the legislation, which would be better served at committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I agree. I support this bill. There are questions that have to be answered, but we'd like to, and we want to get them to committee. I see no value, though, in invoking closure on this before elected representatives for the Canadian people have the chance to stand here and ask the government their questions. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to rise in debate today at second reading on Bill C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act 2016. One of our government's top priorities is to ensure that the border is run smoothly, efficiently, and securely. Pre-clearance was high on the agenda last March in Washington, at which time we reached an agreement in principle with the United States to expand pre-clearance to new Canadian sites and modes of travel. And during the trip to Washington earlier this month, our two countries made a firm commitment to establish pre-clearance operations for cargo. On the American side, the legislative measures necessary for these expansions were included in the Promoting Travel, Commerce, and National Security Act of 2016, which was enacted this past December with unanimous support in both houses of Congress. The necessary Canadian legislation is the bill before us today. Pre-clearance is a vital border management program that enhances border security, improves the cross-border flow of legitimate goods and travelers, and allows for border infrastructure to be used more efficiently. Quite simply, it involves determining whether individuals and goods may enter another country while those individuals or goods are still physically located in the country of origin. As members of this House know, pre-clearance is not a new concept. In fact, with this agreement, we are building on a long-standing productive collaboration between Canada and the United States. This is a highly successful, cost-effective program that produces economic benefits on both sides of the border. Air passengers have enjoyed these benefits for more than a half century and currently do so at 8 major airports across Canada. As well, some pre-inspection sites serve rail and cruise ships lines on the West Coast. In the airline industry alone, every year, some 12 million passengers are pre-screened before boarding planes in Canada, avoiding lengthy custom lines in the US and improving air security. It also allows airlines and travelers to gain direct access from Canada to airports in the US that don't have local customs facilities. We know that pre-clearance already provides tangible economic benefits to our national and local economies while enhancing security and border integrity. It only makes sense to find ways to make these benefits available to a greater number of Canadians, and that's exactly what Bill C-23 will do. This legislation will replace the current Pre-Clearance Act 1999, which only applies to air transportation. In doing so, it preserves the benefits of the existing regime for air travelers and the airline industry while opening up opportunities for pre-clearance in other modes of travel as well as pre-clearance of cargo. In general, travelers familiar with existing pre-clearance operations won't notice a difference beyond the fact pre-clearance will be available in more locations. Let's look in broad strokes at the key elements of the bill. First, it puts in place the legislative authorities required to allow the United States to conduct pre-clearance operations in Canada in all modes of travel. That includes defining, number one, where and when pre-clearance can occur. Number two, who has access to the pre-clearance area. Number three, the authorities of the U.S. pre-clearance officers working in Canada, in other words, what they can and cannot do. And four, how Canadian police and Canadian Border Services officers can assist U.S. pre-clearance officers. Much of this is very similar to the existing Pre-Clearance Act. In addition, C-23 explicitly requires U.S. pre-clearance officers to exercise their powers and duties in a manner consistent with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charters of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act. These safeguards are not in place when Canadians are processed by U.S. Customs and Border Protection in the United States. In other words, Bill C-23 will allow more Canadian travelers to undergo American border procedures while under the protective umbrella of Canadian law and the Canadian Constitution. The second part of the bill provides the authorities and provisions required to enable Canadian pre-clearance operations in the United States. With the appropriate agreements in place, this would mean that for the first time, travelers and goods could be pre-cleared before arriving in Canada, something that has been long sought by industry and government on both sides of the border. This part of the bill authorizes the Canadian Border Services officers and other Canadian public officers to administer in the United States of all the acts that are regularly applied at ports of entry in Canada, such as the Customs Act. It also clarifies how the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act applies in the pre-clearance context. eventual Canadian pre-clearance sites in the United States will be determined based on the factors such as economic benefits and competitiveness, traffic flows, existing border infrastructure, and other considerations. Mr. Speaker, with this legislation in place, Canada and the US will be able to move forward with the implementation of pre-clearance operations at new locations and new modes of transportation, as well as with the pre-clearance of cargo. The expansion will begin with 4 new sites agreed to in Washington last year: Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto, Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City, Montreal Central Station, and Rocky Mountaineer in BC. This marks the first ever expansion of pre-clearance in Canada to travel by rail, and our hope is that this is only the beginning of further expansion to new locations and modes of transport on both sides of the border. I look forward to a full discussion of this bill with members on all sides of this House. I hope honourable members will support this legislation that will benefit the Canadian economy and further strengthen the economic and interpersonal ties between Canadians and Americans that underpin so much of our mutual security and prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments made by my colleague. And I think he highlights a very important fact that we have 2 airports, one in Quebec, one in Ontario, that are going to be getting the pre-clearances, and the economic benefits and the convenience of Canadians and permanent residents being able to use those pre-clearances is of critical importance. I like to use the comparison of the Toronto International Airport, or Pearson Airport, where because of pre-clearance, they're able to fly to some like 20 destinations in the U.S. today that don't have U.S. customs located there. If they didn't have the pre-clearance, they wouldn't be able to fly into those destinations. So my question, and I guess it's more in the form of a comment, that when you look at this bill and the agenda of the government, would he not agree that there is immense economic and, I would argue, a social value to being able to see pre-clearance expanded here in Canada, not only by plane, but also by train?
Honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, every year 12 million passengers use this facility. This has been there for the last several decades, and with this bill, we'll leapfrog into much bigger clearances of number of passengers by expanding the number of airports and travelers from Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Speaker, and it's been great to be a part of the debate here today. I had to get up and ask, since Billy Bishop Airport has been mentioned a couple of times, going to be having pre-clearance now, which is a great thing. But at the same time, the Liberals, about 2 minutes after the election, without any science-based or all of this data they were going to have before they made a decision, shut down the ability of Billy Bishop to extend their runway to actually make this worthwhile, to fly further and make use of pre-clearance. So will you reconsider that untimely shutting down of the expansion of Billy Bishop to allow them to really make use of this pre-clearance?
Would love to reconsider, but I'm sure you meant the honourable member for Nepean.
I thought I had to ask you.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, it is beyond me to consider that request, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to address my question to the member concerning Part 3 of Bill C-23. Now, I've asked this question at various times today, and it seems the Liberal answers are slowly progressing. It's about the authorization to allow U.S. agents on Canadian soil to carry firearms. And the latest line of reasoning from the Liberals is that, well, they would only be permitted to carry firearms if their Canadian counterparts were carrying firearms. But that still begs the question as to why it's necessary to arm the U.S. officers on Canadian soil in the first place. Does the member have a lack of confidence in our own forces to do the job properly? Our own forces which have taken an oath of allegiance to the Crown, to Canadian institutions and to the Constitution. Does he feel comfortable with arming U.S. agents on Canadian soil when our own forces are perfectly capable of doing the same job?
Honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have full confidence in Canadian forces, Mr. Speaker, and as the member also pointed out, this is going to be available only on reciprocal basis, where Canadian force officers will be armed on the U.S. side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Honourable member, because I know he's been an advocate for small businesses, if he feels that this legislation would actually support the pre-clearance of goods and services that will be going to the U.S., and in fact, it would help our small businesses become more export-oriented.
Here, here.
Thank you.
Brief answer from the member for Nepean.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. This bill will provide greater trade of goods and services and the travel of many small businessmen from Canada to U.S. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to continue our second reading debate about Bill C-23, legislation that gives us the opportunity to provide faster, charter-protected travel for Canadians. These crucial updates to the pre-clearance framework will enhance security, improve cross-border flow, and produce substantial economic and travel benefits for Canadians. We've already benefited from over 6 decades of successful pre-clearance. It has been a boon for business, for the economy, and for ordinary travelers. And we're now in a position to implement an agreement with the United States that will make these advantages available to more Canadians in more parts of the country. We've heard the supportive voices of key partners for the expansion of this bill that this bill will allow, from business, from chambers of commerce, from the tourism industry, from municipalities, and from governments and ordinary Canadians alike. Most recently, before we adjourned last week to spend time in our ridings, we heard from many members of this House that C-23 will bring economic and travel benefits while protecting Canadian rights, and that it is on the right track to continue through the legislative process. We also heard concerns from some members. Many of these concerns have already been addressed, both during the debate in this chamber and through the technical briefing provided to journalists last week by the Public Safety Canada and the Canada Border Services Agency, and live-streamed by the media. This was on top of the technical briefings provided to parliamentarians last year. But to ensure the clarity on some of these issues, I'd like to focus my remarks today on 2 specific topics: travelers' rights and the reciprocity between Canada and the United States. Firstly, on rights. Everyone knows that both Canada and the U.S. set and enforce their own rules with respect to who or what enters their country. But for Canadians, undergoing U.S. customs and immigration procedures while still in Canada ensures that Canadian legal and charter standards apply to that process. That is a distinct advantage over entering the United States through a regular port of entry inside U.S. territory, where Canadian charter standards do not apply to the conduct of the U.S. officers. Let us take the example of withdrawal. If a traveller wants to withdraw from a pre-clearance site in Canada and not continue to the U.S., they will be able to do so under C-23, just as they can under the current pre-clearance arrangement. The only adjustment would be that American officials could ask the traveller to identify themselves and give their reason for withdrawing in order to avoid illicit probing of pre-clearance sites. The alternative is to go to the U.S. and submit to examination by U.S. authorities on U.S. soil. At that point, you can't withdraw from the process at all because you are already in the United States. I've heard some members argue that travelers are already protected in this way under the current pre-clearance arrangement, and so no change is needed. The problem there is that we only have pre-clearance right now at 8 airports in Canada. If you're traveling from anywhere else, the protection of undergoing U.S. border procedures in Canada and therefore having the right to withdraw is not available to you. With C-23, we can begin expanding pre-clearance so that more Canadian travelers can enjoy its benefits and protections. Here's another point about travelers' rights that is important to clarify. U.S. pre-clearance officers would not have the authority to enforce U.S. criminal laws or make arrests in Canada. If a U.S. pre-clearance officer has reasonable grounds to believe that a traveler has committed an offence under Canadian law, they can detain that traveler without making an arrest, but only in order to transfer the person to Canadian authorities right away. This is not new. Rather, it is part of the existing pre-clearance framework that has been in place since 1999. In other words, there is no compromise here on rights and values. On the contrary, C-23 will expand the protective umbrella of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms so that it can apply to Canadians flying out of airports such as Billy Bishop or Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City that aren't currently covered. It will also be applicable for the first time to Canadians travelling in other modes of transportation, beginning with train routes in Montreal and BC. Canadians expect us to make sure their rights and values and the protections afforded by the Charter, our Bill of Rights, and the Human Rights Act are front and centre in all legislation we consider in this House. By making Charter protections more widely available, Bill C-23 is a step forward for the rights of Canadian travellers. Next, I'd like to address some of the questions we've heard about reciprocity. It must be stressed that the updated and expanded approach to pre-clearance we are discussing is absolutely and fully reciprocal. There are no authorities conferred on the border officers of one country that would not be conferred on those of the other, and each country retains primary jurisdiction over most criminal offences that might be committed by its officers in the course of their duties, while the host country retains primary jurisdiction for the most serious crimes. As such, fears that this bill constitutes the ceding of our sovereignty are misplaced. Rather, C-23 implements a mutually beneficial agreement that imposes the same obligations and confers the same authorities on both parties. It improves safety and security for both countries. It makes travel and trade more efficient and expeditious. And, as is clearly laid out in Article 2 of the agreement with the United States, it ensures that each country's laws and constitutions apply to all pre-clearance operations. That means U.S. officers operating in Canada will have to abide by the Charter, as will Canadian border officers in the United States. Mr. Speaker, it can't be stated enough that more than 400,000 people flow across our border every day. There is close to $2.5 billion in two-way trade that moves between our countries each and every day. It's mutually beneficial for both countries to build on the success of existing pre-clearance operations while simultaneously protecting, even enhancing, the rights of Canadian travellers. That is the backbone of the bill before us today. This legislation will ensure that more Canadians have access to the protections provided by pre-clearance while making cross-border travel and trade easier, more profitable, and more secure. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members to support Bill C-23. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is very important legislation, and I know that it will be benefiting many communities across this country. I know that small businesses in my riding will benefit by being able to pre-clear goods and services. I would like to hear the members' comments in regards to the tourism industry and the benefits that tourism and tourists will see with having pre-clearance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Government House Leader for that question. And I know that she is keenly interested in tourism and supporting tourism in this country. Tourism alone, including 12.5 million overnight travelers from the U.S., accounted directly for $35.5 billion of Canada's GDP and over 600,000 jobs. And it is this pre-clearance that encourages tourism, that makes it easier, and makes those traveling have a very pleasant experience. So absolutely, this is very vital to improving on tourism and making the travel experience easier and more enjoyable.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech about Bill C-23. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I had the opportunity several times to speak on time attribution measures imposed by the Liberals. We're now at the 12th occurrence of this. And here we're dealing with a bill where we were having very good discussions on it. A lot of my colleagues had an opportunity to speak about it because it's a subject that we know well on this side of the House. And I'd like to know from my colleague whether she thinks that pushing through C-23 at this point was really the right thing to do.
For Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. I have considered the debate that has gone on in this House to be very thorough and that has provided an opportunity for many members to stand up and engage in this wholesome debate. We do have an agenda where we want to ensure that legislation is carefully considered. I think this legislation has been carefully considered. We have a lot of work to do. Our government wants to provide change. That's what this government was elected on. And in order to do that, we have to ensure that we have the time to bring forward all legislation and provide the changes that we promised in the election. And so my response would be that, yes, I do believe that we've had very wholesome debate here over 3 days of debate and that it has been very worthwhile and that we are ready now to move on with this vote on the legislation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
It's a pleasure for me to rise today to speak on Bill C-23 and to argue in support of the reasoned amendment by my colleague from Belleuil-Chambly. His amendment instructs this House to decline to give second reading to this bill because of several important reasons, which I will be happy to explore later in my speech. I also want to note, Mr. Speaker, that it is very unfortunate that we are conducting this debate today under a time allocation passed by the Liberal government earlier today. Now, the tone of this debate on this particular legislation has heated up considerably over the past few days during which it has been debated. In particular, there have been some misleading and grossly exaggerated statements from Liberal members of Parliament. There has been a general mischaracterization of the NDP's concerns, combined with over-the-top and fiercely partisan attacks, which I think have at times sunk this debate to a new low. I hope, Mr. Speaker, to raise the tone of this debate with reasoned arguments against letting Bill C-23 pass at second reading. Mr. Speaker, let me make one point perfectly clear. New Democrats are in favour of measures that will facilitate fluid movement across the U.S. border, but not at the expense of human rights, respect for privacy of Canadians, and Canada's sovereignty. I support pre-clearance as it currently operates. In fact, I have used the service several times in my life at the Vancouver International Airport when traveling to the United States, and it certainly works well as it currently exists. I understand that pre-clearance is an important part of the Canada-US relationship and to the free flow of trade and travelers between our two countries, but the provisions contained in C-23 are too problematic for me to give my support. Bill C-23 neglects to take into account the climate of uncertainty at the border following the discriminatory policies and the executive orders of the Trump administration. Now, Canada and the United States signed the Agreement on Land, Rail, Marine and Air Transport Pre-Clearance on March the 16th, 2015, under the previous Harper government. Bill C-23 was introduced by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness on June 17th of 2016. There was little fanfare at the time because I think Parliament was way more consumed by Bill C-14's progress through the Senate, and we were certainly all looking forward to the visit of then-President Obama and his address to the House of Commons, which I think we can all agree was a tremendous speech. Mr. Speaker, the times have changed dramatically since that time, and they provide an even starker contrast to the reasons why this bill is so problematic. The Liberals are moving ahead with the agreement signed under Obama's presidency as if everything was simply business as usual. But we must take into account the change in the United States leadership. The legislation was problematic before the inauguration of President Trump, but recent discriminatory orders and invasions of privacy now leave no doubt about the potential dangers and abuses that will result from the agreement. This is a president who excels at making statements with no empirical evidence to back them up. The most recent example is his shocking allegation that former President Obama ordered wiretaps on his phone during the election. This man has little understanding of what a warrant is, of the checks and balances of the United States system, the Constitution, and he has undermined the judiciary of the United States in repeated occurrences. Mr. Speaker, the United States Customs and Border Protection Agency is the largest federal law enforcement agency of the United States Department of Homeland Security. It is an extremely powerful arm of the executive branch of government, but it is now headed by someone who I think is not fit for that office. Mr. Speaker, agencies take their cue from the people at the top. This is a fact. Bill C-23 is proposing to give more power to foreign agents that are led by an administration that routinely uses fear, lies, and personal attacks on its political opponents to advance its agenda. I cannot, in good conscience, support such a bill. The third point I wish to address are the increased powers that Bill C-23 provides for U.S. officers on Canadian soil. Provisions regarding carrying of firearms, the power to conduct strip searches, detention, and interrogation. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I feel strongly that it is unacceptable to see officers of a foreign country who are in a position of authority bear and ultimately use firearms in the performance of their duties on Canadian soil. As is provided for in the summary of the bill, Part 3 of the enactment makes related amendments to the Criminal Code to provide United States pre-clearance officers with an exemption from criminal liability under the Criminal Code and the Firearms Act with respect to the carriage of firearms and other regulated items. Bill C-23 violates our precious Canadian sovereignty by increasing the powers of American pre-clearance officers on Canadian soil with respect to carrying firearms and by not properly defining a criminal liability framework. Now, there are those within the Liberal and Conservative ranks who dismiss this concern or see it as simply irrelevant. In fact, repeated speakers from the Liberal Party have used rather poor reasoning in that U.S. agents would only be granted firearms if their Canadian counterparts were similarly armed in the same area. This sidesteps the issue and still avoids the question as to why this measure is necessary. I fully realize that with the combined Liberal and Conservative support on this bill, it is most definitely going to pass its second reading. The troubling thing for me, Mr. Speaker, is that not one Liberal or Conservative MP has bothered to raise any concerns about this erosion of Canadian sovereignty. The Liberals like to call themselves the party of the Charter, but not one of them has addressed Canadians' concerns about being interrogated, detained, or turned back at the border based on race, religion, travel history, or birthplace as a result of policies that may contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Liberals have also failed to speak up about the lack of provisions protecting the rights and freedoms of transgendered persons during strip searches, in spite of that government's support for Bill C-16. The Conservatives like to wrap themselves in the flag, and they do talk a good game when it comes to protecting our border and our sovereignty. But not one of them has stood to address the fact that we are giving more powers to agents of a foreign government on Canadian soil. The final point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, is this. Canada Border Services agents and the RCMP are filled with great men and women who do their job in a most capable way every day. They are required to take the oath of allegiance before they can assume their duties as uniformed officers. Allegiance is given to the Crown and other institutions that the sovereign represents within both the federal and provincial spheres, including the state, its constitution, and traditions. On the other hand, U.S. Customs and Border Patrol agents give their oath of allegiance to the United States Constitution and a promise to faithfully discharge their duties in the office that they are about to enter, which is fully an institution of the United States government. Mr. Speaker, this is the crux of the problem, is that United States officials operating on Canadian soil owe their allegiance to a foreign government, and yet we are prepared to give them powerful new measures such as carrying firearms on our sovereign soil. I think, Mr. Speaker, that borders matter and that they certainly need to be treated with respect, but also sovereignty matters. Precedents matter. And I think this is a slippery slope because if we pass Bill C-23, if we allow agents of a foreign government to operate on our soil in this matter, what more demands will be presented at a future instance from the United States government? All I ask honourable members is to pause, to really think about the wishes of their constituents. Did their constituents send them to this place to pass legislation to give agents of a foreign government the power to carry firearms on Canadian soil? That is a real sticking point for me, and I know that from the correspondence that I and many of my colleagues have received that this is a major concern, and we will certainly be raising it at every opportunity we can. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude on that note, and I thank you for this opportunity to address these concerns.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for his comments. I think it's a good discussion, and I'll look forward to when it continues at the committee level. I did want to ask the member if he does not agree that it's better for Canadians to be questioned on Canadian soil than on American soil.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I will say to the member is this, that in the beginning of my speech, I said that we support pre-clearance. We know that 8 Canadian airports currently use pre-clearance operations, and as I stated in my speech, I have used it. So yes, having that ability to be pre-cleared on Canadian soil is a good thing. But I think that this bill goes beyond that. Like if we were simply expanding the service to include other airports, but without all of these powers that the United States is demanding, we would look at that in a favorable light. But I think the member across the way has failed to address the concerns I presented in my speech, and indeed no member of Parliament from the Liberal side has addressed my concerns about U.S. agents carrying firearms. I would love to hear a plausible explanation as to why that's necessary. I'm still waiting after an entire day's debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honourable Député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech. He did say that we have a lot of concerns with the bill. We need to make some significant improvements to it. And the problem that we see currently with the Liberal government is that we can't have confidence with them when it comes to committee work. We've seen examples recently where a great deal of work was done at committee on election reform, for example. But what happened following that? Well, the government didn't consider the work that was done. There are cases where Liberals at committee on a different bill, on a health issue, didn't agree with the government's position to not take into account, to flout the work done by the committee. So here we're facing a time allocation motion where it's as if they're minimizing the work that we do here in the House. And we need to discuss this bill. That can we continue to have confidence in the government when they say that they're going to be improving the bill at committee stage, when we know what we've seen in the numerous examples, the bad examples, in fact, of what we've seen on the part of the government?
Mr. Speaker, I think my colleague from Drummond raises an excellent point. And let's go through the examples. We look at the clear recommendation that was made by the Committee on Electoral Reform. We look at the clear recommendation that was made by the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights with Bill S-201. We look at the clear recommendations that were made by the Public Safety Committee with respect to Bill C-22. In each one of those instances, the committee did its due diligence, listened to the experts, and presented its recommendations to this House, only to have the government completely ignore the evidence and the recommendations and proceed along a predetermined path. So yes, Mr. Speaker, my friend raises a valid concern, because every time the Liberals tell us to trust in the committee process, yes, I do trust in it, but I have no trust in that government to follow the recommendations and the hard work that those committees do on behalf of this House.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the member if he's clear on the notion that there will not be U.S. Customs officers in airport terminals carrying weapons, because they must comply with the same rules as the host nations, and we in Canada, our custom agents, do not carry weapons. I just want to make sure that he understands that, and I'd like to see if he does.
For Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, in response to the Minister, I am absolutely aware of that fact, and nowhere in my speech did I make that allegation. What I was pointing to was Part 3 of your... No, I simply did not. What I was pointing to was Part 3 of this bill, which gives U.S. Customs officials the power to carry firearms if that is where Canadian officials carry firearms. My questioning of this certain provision was the fact that why is it necessary? Why are you ceding our sovereignty to U.S. agents? Why are you writing it into the bill, Mr. Speaker?
Things are going so well this afternoon, and suddenly we're starting to lose it again. I just want to remind the honourable members that there is a process, and it usually starts with someone making a speech, and the other side asking questions, but not shouting across the floor while someone's answering. Now, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Science, or to the Minister of Science.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honour to rise in debate today about Bill C-23, the Pre-Clearance Act 2016. This legislation has a number of significant implications for Canada. It is important to our economy and security, just as it is for our most important bilateral relationship with the United States. As members well know, Canada and the United States share a proud history of working together, particularly when it comes to the management of our shared border. Our government is committed to building on this relationship in many ways, including through the pursuit of border measures that facilitate the free flow of people and goods and keep us safe. Border management is a top priority for our government, with officials from Public Safety Canada and its portfolio agencies working closely with their counterparts in the U.S. on a wide range of issues that ensure we keep our borders effective and functional. This includes putting in place the best frameworks and policies that allow for the smooth flow of people and goods while securing our borders from shared threats. So it should come as no surprise that we have been especially enthusiastic to make further bilateral progress on the pre-clearance initiative. As members know, pre-clearance has long been a part of our strong border relationship, and it will be key to our future one. With this bill, we have an opportunity to usher in even greater security and economic benefits when it comes to Canada-U.S. cross-border travel. Let me highlight the key elements of this bill and why it is so important that members join me in supporting its passage. Once passed, this bill will essentially open the door for us to move ahead with ratification and implementation of the land, rail, marine, and air transport pre-clearance agreement, which was signed by Canada and the United States in 2015. That door, once open, offers tremendous economic and security benefits for both nations. It does this in two key areas. One, by setting out the legislative authorities governing pre-clearance operations conducted by the United States and Canada, including possible future expansion to additional sites and modes of travel. And two, by providing the authorities and enacting the provisions necessary for Canada to eventually conduct pre-clearance in the United States, as the U.S. has long done in Canada. Indeed, the United States has conducted pre-clearance at Canadian airports for many decades. From its early days at Pearson International Airport in Toronto to its current presence in 8 major Canadian airports and 5 pre-inspection sites in BC for rail and marine, pre-clearance has been a boon for business and leisure travel from both nations. The first part of this bill will allow for potential expansion of U.S. pre-clearance to other forms of transport in Canada, defining important aspects such as where and when these new sites can operate, who will have access to the pre-clearance areas, what U.S. pre-clearance officers can and cannot do while working on Canadian soil, and how Canadian police and CBSA officers work with these U.S. officers. As has been clearly stated, all pre-clearance operations in Canada must be conducted in accordance with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There is no compromise on this. Canadians expect us to keep their rights and values top of mind in all of our work, and this is no exception. On this point, the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness has been abundantly clear. The second part of this act is where we see this reciprocal element come into play. Along with enforcement authorities that will be provided under U.S. law, it would give the Canada Border Service Agency the authority to conduct pre-clearance in the U.S. in all modes of transport: land, air, rail, and marine. CBSA officers and other Canadian public officers, as appropriate, will have the authority to administer at designated sites in the United States the Canadian laws that they regularly use at ports of entry in Canada, including the Customs Act. The bill also clarifies how the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act applies in the pre-clearance context. Mr. Speaker, as we have heard, this legislation will pave the way to expand the benefits of pre-clearance to any site and any mode of transport in either country, pursuant to future agreements. Already, Canada and the United States have announced our intention to begin that expansion with Quebec City's Jean Lesage International Airport, Billy Bishop Airport in Toronto, Montreal Central Station, and Rocky Mountaineer in BC. These sites were the object of agreements in principle reached during the state visit to Washington last March. The necessary American legislation was adopted last December. It is now time for Canada to do likewise, so we can move forward with this important initiative. Bill C-23 will allow us to build on more than 60 years of pre-clearance cooperation, further enhancing our two countries' mutual security and facilitating the cross-border movement of travelers and goods in all modes of travel. This is so vital to Canada's prosperity. I encourage all members to give this legislation their support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really do appreciate the member from London North Centre. She lives in the same part of the world as I do, and we know how important having clearance at the border is. Our industries rely on that. We have many pieces of equipment that go back and forth across that border on a regular basis. So the pre-clearance is essential. Our government obviously took a major role in that and committed to putting in the Gordie Howe Bridge that'll certainly enhance the industry in my riding and also the industry in the City of London, which this member represents. But what I have a serious concern about is, and I wonder if there's been any discussion about
when and if we legalize marijuana, what the Americans are going to do about that. Because now we know that the border crossing gets thick, and frequently if we have members that are driving trucks or whatever with shipments, when they admit to being a user of marijuana, they get shut down at the border. So I'm wondering if there's been discussions with the American government about that particular issue, because it will thicken the border.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, it's great to be able to talk about this with my colleague who lives very close. Actually, I'm the member for London West. London North Centre is just adjacent to my riding, but I did want to clarify that just in case anyone was watching and thought I'd jumped over a riding. But anyway, I think you've got a good point, and it's something that I think the committee can ask, and certainly that's one of the questions that we should be concerned about. Of course, we have a lot of questions that are still to be answered about the legislation dealing with marijuana, so I look forward to those questions being raised at the committee level. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary. In the debate today, government members have tended to poo-poo the concerns of the Green Party and the NDP about the changes for pre-clearance. And I just wanted to add a voice in posing my question to the honourable member, not from a political party, but the former chair of the Canadian Bar Association's Citizenship and Immigration section. Michael Green notes the following, quote, under the new proposed bill, a prospective visitor to the U.S. would not be able to just walk out. They can be held and forced to answer questions, first to identify themselves, which is not so offensive, but secondly, to explain reasons for leaving and to explain their reasons for wanting to withdraw. And that's the part we think could be really offensive and goes too far, close quote. Mr. Green also notes that with the change in administration, since this was originally negotiated in the Trump administration, we have a more volatile and potentially more discriminatory approach to travelers into the U.S. And I asked my honourable colleague if she's at all troubled by the change from working with the Obama administration when this was negotiated and now working with Mr. Trump.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as is currently the case, travelers will be entitled to withdraw from pre-clearance at any time. And under C-23, a withdrawing traveler may be required to identify themselves and give their reason for withdrawing. And this is simply to avoid the illicit probing of pre-clearance sites by people trying to discover weaknesses in border security before leaving the area undetected. So that is a part of the bill. But I think that as is currently the case, we have this agreement, and it's time for Canada to move forward, and I hope that the committee will again discuss this at the committee level. Thank you very much.
We have time for one more short question and response. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can just kind of expand on the idea that we're going beyond the 8 airports that we currently have pre-clearance. In particular, if she can just focus some of her thoughts in regards to the rail lines, both in Quebec and in the province of British Columbia, where we're going to have pre-clearance for 2 companies there.
L'Honorable Secretary Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I think that there is no doubt that making sure that goods cross our borders quickly is very important, and whether it be by rail or by air, there's no question that we have to make sure that our borders are open for our goods in order for Canada to prosper. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. I'm very pleased to rise today to participate in today's debate. I have been examining this matter closely for some time now because, as you know, our constituents, when we examine legislation, People ask us questions on the bill, on the legislation. And that is the strength of our democracy, the ability to have these discussions with our constituents. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to continue the debate at second reading on this bill, Bill C-23, which is a legislative measure that enables us to make movements quicker and better protected under the Charter. It deals with pre-clearance, and it will enhance security for people and goods crossing the border, and it will be beneficial for Canadians as well. Now, we've already had pre-clearance for the past 60 years, Mr. Speaker. It was a good thing for the economy, for travelers, and we are now in a position to conclude an agreement with the United States, which will extend these benefits to an increased number of Canadians in various regions across the country, so more so than in the past. We have heard people speak in favor of this bill, which will allow for expanding these processes, the tourism industry, for example, the business community, as well as other levels of government and ordinary Canadians. Before we adjourned last week to head back to our ridings, we heard from a number of members of Parliament here in this House who said that Bill C-23 would lead to economic benefit and would also protect Canadians' rights.
And they said that this was on the right track. We also heard concerns expressed by some members. We've dealt with a number of those concerns already. The last time we debated this, and at the technical briefing for journalists last week, Public Safety and Border Services provided that technical briefing, and that was broadcast live by the media. There were also technical briefings for parliamentarians last year. However, in order to clear up some of these issues, I'd like to focus on two specific items today: the rights of travelers and reciprocity between Canada and the U.S. First of all, the rights. Everyone knows that Canada and the U.S. apply their own rules when it comes to who can enter or what can enter their respective countries. For Canadians, being subject to U.S. border controls while still in Canada, while they're still on Canadian soil, ensures that the legal standards of the Canadian Charter are applied to them. That's a clear advantage compared to entering the U.S. through a port of entry, where Canadian Charter standards do not apply to the behavior of U.S. border officials. Take, for example, withdrawal. If a traveler wants to withdraw from a pre-clearance area on Canadian soil, so if that traveler changes their mind about traveling to the U.S., they can change their mind. They can leave the area, the pre-clearance area. That's what Bill C-23 provides. The only thing the U.S. border official can do is ask the person to identify themselves and explain why they're leaving, and that's to prevent abuse. That's to prevent travelers from testing the weaknesses in the U.S. system. When you go to the U.S. at a border crossing and you're subject to the control of U.S. border officials on U.S. soil, the traveler can no longer change their mind and withdraw. You're stuck. You're caught on U.S. soil in a U.S. airport, for example. Some members say that travelers are already protected under the current pre-clearance procedure and therefore no change is necessary. The problem is that currently we have pre-clearance in only 8 airports in Canada. So the protection provided for at the right of withdrawal is not available at any other border crossing or port of entry. So with more pre-clearance facilities, more Canadians will be able to take advantage of those advantages and protections. There's another point I'd like to make about the right of travelers. U.S. border officials will not be able to apply American criminal law in pre-clearance zones. If a U.S. pre-clearance officer has reasonable grounds to suspect that a traveler has committed an offense under Canadian law, and I do mean Canadian law, the traveler can be detained without being arrested, but only to immediately transfer custody of the person to Canadian authorities. This is not a new procedure. This is an existing procedure under the current pre-clearance process that's been around since 1999. No compromise was made on rights and values. Bill C-23, on the contrary, makes it possible to extend charter protections to more travelers, leaving from more airports like Billy Bishop Airport or Jean Lesage Airport in Quebec City. It would also apply for the first time to other modes of transportation, such as taking the train from Montreal or BC. So we are ensuring that Canadians' rights and values under the Charter are better protected under Bill C-23. These are priorities for us in all legislation we put before the House. So Bill C-23, by enhancing charter protection, is a step forward in protecting the rights of Canadian travelers. I'd also like to deal with some of the questions we heard about reciprocity. It's worth stressing the fact that these pre-clearance measures we're discussing are entirely reciprocal, entirely mutual. No power is granted to the officials of one country without the same power being granted to those of the other. In this manner, each country retains full jurisdiction over criminal offenses that could be committed or abuses that could be committed by border officials. Each country retains primary jurisdiction over serious criminal offenses. So the concerns, those who think that this bill is giving up our sovereignty, those concerns are unfounded. The same obligations and the same powers are imposed and granted on both the officials of both countries. The goal is to make travel more rapid and efficient, while at the same time protecting rights and values of both countries. This means that American officials operating in Canada will have to comply with the Canadian Charter. Mr. Speaker, I can't emphasize enough the fact that many people cross and many goods cross the border both ways every day. It's mutually advantageous for both countries based on the success of existing pre-control procedures. It's mutually advantageous to extend those benefits to more points of entry. And that is what this bill will do. This bill will make it possible to ensure that more Canadians have access to pre-clearance. It will make it easier, more profitable, and more safe to cross the border. I would encourage everyone to support Bill C-23. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleagues' remarks. I have to admit that if it was just a matter of increasing the numbers of points of entry that provide for pre-clearance, I think we'd all agree unanimously quite quickly. But this week we saw a woman who was questioned for 6 hours, a Canadian citizen seeking to go to the U.S. She was interrogated for 6 hours. That's a pretty long interrogation. If somebody decided that they'd had enough and they changed their mind and decided to go home, well, C-23 doesn't establish what would be a reasonable period of time. So this type of detail, there's an example. The devil's in the detail. That's a concrete example. What, according to my colleague, would be a reasonable amount of time to question a traveler who's simply trying to visit the U.S.? What would be normal? Now, a member for Lac Saint Louis. That's a good question, Mr. Speaker. You know, it all depends. If it's a theoretical question, if somebody changes their mind, and if it's a straightforward case, I imagine it should be quite straightforward. It should be quite simple to change your mind and turn around and go home. There are standards in the case law in Canada, and under Bill C-23, those standards would apply. So perhaps the woman in question, if C-23 had been in force, perhaps the interrogation or the questioning wouldn't have lasted 6 hours, couldn't have lasted 6 hours.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate my honourable colleague's speech, and I hold him in high regard from the time that we served together on the Electoral Reform Committee. Mr. Speaker, he made a reference to the fact that concerns over sovereignty are unfounded, and I'd like to argue that point because, Mr. Speaker, if we take the concept of sovereignty as a basic definition of an actor like a state having the exclusive jurisdiction over the use of force within a prescribed border, take that as a basic definition of sovereignty. What this bill is proposing to do through Section 3 is to allow U.S. agents, foreign agents, the power to carry firearms. And yes, I know they won't be carrying them at airports, but they will still be able to carry them where Canadian forces or Canadian CBSA members can carry them. So would he not agree that in a way of giving a foreign entity the power to use force within Canadian soil, that in some way violates our sovereignty according to the definition of the concept? I'd like to hear his thoughts, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member himself mentioned in his very thoughtful speech, which I listened to intently, he uses pre-clearance at the moment when he travels by air. And I would imagine that at pre-clearance, if there was an incident and there was some kind of struggle, well, obviously, the pre-clearance officer at the airport where he uses pre-clearance would no doubt maybe engage in some kind of alteration. That would probably also be considered a use of force, even though it doesn't involve a gun per se, Mr. Speaker, or a firearm per se. But I think, I think the fact remains that if there is a problem under this law, the American officer on Canadian soil will be required to bring a Canadian officer into the picture as soon as possible. And I think that's a reasonable provision of this legislation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise here today, but disappointed in many respects that C-23 has been moved to be expedited in this House. It's unfortunate. I heard for many times the Liberals criticize the Conservatives for this archaic way of processing legislation through the House that has been used now today at the regular course of business. I mean, it was an exception of the rule by far, no less than basically 15 years ago. But now it's become the standard operation of basically acting governments of the Conservatives and Liberals. And that's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, because errors in this bill continue to happen. And errors in this bill that have been unused in terms of having the full examination are still happening. And the Liberals are starting to see that come through, I think, by what's taking place, not only with arming of the U.S. Border Patrol agents, but also, too, with the consequences of basically disregarding the Charter of Rights and Freedom. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it's quite alarming that the so-called party of the Charter of Rights and Freedom have basically disavowed standing up for Canadians on that. We saw that today in the House of Commons with their weak-kneed approach to what's taking place on the border, with the fact of the matter is that we have Canadians for racial and ethnic reasons being denied entry to the United States. And they have actually, if you go onto their website with related to why to be not entered into the United States, racial and ethnic profiling is not one of them. And the fact of the matter is this, government has had plenty of opportunity to speak that strongly to the United States, but they have not done that. And that's a charter right, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it's quite clear by the United States in the way that they process citizens entering in their country that this violates really many of the essence of why we have such a strong national relationship with them. And Mr. Speaker, before I move off of that topic, it is important to note that this government is compliant with the U.S. behaving in such manner because we have signed agreements on several issues related to border security, related to border processing, related to immigration and other things, and the U.S. has decided to dump them, go it alone, and not a peep from them. It's shameful, Mr. Speaker. In fact, back in 2002, 2003, I was actually at the Canada Embassy when then Ambassador Raymond Chrétien identified that there was going to be 5 to 7 nations identified that were formerly from a different country, being from Canada, but have come from Pakistan or have come from other places, that were going to be put on a separate list going into the United States. And I said, well, we should be objecting to this because a Canadian is a Canadian is a Canadian. Once they've been vetted through our process, they should be treated as such. And to this date, we have yet to have a Prime Minister, whether it be Prime Minister Chrétien, Prime Minister Martin, have yet to stand up against this. And of course, we know that Prime Minister Harper was not going to do that. But this body here has had plenty of opportunity to do so. And the interesting thing that we have at closure on this debate brings up a number of sensitive issues that need to be vetted. I myself have grown up on the border, lived there, worked there, still am raising my family there, been crossing all of my life. In fact, one of the first experiences of negativity was my best friend, Jeet Pillay, he was trying to cross with myself. We were going over to a baseball game at the age of 18, and he was asked, "What country are you from?" And Jeet said that time, he said, "I'm from Canada." I'm white as a bag of milk on the beach. He happens to be brown-skinned. So they kept saying, no, we want to know what country are you from? They said, well, where were you born? And he said, well, at Hotel Dieu Grace Hospital. It's like 3 blocks away from where we were crossing on the other side of the Canadian side. They pulled us in, and they detained us for about 3 hours, so we missed most of the game just because of the skin color. So through that and through representation, I've gotten very used to what's taking place on the border and also what happens under the leadership of presidents and of leaders. The Department of Homeland Security, that has actually become the overarching thing, is a relatively new phenomenon. We forget about this. It's become one of the biggest bureaucracies, if not the biggest, in the world, but it's only a recent creation by the United States government. And in there, we have problems with Customs and Border Protection, and also having their agents on Canadian soil, and then on Canadian soil to make decisions about our citizens. Decisions that can affect their livelihood. Decisions that can affect them for social reasons to enter in the United States. Decisions that actually can embarrass them publicly and shame them, made by them on our soil. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, they can now be armed. They can now be armed on our soil. And so you say, well, that's not too bad. They're going to have to go into these rules, these terms and conditions, and they're really good fellows, and there's no problem there. That's fine. But what have we done in this act? We haven't done any oversight practice, actually making sure that we're actually going to screen and have accountability there. It's weak. It's very weak. So who are we talking to? And we're talking about, Mr. Speaker, a problem that they have in the United States is their border protection system right now, Customs and Border Protection, has a corruption issue. They have a serious corruption issue that has been growing in the United States. And under those recent problems that they faced, they involve everything from drug trafficking, bribery, human smuggling, false statement, and breaking of personal privacy. These are real things that are actually happening. These are real people, men and women, who have done the wrong things in the hire of the U.S. government for many different reasons I don't know, but they're real cases. I'm going to talk about a couple of those cases, Mr. Speaker, because I think it's important. We know the type of people that could be on our soil doing our yeoman's work that should be done by Canadians, and without the proper checks and balances, the Liberals know because they're getting squeamish about this. There's no doubt about it. When you allow another country to come in with arms and put their footprint, put their beachhead down here, then you ultimately have to be overseeing this properly, which they have not done. Hence the rush to put this through. At a time when the U.S. is basically tearing up agreements that we've had, denying people into the United States entry for none of the reasons that they prescribe as the normal cause, and at a time when we have more people from the United States coming to Canada as refugees, they want to give this the rush out the door. And it doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker, aside from political pressure and political damage, as opposed to doing the right thing and going through this every single step and every single way to make sure every voice is heard. It might be one of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, if you actually watch the debates today, Liberals often don't take their full time allotted. But that's their reason to shorten their time in the House, Mr. Speaker. So I want to talk about a few of the cases, because I think they're important. Manuel Eduardo Pena, Customs and Border Protection Officer, was convicted by a federal grand jury in Brownsville. Special agents witnessed Pena take the firearm from the store and deliver it to another person in exchange for money. He was sentenced for 5 years probation. Adam Bender, from my neck of the woods. Adam Bender worked on the Windsor-Detroit border crossing there in the tunnel, where I'm from, minutes from my home. He admitted that he used his position to allow illegal immigrants to enter through his lane at the Detroit-Windsor Tunnel in Ambassador Bridge. What did he do? Human smuggling. 24 months in prison. Joel Agello, another Customs and Border Protection, they're all of that, misdemeanor supplementary federal salary. What was he doing? He was accepting payments during an operation related to information sharing that he shouldn't have done. So he's making money during an actual event that they were withholding at that time to do an investigation. So that was like during the actual investigation. You have Luis Alarid, 7 years in prison for trafficking and bribery. Conspiracy to smuggle more than 100 kilograms of marijuana into the United States and receiving more than $200,000 in bribe money. That's what he did. Convicted. These are all convicted. Noah Elman Jr. He's crime encouraging, inducing illegal immigrants to stay in the country. He was a veteran, by the way, of 6 to 10 years. A lot of them are actually veterans of the service. Well over half are veterans of the service, and it goes to show you, Mr. Speaker, that the danger isn't just in the new people that are hired, but it actually can be corruption through the system that they have. And there's many good officers out there. I deal with this. I travel. I have season tickets to sporting events over the United States. I go through all the time. There's wonderful people there. But there's also the shadow of conspiracy, conviction, and unauthorized behavior that now we are actually empowering at a time when there's investigation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listen, and you can't help but think of this fear factor that the New Democrats have. They come up with some ideas that are so much outside the ballpark, and their opposition to this particular piece of legislation. On the one hand, you have the Conservatives, and we appreciate the support that's being given by the Conservative Party. The NDP's opposition to the bill, Mr. Speaker, just doesn't make sense. It seems that there's this fear thing that they have, as if, the member's making reference to the Americans coming over with arms, and it's almost if you go to the airport where there's pre-clearance and there's going to be American custom officers with guns in their hands, Mr. Speaker. Canadians should be fearful. Well, have I got news for the New Democratic Party? Canadian border control officers, Canadian border control officers at our airports do not have guns, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Americans, custom officers cannot have guns, Mr. Speaker. The fear factor is unbelievable. That's coming from the New Democratic Party. Canadians should understand and appreciate this is actually good legislation that's going to have more economic activity, in which if people have gone through pre-clearance, Mr. Speaker, they'll appreciate that this is positive legislation. My question to the member is, why the fear? Why is the NDP promoting things that just are not true on this legislation, Mr. Speaker?
For Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's unfortunate the member likes to wind himself up and let him go like that. But at any rate, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to note that we weren't talking about just the airports in that. We were talking quite clearly about some of the crime and corruption that's taking place, and the fact of the matter that we're actually increasing the flexibility and the rights and the provisions of them at this time. So there's clearly a distinct difference between what the Liberals want to do here with unaccountability, with no thorough process and due diligence later on, versus that of right now, is making sure we clearly understand what we deal with. And having done this and grown up on the border, being in Washington all the time, working with Customs and also working with American senators and Congress as well, too, they're very aware of the fragility of what's taking place. And ironically, Mr. Speaker, they're also some of the strongest advocates that are also concerned about this empowerment.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks my honourable friend from Windsor West. As he was speaking about his experience at the border and being with a friend from an ethnic minority, and I just today see an article from Global News that a Montreal woman named Manpreet Kuner, born and raised in Montreal, was refused access at the border. She was with her Caucasian girlfriends who weren't stopped. They were going to go to a spa on the U.S. side of the border and were turned away. Now and it was clearly racialized, it was clearly profiling, it was currently an attitude from U.S. Customs officials and border guards. Now, in this pre-clearance process, which we generally support, it's very convenient to be able to pre-clear before you go through the border. What I don't understand, and no government member has explained it to me, maybe the honourable member from the NDP can explain it, why we have this change in C-23. We have pre-clearance now in the Ottawa airport before going to the U.S. It's a good idea to expand it to other places, but why do we need to give U.S. border guards in the current climate of racial profiling and permission to U.S. border guards to behave in this way? I think that's one of the key things. The Trump White House is telegraphing to border guards that you can discriminate and it'll be okay. Why give them extra powers?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. And that's exactly to the point, is that there is no reason or valid reason that can be provided. There simply is best practices that are operating now that are very much working very well. In fact, what we should be doing is expanding those opportunities in the current guides and model that's actually working. What we're talking about right now, and as the reason I mentioned some of those cases, because those are actually officers that are coming to work on our border, and some of them could have issues like that. We won't be able to have those types of checks and balances. So when they have the question of this going on right now, there's no question that there should be that accountability. And again, There is no reason to arm them at this particular point in time. It's a seceding of jurisdiction. It's a seceding of the Charter of Rights and freedom. There's many cases, as I've worked the border file over a number of different years, of problems related to that. Most recently, we even had an American police officer discharge his firearm on himself while he was smuggling it into Canada. That's a recent one that took place over the last 5 years. And there's other ones as well, too. But none of these things that we've mentioned here will solve those problems if we don't have these accountability measures.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurentide Labelle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Je suis heureux de prendre la parole aujourd'hui.
I'm pleased to speak today about Bill C-23, which takes the necessary steps to implement the pre-clearance agreement, which would control Canadian and American pre-clearance activities, and for the first time would allow pre-control of goods and pre-clearance of activities in the United States. Pre-clearance makes movement easier for tourists and business travelers, and it makes it easier for Canadian businesses to do business with the Americans. It also allows Canadian travelers to go through U.S. border control while they're still protected by Canadian law under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The proposed expansion of pre-clearance under C-23 was welcomed by chambers of commerce across the country, as well as by the tourism industry, the trucking industry, and by other government partners, among others. For example, the mayor of Quebec City called it a great victory for his city. Pre-clearance activities for passengers has existed for the last 60 years, quite successfully, but it only currently exists in 8 Canadian airports, and it doesn't exist at all for goods. It's time to build on this success. Increasing the number of places to travel to the U.S. Requires an agreement which would be implemented with the unanimous support of the two chambers of Congress. However, if we don't adopt Bill C-23, this agreement will come to naught, and Canadians will not be able to benefit from this new pre-clearance. Throughout this debate, the NDP has said that the current legislative system should be maintained. According to the member for Vancouver East, the current pre-clearance system is working well. The member for Belleuil-Chambly said that the system was also working well. The member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke said that it's already working very well. And, to quote the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, I understand that pre-clearance is a process that already exists and that it is working. Well, indeed. I agree that the current legislative system, which has been in force since 1999, has well served Canadians. But the fact that the NDP is so enthusiastic about it is strange, because in 1999, the NDP had a very different opinion on the matter. At the time, the member for Winnipeg-Transcona, Bill Blakey, said that the bill raised concerns about privacy protection. He also expressed his reservations concerning giving American authorities more power, and he worried about American law being applied on Canadian soil. The former member for Winnipeg Centre, Pat Martin, also said that he had great reservations about the bill. He called it an unwelcome bill whose timing was off, and he said that it was an attack on Canadian sovereignty. He also said that he was concerned that some Canadians' travel might be prevented. He said that granting foreign officers powers on our soil, which was not necessary. He also said that the NDP was firmly opposed to the creation of Canadian offences for resisting or misleading a foreign pre-clearance officer, and he accused members who supported the bill, although this group now seems to he accused the supporters of being ready to infringe on Canadian sovereignty. He said it was opening a Pandora's box, and that the bill should be sent to the Senate for study. Now, clearly, Mr. Speaker, a couple of decades later, the NDP has recognized that their concerns were exaggerated and perhaps even unfounded. But here we are again. A new legislative framework for preclearance has been proposed, and the NDP is once again sounding the alarm over so-called threats to Canadian sovereignty and powers that might be given to foreign agents. It wouldn't surprise me if, 20 years on, the NDP would defend C-23. My point, Mr. Speaker, is this. We need to be reasonable. In many respects, C-23 is very similar to the current framework. And as far as the powers to detain, interrogate, or search travelers and seize goods is concerned, C-23 is nearly identical to current laws. The same goes for penalties for hindering or lying to an officer. The right to withdraw from the preclearance zone is maintained. A traveler simply has to indicate why he would like to withdraw. All activities of preclearance officers would be regulated by Canadian law and the Charter. The motion presented by the member for Belleuil-Chambly asks us to reject C-23, raising the climate by mentioning the climate of uncertainty in the U.S. But this bill would provide a clear legislative framework to deal with American officers' actions on Canadian soil, and it would force them to respect Canadian norms and constitutional standards. For example, right now, a Canadian who takes the train from Montreal to New York would have to get off the train after having crossed the border and would have to go through customs and immigration's procedures without any protection from Canadian law. If C-23 were passed, this traveler would be able to go through customs at the train station in Montreal, and so he would be able to benefit from Canadian constitutional protections. In other words, these legislative measures not only provide considerable economic advantages, it also makes travel easier to the U.S., and it provides better constitutional coverage to Canadian travelers. Mr. Speaker, this is a helpful bill that is widely supported in my riding. For example, in my riding, we often have foreign planes landing. Currently, it's very difficult to have easy customs procedures there. It's very expensive to try to move the customs procedures from Mirabel to my airport. But if we had pre-clearance in the U.S., for their entry into Canada, they would be able to land in any Canadian airport afterwards. And that would save time, that would improve the economy in my region, and it would solve a long-standing problem, which is the fact that there are not enough foreign airports landing there because the costs are too high. So for me and for the Laurentians region, I think this is a very important measure. I hope that we go forward with it. I hope that we will see this preclearance expanded, and I think it will be good for the economy as a whole. In my experience, I think this would save a lot of time. And personally, I've often traveled to the U.S. I often used to take the train there, and if I had the option to go through preclearance for the train, that would save a lot of time. The train leaves at 7 a.m., arrives in Boston at 2 p.m., but if you were to drive, it was only a 2-hour drive. So this is really because of the time at customs. Often what happens is the train arrives at the border, going in one direction or another, and the customs officers do an export check, which takes about an hour and a half. And then there's another check after you cross the border. So you end up spending 3 hours at the border when really you shouldn't be spending any time at all, because you could go through it at the departure station. So C-23 would really improve the current situation. It would give Canadians the right to go through preclearance earlier, and I'm really excited to see this bill be passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. Because he just said that C-23 would essentially not change the current framework too much. But what about the fact that currently the law does not allow for a strip search by an American officer without having a Canadian officer of the same gender present? That's a change, and I think that's concerning. The American officers would be able to do this. And I heard my colleague for Windsor saying earlier that he really is very familiar with the border because he lives in Windsor, which is close to Detroit. And he said, you know, this is really a very significant change to be able to have a strip search conducted by an American officer without having a Canadian officer of the same gender present. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is something we've talked about several times today. Now, it's clear that this is a change. It's a new law. And the change is as follows. If there's an unreasonable delay, then they can proceed. I don't think that's unreasonable. If someone went to the U.S. without pre-clearance, you would arrive in the U.S., and the same thing would happen, but they wouldn't be protected by Canadian law. So it's really the same thing. It's just that under C-23, they would have this constitutional protection. So this doesn't bother me.
Question commentaire? La députée de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. Because there are several new things in this bill, things that are legitimately concerning. For example, before, in the pre-clearance zone on Canadian soil, someone could say, well, listen, I'm not comfortable with this interrogation. You know what? I've changed my mind. I'm going to go home, and I'm not going to enter your country after all. But now, you can no longer interrupt this interrogation in this way. So Canadians can be detained and forced to answer questions asked by American officers. What does my colleague think about this? Does he think this is normal? Does he think the Canadians will feel reassured by this? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Well, I understand the question, and for me this isn't really a big change, because now if you go to the U.S., you get out of the plane, and you change your mind. Well, what are you going to do then? Are you going to get back on the plane? No, you can't do that, Mr. Speaker. It's simply more efficient to have the customs area in Canada. There, travelers are protected by the Charter, and really, it doesn't change much apart from that, because if you arrived in the States, the situation would be the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Secretary of Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my colleague talks a great deal about the province of Quebec, his home province, and Quebec is going to benefit in two ways directly. One is through the airport, a new airport, and rail line where we're going to have pre-clearance service offered that wasn't there before. And there are many benefits through pre-clearance. We've heard that debate for many hours in regards to how Canadians and the U.S. benefit by pre-clearance. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just kind of expand on why it is so important that not only do we just settle for the 8 airports that we currently have, but looking at airports, at other airports, is a positive thing, because then more Canadians will actually benefit by it.
Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. The fact that there's only a small handful of airports that have this and it only goes in one direction doesn't really benefit us as nearly as much as it possibly could. If we have pre-clearance in the U.S. to come to Canada, that's a huge advantage for Canada. It's a huge advantage for regions like mine and the Laurentians, where we have an international airport that has no international flights because the customs is too difficult to operate. So I think it's very important that we have this service expanded a little bit everywhere for rail, for goods, for people and flights in ways that aren't currently the case. This is a terrific expansion of this service, and I'm very much looking forward to it being implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today in this House to speak about the legislation before us, Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States. As members know, the Prime Minister pledged to Canadians that our government would work hard to renew the relationship we have with the United States, and that we would provide greater security and opportunity for Canadians. The legislation before us is part of the action we're taking to fulfill that pledge. And Mr. Speaker, last week I spoke with grade 10 civics students in Guelph at Bishop Macdonell High School, and this topic came up with the students, talking about the benefits of doing clearances in Canada versus on foreign soil. So it's great to be part of this discussion this afternoon. We have strong evidence from long-standing operations at 8 Canadian airports that pre-clearance is an effective and efficient way to move millions of people from Canada into the United States every year, some 12 million people, in fact. It offers many benefits, both directly and indirectly, to both nations. For example, it allows travelers from Canada to fly directly to a larger number of U.S. cities, including to smaller American airports with no customs presence. It makes for faster connections. Pre-cleared passengers do not have to go through customs inspection upon arrival in the United States, which means shorter connection times and early arrival at final destinations. It adds predictability to travel plans, with passengers knowing that they're already screened and can just collect their luggage and leave the airport on the other side. It enhances security by better managing risks and threats. Mr. Speaker, while pre-clearance formally exists only at airports at the moment, we also know that pre-inspection of rail and marine passenger exists and works with great success at several locations in British Columbia. For the past 20 years, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has safely and successfully used passenger pre-inspection to streamline travel and security for travelers in that province. In addition to the concrete direct benefits, there are a number of positive impacts that flow directly and indirectly from pre-clearance operations. For example, reduced border costs and fewer delays for commercial operations can lead to increased trade and increased foreign investment. The reduced wait times for passengers can lead to increased tourism and business travel. The economic and security benefits of these pre-clearance and pre-inspection operations have led to calls from stakeholders and governments on both sides of the border for expansion to all modes of travel and to more locations. With this legislation, we're taking an important step toward making that happen. Bill C-23 will enable us to continue moving ahead with expanded operations and modes of transportation that were agreed to in principle by the Minister of Public Safety and the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security in March 2016. In brief, the bill has two key elements. First, it will put in place the necessary legislative authorities to allow the United States to conduct pre-clearance operations in Canada. Today, pre-clearance is authorized only at Canadian airports under the Pre-Clearance Act of 2001. The new authorities will allow for expansion, subject to site-specific agreements, to marine, rail, and land modes, as well as to pre-clearance of cargo. Second, it will provide authorities for Canada to conduct pre-clearance in the United States in all modes of travel. This bill sets out where and when pre-clearance can occur, who has access to the pre-clearance area, the authorities of U.S. pre-clearance officers working in Canada, and vice versa, and how police and border services officers can assist and work with pre-clearance officers. It also includes provisions affirming that pre-clearance operations in both countries must be conducted in accordance with Canadian law, including the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker, our government is firmly committed to moving ahead with pre-clearance measures and building on our strong partnership with the United States. Indeed, this legislation is good news for Canadians and Americans. It will strengthen Canada's economic competitiveness by accelerating legitimate trade and travel while keeping our borders secure. In fact, after Canada and the United States signed agreement in principle for new pre-clearance operations in March 2016, The president and CEO of the U.S. Travel Association said, "Customs pre-clearance is one of the innovative programs that demonstrates there need not be a zero-sum choice between security and efficient travel experience." Similar sentiments have been expressed by Canadian businesses and associations like the Tourism Industry Association of Canada. With specific reference to rail travel, its Vice President of Public Policy and Industry Affairs, Rob Taylor, has pointed out that pre-clearance makes sense from a security standpoint because border officials can intercept people before they cross the border. And it makes sense for travelers because if you get cleared before you get on the train, it's so much easier than having to stop that trip halfway through. This is exactly what pre-clearance offers, a way to encourage legitimate trade and travel while keeping our borders secure. It's an idea that's gaining ground around the world, with more and more countries looking to introduce or to expand pre-clearance at their airports. This brings me back to the importance of Bill C-23. The benefits of expanded pre-clearance have been touted by everyone from the Canadian Chamber of Commerce and the Council of Chief Executives to local tourism operators, as well as mayors and airport authorities. Pre-clearance improves the competitiveness of Canadian business and the experience of Canadian travelers. Now is the time to expand these operations in Canada and to examine how and where Canadian Border Services Agency could implement pre-clearance facilities in the United States. Our government is committed to working with our allies, particularly the United States, to increase travel and to enhance North American competitiveness, as well as our collective security. I urge all members to support Bill C-23 and ensure its swift passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague. You know, as we get closer to an actual vote on this important piece of legislation, I think it bears repeating just how important pre-clearance is to Canada's economy, that both Canada and the U.S. benefit by it. I often talk about, and I use the example of Folklorama, one of the best multicultural events in the world, I would suggest to my colleague, and we get many Americans that will fly into Winnipeg in order to participate in Folklorama. And it's not unique. We get many tourists coming from the U.S. They use pre-clearance coming to the U.S. We have millions of Canadians that use the pre-clearance in order to go to the U.S. And the convenience of pre-clearance has proven to be beneficial both to Canada and the U.S. And my question to my colleague is, would he not agree, the more that we as a government can move towards making it easier for Canadians and Americans to be able to cross our shared border, the better it is?
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North. I agree that what we need to have more of is travel between Canada and the United States, and what we need less of is barriers to that travel, provided our security is intact. One of the great things about this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that all the clearance happens on Canadian soil, which means that the people that are going through the process of pre-clearance fall under the regulations and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms within Canada. So that if you have a problem, it's better to have a problem in Canada than on foreign soil. So the easier it is for Canadians to welcome Americans and for Americans to visit our country, the better it'll be for tourism. But more importantly, as the Chamber of Commerce has said for many years, thinning out the borders so that goods can travel between the borders is also as important, in fact more important in terms of dollars per GDP. So having that border opened up securely is very important to both countries, and thank you to the member from Winnipeg North.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to draw attention to the Honourable Member of Part 3 of the bill, which provides related amendments to the Criminal Code and to the Firearms Act, and it basically provides United States pre-clearance officers with an exemption from criminal liability under both those acts with respect to the carriage of firearms. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that, like in our current pre-clearance system, that if a United States agent on Canadian soil needs assistance that necessitates the use of a firearm, why does that person not simply use the services of the RCMP, or if a CBSA officer is similarly armed, the services of that officer? This is a crux of the matter on our sovereignty. Why are we allowing U.S. agents to carry a weapon, which is an extreme use of force on Canadian soil? Why do we not have faith in Canadian police authorities and CBSA officers to do that job for us? Because they have been authorized by this Parliament, by this government, to do that force on behalf of the Canadian people. It is a jurisdictional issue, and I'd like to hear his response on that.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member for his continued questions on this topic. And I think we have answered this in the past, but to continue our answer, the border patrols on both sides of the border would be equal in terms of carrying arms. So if we don't have arms, as in our airports, they don't have arms. If at some point we have arms on the land crossings, then there would be arms. But in both cases, the laws of Canada would be applying when we're on Canadian soil. So there is no threat to Canadians by using the types of force that Canadian border officials would be using, very much identical to what the American border officials would be using as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise towards the end of this evening's debate to talk about this important piece of legislation. Bill C-23 will implement the agreement reached with the United States to expand pre-clearance operations to new locations and modes of travel, and it opens the door to cargo pre-clearance as well as Canadian pre-clearance operations in the U.S. I'm pleased that throughout the course of today and over the last week or so, we've seen lively debate about C-23. I do, however, think it's important that as we study this study and discuss this proposed legislation, we ensure that we're working from a sound understanding of the bill and a full appreciation of the significant benefits that we stand to gain from expanding our pre-clearance operations with the United States. After the many hours of debate that have taken place for this bill, we certainly know by now what pre-clearance is, and we know that it works. We've heard how it has been a part of the Canada-U.S. border management success story. Many of us have been pre-cleared ourselves before boarding flights to the United States. And as has been noted, we have been operating pre-clearance successfully in the air mode since the 1950s. In terms of volume, we know that Canadian pre-clearance facilities process 12 million passengers headed to the United States annually. And we know that the 8 airports that have pre-clearance operations are far more competitive than they would be without them. With pre-clearance, Canadian airports have special, direct access to non-international U.S. airports. For example, Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only country serving Reagan Airport with direct air services. Without pre-clearance, Pearson, for example, could only serve 27 U.S. cities instead of the 50 that it serves now. Pearson is the 4th largest point of entry into the United States worldwide. And it's not only in air travel where we have seen the benefits. As members have heard, some pre-inspection sites serve rail and cruise ship businesses on the West Coast. The cruise ship industry brings $435 million in economic benefits to British Columbia's coastal region, including 4,600 local jobs. Pre-inspection, which is a kind of partial pre-clearance, is important to that success, and the legislation before us will enable full pre-clearance operations for those sites with considerable advantages for the tourism industry on the West Coast. So, it is not surprising that there is a clear demand for more pre-clearance facilities and that both the current and previous administrations in Canada and in the U.S. have been working so diligently together to put the legal frameworks in place to make that happen. With the legislation before us, we will be able to further expand on these unquestionable economic benefits by paving the way for additional sites in all modes of travel and in both countries, as well as the pre-clearance of cargo. Mr. Speaker, we've heard the concerns raised about the protections of Canadians' rights, and we are certainly all sensitive to them. That is why I'm proud to highlight that the protection of Canadians' rights and the requirement for compliance with the Canadian law and the Charter are in fact central elements of this bill. Pre-clearance operations in Canada must be conducted with Canadian law, as is explicitly set out in Part 1 of the bill, which sets out the powers, duties, and functions of U.S. officers under the Act, and I quote, "A pre-clearance officer must exercise their powers and perform their duties and functions under this Act in accordance with Canadian law, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the Canadian Bill of Rights, and the Canadian Human Rights Act." This includes powers of questioning, examination, search, seizure, and detention, all powers that already exist under the current pre-clearance arrangement. Similarly, by the way, Canadian officers conducting pre-clearance in the U.S. would also be bound by the Charter. That is specified in Article 2 of the agreement with the U.S. being implemented by this Bill C-23. By undergoing U.S. customs and border procedures while still on Canadian soil, Canadian travelers will be protected by our laws and the Canadian Constitution. I know certain members of the opposition have argued that because this is already the case in 8 Canadian airports, Bill C-23 is unnecessary. But, Mr. Speaker, pre-clearance is also not in place at all Canadian airports, as well as at train stations and at marine ports. C-23 would pave the way for travelers in those locations to have Canadian legal and constitutional protections that are unavailable to them now. For those who remain unconvinced about the benefits of this, I would ask that they consider the alternative. Without pre-clearance, travelers are required to submit to immigration and customs processing once they arrive on American soil. That processing is done entirely on American soil and therefore on American terms. Another concern that has been raised is the issue of withdrawal from pre-clearance areas. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that should a traveler change their mind about entering the United States and wish to leave pre-clearance area, withdrawal will be allowed under the new Act. Officers will have limited latitude to question withdrawing travelers as to their identity and reason for withdrawing. Without this, people of ill intent can approach, enter, examine, and then leave these controlled areas, potentially weakening our border security. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I simply wish to reiterate that pre-clearance is a crucial border management tool for Canada, both economically and from a security perspective. It also has the added benefit of allowing Canadian travelers to undergo American border procedures while protected by Canadian law and the Canadian Constitution, including our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. By adopting this important piece of legislation, which is necessary to implement the land, rail, marine, and air transport pre-clearance agreement with the United States, the advantages of pre-clearance will become available to many more Canadian travelers and businesses. I urge all honourable members to keep these significant benefits front of mind as we further examine and study this bill, and I look forward to more constructive debate in this House. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech with great attention, and I couldn't help but feel that maybe there was a slight incoherence lurking in the argument, Mr. Speaker. I'm hoping to give him the opportunity to address that. We hear, on the one hand, that the great virtue of Bill C-23 is that Canadians won't have to submit to American processes and American law and American officers on American soil. But when we talk about the Safe Third Country Agreement, we talk about the travel ban, they say that they're quite comfortable with the American processes and that there's no problem at all with those processes and Canadians have nothing to fear and that they're treated normally at the border and they get good treatment. So which is it, Mr. Speaker? Do Canadians have something to fear from being subject to American border security processes? Or don't they? If they do, maybe the member would reconsider his position with respect to suspending the Safe Third Country Agreement. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that my honourable friend was listening that intently because I was entirely coherent in explaining that C-23 provides all Canadians undergoing pre-clearance with U.S. border officials the security of having that pre-clearance done under Canadian law with the Canadian Constitution, our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Human Rights Act, and the Canadian Bill of Rights all at play. This is an important piece of legislation that will allow for the timely exchange of people and goods, something that for many years has been central to our strong trade relationship with the United States. And this is another step in ensuring that the important relationship we have with the United States continues to grow and prosper for the benefit of Canadians.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire? On la députée de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. If he finds himself at Customs, at U.S. Customs, and perhaps an overambitious border official decided to strip search him and the only Canadian officer available were a woman, would he be comfortable with that? That kind of infrequent, exceptional situation, you know, there are things like that that would be highly problematic. Would that be a problem for you? I know that it would be a huge problem for a lot of people. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, I have the great honour to live very close to the United States. I've been crossing the border with my family and friends and alone since I was young, and I've never encountered that kind of situation. That's never happened to me crossing between Canada and the U.S. And I would say to Canadians watching tonight that if there is a U.S. official who has problems with a Canadian traveler, that individual is transferred to Canadian officials as quickly as possible.
For one more short question and response, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask my colleague, with respect to this pre-clearance, to recognize that it is a reciprocal thing between the United States and Canada. So, in fact, we will see many Americans that will also be pre-cleared coming into Canada. And from a tourist perspective, whenever we can enable tourism coming to our country, the better it is for Canada as a whole, our middle class. In fact, all Canadians benefit the more we get American tourists coming to Canada. If you could provide some thoughts on that.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, certainly we want to see American tourists coming to Canada, and my colleague sitting right in front of me will emphasize along with me that we want to see those tourists coming to Atlantic Canada to enjoy all there is to offer in New Brunswick, in Prince Edward Island, in Nova Scotia, and Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, we are open to having tourists from right across the United States come and visit our lovely country, and I would ask them all to take an opportunity to come and visit us on the East Coast, specifically as we celebrate Canada 150. But, Mr. Speaker, for the next 150 years, we want a border that allows the flow of people to come and visit and enjoy all we have to offer. Thank you.
Order. It being 6:45 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that Bill C-23, an act respecting the preclearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Mr. Dubé, appuyé.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Mr. Massey Windsor West, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following.
Give second reading to Bill C-23, an act respecting the preclearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, because it, shall I dispense?
Yes. Yeah.
Dispense? No.
Yes, go ahead.
A. Omet de prendre en compte le climat.
A. Neglects to take into account the climate of uncertainty at the border following the discriminatory policies and executive orders of the Trump administration. B. Does not address Canadians' concerns about being interrogated, detained, and turned back at the border based on race, religion, travel history, or birthplace as a result of policies that may contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Disposition de la Charte canadienne des droits et les libertés. C. Does nothing to ensure that Canadians' right to privacy will be protected during searches of their online presence and electronic devices. And D. Violates Canadian sovereignty by increasing the powers of American preclearance officers on Canadian soil with respect to the carrying of firearms and by not properly defining a criminal liability framework. The question is on the amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor of the motion, the amendment will please say yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
I hope so. Order, please. Now that we're all ready. La question. Alors.
Order. The question is the following one. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved the Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
Monsieur Dubé, appuyez.
Mr. Dubé, seconded by Mr. Massey, Windsor West, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Shall I dispense? No. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, because it A, neglects to take into account the climate of uncertainty at the border following the discriminatory policies and executive orders of the Trump administration. B, does not address Canadians' concerns about being interrogated, detained, and turned back at the border based on race, religion, travel history, or birthplace, as a result of policies that may contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. C, does nothing to ensure that Canadians' right to privacy will be protected during searches of their online presence and electronic devices. And D, violates Canadian sovereignty by increasing the powers of American pre-clearance officers on Canadian soil with respect to the carrying of firearms and by not properly defining a criminal liability framework. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Ms. Ashton. Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Aubin.
Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame
Ms.
Quash.
Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr.
Ms.
McGregor.
Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame
Madame
Le
Bibeau.
Boutillier. Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Bain.
Mr. Bain.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Hiking.
Mr. Hiking.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Cosner.
Mr. Cosner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Shifki.
Mr. Shifki.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Goldsmith Jones.
Goldsmith Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. De Courcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Medicino.
Mr. Medicino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Dabroussen.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Jerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Sassy.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscastle.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr.
Ms.
Kong.
Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon le Métis Matane
Monsieur
Matapédia.
Massé Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon. Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnack.
Mr. Rosnack.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton
Ms.
South.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Hannendel.
Ms. Vandendel.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mr.
Caribou.
Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms.
Mr.
Rampel.
Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr.
Mr.
Reed.
Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Fogg.
Mr.
Mr.
Fogg.
McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr.
Ortega,
Mr. Eglinski,
Mr.
Mr. Arnold, Mr. Berthold, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Diot, Mr. Jenness, Mr. Generou, Ms. Harder, Mr. Godin, Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kelly,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Kitchen,
Mr. Kimmich,
Mr. Kimmich,
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West,
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West,
Mr. Leipert,
Mr. Leipert,
Mr. Scheer,
Mr. Scheer,
Mr. O'Toole,
Mr. O'Toole,
Mr. Nader,
Mr. Nater,
Mr. Soroya,
Mr.
Mr.
Soroya,
Schmale,
Mr. Schmale,
Mr. Shields,
Mr. Shields,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Mrs. Stubbs,
Mr. Vierson,
Mr. Vierson,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mrs. Wagenthal,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Waugh,
Mr. Weber,
Mr. Weber,
Mr. Motz,
Mr. Motz. 236, 236.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Goodale. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that Bill C-23, an act respecting the pre-clearance of persons and goods in Canada and the United States, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. On division? No. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Jan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Jaeger.
Ms. Jaeger.
Mr. Marno.
Mr. Marno.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr.
Ms.
Hussain.
McKenna.
Ms.
Mr.
McKenna.
Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Knoll.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur
Ms.
Garneau.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Cousineau.
Mr. Cousineau.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratansi.
Ms. Ratansi.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Daliwal.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Virani.
Mr.
Ms.
Virani.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Ms. Petit-Pas-Taylor.
Ms. Petit-Pas-Taylor.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Menachino.
Mr. Menachino.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Mr. Pesky-Solido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Ananda-Sangari.
Mr. Ananda-Sangari.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Basio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dabruston.
Mr. Brewston.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nessif.
Madame Nessif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rosnak.
Mr. Rosnak.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mrs. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Mission Matsquey, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton
Mr.
South.
Sikan.
Mr. Sikan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Vandenbell.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mrs. Zahid.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Watts.
Ms. Watts.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mr. Abultaïf.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Albus.
Albus.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Fall.
Mr. Fall.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton
Mr.
West.
Leifert.
Mr. Leifert.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Schmale.
Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Watt.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton
Mr.
Strathcona.
Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Ms. Swan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Monsieur Saganache.
Mr. Saganache.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell
Ms.
River.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf
Ms.
Islands.
May Saanich Gulf Islands. Yeas pour 238, 238. Nays contre 42, 42.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
Order. À ce moment-ci, conformément.
Pursuant to Standing Order 238, the motion to adjourn the House is deemed adopted and seconded at this time. Therefore, the House is as follows: that this House do now adjourn.
Order. I'm going to ask all honourable members to make their way to their respective lobbies. We're starting adjournment debate now. Please cease all conversations. Allowed.
Order.
I can wait, but I'm not too sure whether the honourable members that are participating in adjournment debate, if it's fair to them that they should wait. Order. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, on November 4th, I asked the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness to tell us exactly how many journalists were under surveillance following the violations of freedom of the press disclosed in Quebec. The minister at the time stated that this was not a practice that existed at the federal level. That is a surprising answer, to say the least, when we know that in 2007, 2 journalists from La Presse were spied on by RCMP officers, and that CSIS was illegally able to stalk data. We also know that the Department of Public Safety on several occasions authorized the use of provisions to listen in on Canadians' communications, as reported by French CBC in September. Freedom of the press is one of the fundamental rights Canadians have. Without freedom of the press, there cannot be a freedom of conscience, and without that, there cannot be democracy. We cannot accept journalists being listened to with the view to identifying their sources. Freedom of information enables each and every one of us to make an opinion, to formulate an opinion on those who govern us, and threatening that right is denying the very principles on which our democracy was built. How can this government justify breaking the confidence between journalists and their sources, who provide information which is useful publicly in exchange for anonymity? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that the protection of sources is a principle recognized and confirmed by the Supreme Court in a decision of 2010 relating to the sponsorship scandal. Are the Liberals accustomed to preferring surveillance and manipulating democracy? I'm thinking about the people in my riding, where I studied, lived, and worked almost my entire life. Many of them, like me, read our local newspapers like the Saint-Hyacinthe Le Courrier and La Pensée de Bagot. How can they feel freely informed when they know that the journalists writing in those papers, the papers they read, each day could be under surveillance by their own government? Across the country, men and women work each day to keep us informed of what's happening in Quebec and Canada and throughout the world. Journalists also have sources who disclose vital information of public interest. How can these men and women, who risk often their careers, sometimes their lives, to inform us, feel safe when their identity, the protection of their identity, may be threatened by the government that is supposed to protect them? Having backed down on electoral reform and surveillance of the press, what will the government do next? There have been broken promises and half-truths. The government claims to want to protect freedom of the press and measures currently in place. However, investigators have often spied on journalists, or can, in fact, spy on journalists without their superiors realizing it. We have to go with their promises, but are we to simply going to have to, unfortunately, listen to them? We need clear and accurate responses. Canadians and Quebecers need that. This Parliament can no longer tolerate half-truths from the government.
Parlementaire du ministre de la Sécurité publique.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, freedom of the press is a fundamental Canadian value enshrined in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Democracy depends on the ability of the media to freely and independently collect information and to share that with the public, so that members of the public can develop informed opinions and make informed choices. Our government has therefore been and will remain a vigorous and unremitting champion of press freedom. The recent reports about police activity in Quebec are troubling, and I note that these reports about the Sûreté de Québec and the Service de Police de la Ville de Montréal investigating journalists in an effort to identify their sources has led to action by the provincial government. Let us be clear. As has been confirmed by the Commissioner of the RCMP, the Director of CSIS, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Prime Minister, this is not happening at the federal level. I will reiterate, for clarity, Mr. Speaker, this is not occurring at the federal level. There are safeguards in place regarding federal national security investigations to ensure that journalistic freedom is protected. The RCMP, for example, is governed by a ministerial directive on sensitive sector investigations that outlines the special care required for investigations that impact fundamental institutions of Canadian society, including the media, academia, religion, and unions. So, too, is CSIS subject to ministerial direction in this regard. Accordingly, the rules governing CSIS required a similar level of care. Indeed, a review by the Security Intelligence Review Committee, summarized in its 2009-2010 annual report, found that CSIS has long exercised special care in the conduct of operations that affect or even appear to affect fundamental institutions like the media. Nevertheless, the Minister of Public Safety is reviewing these safeguards to ensure that they are appropriate and sufficient to protect freedom of the press in Canada. As he has said, as our Prime Minister has said, our government welcomes input about any possible adjustments that might be required, including from the honourable member opposite, all honourable members and senators, as well as from members of the media. In fact, the Minister has been quite clear, long before these reports in Quebec, he was reviewing all ministerial directives to ensure that they safeguard the rights and freedoms of Canadians. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, it has been a fundamental principle of our government since before we became the government that public safety and rights and freedoms must be protected simultaneously. We know that our national security and law enforcement agencies must have the tools and resources they need to keep Canada safe, and that these agencies must also be subject to effective and vigorous oversight to hold the highest standards when it comes to respect for civil liberties and the rights and freedoms protected by the Charter. Among these freedom of rights and freedoms is certainly freedom of the press. It is critical for the open and democratic character of our country that press freedom be passionately and effectively defended. Our government has done that. Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to do so.
Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, it is our duty to protect democracy. The responsibility before us today is to represent the people in our respective ridings, but also to ensure that nowhere in Canada or Quebec should people not be protected and where their rights are not protected. So freedom of press is not a partisan issue, it's everyone's business. My honourable colleagues should, like me, be shocked by the lack of action by this government. The answers provided by the Parliamentary Secretary are insufficient. The solid evidence reported by journalists have shown that some of their colleagues were spied on with a view to identifying their sources, and the government is once again asking us to place our blind trust in them. Their safeguards are insufficient, and this evening the parliamentary secretary cannot guarantee that journalists are benefiting fully from freedom and that their sources' safety is respected. They are once again shirking their responsibilities. I ask once again, Mr. Speaker, can the parliamentary secretary explain how his government is protecting the freedom of the press, and what steps are they taking to ensure that the personal interests of those leading us do not take precedence over our rights?
Public safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her questions, but let us be very clear again that this is not happening at the federal level. This has been stated unequivocally by not only the director of CSIS and the director of the RCMP, but by the Prime Minister and the Minister. But let me go one step further. Not only is this government relying on the fact that it hasn't happened, not only are we relying on the vigorous and strong mechanisms to protect freedom of the press, but we are going further, both in C-22, which is going to be before this House, which allows for political oversight of our security and intelligence framework, and as well in the review that we're doing, and in fact the committee very soon, Mr. Speaker, is going to be tabling its recommendations on the security and intelligence framework to ensure that there is vigorous oversight of all departments, so that not only are the powers in place, but the oversight mechanisms to ensure that that oversight is effective, is as strong as it can be. But let me state unequivocally our support for freedom of the press and to assure in all forms that it is guarded with the utmost protection.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Hi, and thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I just want to continue with a follow-up on a question that I had the other day regarding a comment made by the Mayor of Medicine Hat when asked during our HUMA committee what he would do to help those in need with the fact that taxes being taken away and put into the pockets of the government and away from actual taxpayers so that they can't afford things, what they would do to help those in need. And the Mayor of Medicine Hat was very open and said he wouldn't charge it at all. What we see here is we've got many different groups, many different provinces that are going to be putting forward many different solutions when it comes to the climate change development. In Ontario, I asked the other day the fact that we have Premier Kathleen Wynne, who not only is charging the carbon tax, but will also be seeing a tax on tax because part of that delivery charge also includes the HST. So when we talk about money grabs, that is exactly what Canadians are seeing right now. We talk a lot about the climate change and what it means. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is we're having a mandate put in by the Prime Minister that at the end of the day, we don't know where the money is going. It's no different than in the province of Ontario when they're putting forward something, you give healthcare dollars and ends up building roads. So are we going to see concerns like this? And as I said, going back to the fact is, when people can't afford food on their table or the heat and hydro for their home, how can we honestly put another 4 to 15% on their taxes or asking them to spend more when they can barely spend enough? You know, I have different communities that some are doing very well at the 10 municipalities I have, some are doing very well, some are falling a little bit behind, and I know that these are the communities that are falling behind. They're actually going to have to pay more in fuel to go to their jobs. So not only are they already behind the 8 ball, they're now going to be paying more tax because of this carbon tax that's coming out. A lot of times I hear the Prime Minister talk about how he tries to separate it from province to province, what they're going to do. But as I indicated earlier, when we see the Premier of Ontario have a tax on tax, this is just not right, especially for the people who can't even afford it. My good friend from Carleton had also stated before, when we talk about what people are, and you're smiling at that, but you know, when we're looking at $45,000, we are hurting those people that are below the middle class line. And there isn't actually a ceiling or a floor here when it comes to the carbon tax. We're not targeting in it. We're just saying, here's a blanche carte, take all the money you want. And that's what we're seeing a lot, especially from this Ontario government. And I suspect that we're going to see it from other governments as well. Some may be putting in plans where they're actually going to take money and maybe put it into innovation and technology so that they can come out with really great state-of-the-art programs that will reduce fuel emissions. But we're sitting here talking about carbon tax and forgetting, you know, and I know the parliamentary secretary will talk about us not doing so well. In the last 10 years prior to the Liberal government forming government, we had actually reduced the carbon footprint. So part of my concern is we're talking about spending money and by having polluters spend more money, but you're not taking into consideration the tax-paying people that can't even afford to put a loaf of bread on their table. So those are some of my great concerns. So I really want to hear from the Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment. How are we going to deal with this when there's tax on tax, when people can't afford to fuel up their vehicles to go to their job because they're just paying more and more and more? In Ontario, we did see a jump immediately following the introduction of the carbon tax, and I continue to say that we're going to see more and more and more, just like we did on our hydro bills with the delivery charge. So I'd like to just have some comments on that and how Canadians are going to be able to afford this.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. You know, Mr. Speaker, in our platform, we were pretty clear about our intention to provide comprehensive and national leadership on the climate change file, including ensuring that a price on carbon pollution existed across the country. To respond to the member opposite's question, let me just talk a little bit about some of the actions that we are taking and why. Mr. Speaker, climate change is not a distant threat. It requires action now. Unlike the party opposite, which did virtually nothing for 10 years, effectively pushing the bill for future generations to worry about, this government intends to act. Mr. Speaker, annual insurance claims for severe storms are up from $300 million in the year 2000 to an average of $1 billion today. The National Roundtable on the Environment and Economy estimates the total costs associated with climate change could reach $43 billion a year by 2050. There are real and significant costs to not acting, but there also is a significant opportunity if we do act. As somebody who was a senior executive in the clean technology space for the past 20 years, it's something that I've seen firsthand. In 2015, there were nearly $350 billion of investment in the global clean energy sector, almost a six-fold increase since 2004. To make the transition that is envisaged under the Paris Agreement, it is estimated that a further investment of $13.5 trillion in low-carbon and energy efficiency technologies will be required between 2015 and 2030. However, in Canada, our share of global clean tech exports has shrunk during the past decade by half due to conservative inaction. Our government, by contrast, knows that we must take advantage of this economic opportunity. A key part of driving innovation and clean growth will be done by putting a price on what we don't want, pollution, in order to foster things that we do want, clean growth, innovation, and middle-class jobs. British Columbia, its introduction of a carbon price demonstrates this well. You can reduce emissions while growing your economy. Not only that, but British Columbia used its revenue-neutral carbon price to cut taxes by 5% for the middle class and to provide rebates. British Columbia now has the lowest overall personal income taxes in Canada, thanks to its carbon pricing system. Mr. Speaker, many of the world's largest economies price carbon as a means to incent clean growth, and it's not just the countries of Europe. China, for example, is moving to implement a country-wide carbon pricing system. Mr. Speaker, many leading Canadian businesses, economists, and even leading Conservative politicians are on board. This includes Preston Manning, Mark Cameron, Patrick Brown, Brian Pallister, and MPs from the other side of the House. These people all know well that pricing carbon pollution is the most efficient way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to reach our objective of protecting the economy and creating a clean growth environmental future. For this reason, it is a key part of the Pan-Canadian framework on clean growth and climate change. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House understand that pricing of carbon pollution will make our businesses more competitive and innovative, reduce the pollution that threatens the health of Canadians and of the planet, and give us an edge in building a clean growth economy going forward.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much for the wrap-up of talking points that your government has been giving for the last year and a half. But we've been asking about families, and that's something that not once did you, in your response, talk about. You talked about the regular things that we're hearing from this Liberal government, but not taking into consideration those people who are making $45,000 or less a year, those people who cannot afford a hybrid card and therefore are not getting a $10,000 and $15,000 rebate, instead are having to drive cars that may still be emitting because that's what they can afford because this government has not focused on jobs. So these are some of the concerns. We can sit there and talk about the price of carbon and having people less emit, but what are happening to those families that have to use an older car because they can't afford it and find a new job or a job that may pay more money or anything like that? How are we going to do on that? You continue to talk about, or this government continues to talk about what they're doing for the middle class. What you've done here is you've targeted the lower class without even knowing, and they're going to be paying more and more and more money because they can't afford those rebates that the provincial governments are giving you on these automobiles. And there's many things like that. So I want to know specifically from this member, what are you doing for low-income families who cannot afford the carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would talk to the honourable member. There are a number of different things this government has done with respect to addressing the needs of middle-class Canadians and those working hard to join it. Those would include the middle-class tax reduction that we did in the last budget. It would include the Canada Child Benefit, out of which 9 out of 10 Canadians benefit, raising 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty. I would also say to her that the focus of a carbon price is actually pricing of pollution that you don't want in order to incent the things that you do. The provinces have the ability to structure the use of the funds that are generated through a carbon price in the way that they so choose. Alberta, for example, is actually giving it back in rebates to actually ensure that they are protecting people who actually are not earning a lot of money. British Columbia does that and also actually reduces personal income taxes to achieve the lowest personal income tax rate in Canada. So there are many ways in which you can actually have a carbon price which tries to actually get at the issue, which is climate change and carbon pollution, while also protecting and fostering middle-class growth and the health of those working hard to join it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the opposition has raised numerous questions about this government's habit of creating real or apparent conflicts of interest when cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister attend Cash for Access fundraisers. The Liberal Party of Canada organized fundraisers, exclusively invited wealthy donors, used search engine protocols to hide them from Google search results, and specifically mentioned that ministers like the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development, or the Prime Minister himself would be available for an intimate talk. Such meetings create conflicts of interest when attended by registered lobbyists, since the latter pay to meet with ministers who make decisions which affect their clients. This is clearly a breach of the ethical standards Canadians demand of elected representatives. Such meetings also breach the Prime Minister's own Code of Ethics as laid out in the publication Open and Accountable Government 2015. Indeed, this document instructs ministers to avoid even the appearance of conflict of interest, explicitly stating that the commitment to accountability is not discharged merely by following the letter of the law. My second point would be funny if it weren't so disturbing. At last count, the government House Leader claimed over 200 times in the House that Canada has the strictest rules in the world. Well, we know that the rules are strict. The issue is that the rules are not being followed. When I asked the government House Leader why she continued to defend Cash for Access fundraising, when the commissioner, the lobbying commissioner, was investigating the fundraisers, she replied that, well, when the rules are followed, no conflict of interest can exist. Well, Mr. Speaker, that statement is naively optimistic to the point of absurdity, and the whole government, I think, knows this. The Prime Minister knows it, since he acknowledged in Open and Accountable Government that avoiding the appearance of conflict of interest is not limited to simply following the technical compliance of the law. Cabinet knows it, since they've recently announced that they will introduce new ethics rules to further clarify expectations for fundraisers. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada doesn't need new rules to supplement what are, indeed, perhaps the strictest ethics standards in the world. We just need the government to start obeying the rules that are already on the books. They need to actually live up to the expectations they created in their statement on open and accountable government. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask again, why does this government defend Cash for Access fundraising? Why don't they listen to the lobbying commissioner when she says that a sense of obligation is created when a lobbyist organizes or hosts a political fundraiser, and when the practice is known to be under investigation? Why don't they listen to the ethics commissioner, who calls their fundraisers unsavory, and who has asked for jurisdiction to enforce the standards in open and accountable government, and who has launched the first ever ethics investigation by her office of a sitting Prime Minister? Why do they not raise the standards of their own leader set out in the mandate letters and in his own Code of Ethics? Canadians want to know why the ministers and the Prime Ministers allow registered lobbyists to host and organize fundraisers for them, why the Prime Minister attends fundraisers with foreign nationals when he knows that only Canadians can legally donate to a party, and why the Prime Minister allows lobbyists at his fundraisers when he is on record stating that he has lobbied all the time and since people want to talk to him about their issues. Canadians want to know why this Prime Minister and his Cabinet keep getting into conflicts of interest real or apparent, and keep prompting investigations into their unethical and possibly illegal behaviour. We want to know why Canadians should trust the Liberal government to govern in the interest of all Canadians when it has shown time and time again that it puts its own party's finances above the rules for public office holders.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians very much value their democratic institutions. One of the most important features of our democratic institutions are the rules that have been put in place to limit barriers to participation, to ensure that every Canadian who wishes to do so can participate, and to protect the integrity of electoral processes, one of which is political financing. Over the years, rules have been put into place to regulate political financing with a view to ensuring transparency and a level playing field for all political parties. Mr. Speaker, limits have been established with respect to annual contributions that can be made to candidates and to political parties, and only citizens and permanent residents are allowed to contribute. These rules are much stricter than in many other Western countries. These rules exist for a reason. Canadians want their leaders to be accountable to all Canadians and not to a select few, to voters and not to corporations or to special interests. Rules are also in place to make political financing transparent. All contributions over $200 are publicly reported, and no anonymous contribution is allowed over $20. Again, there is a stark contrast when compared with many other countries where the requirements are not nearly as strict. Mr. Speaker, the objectives of transparency and equity are not only reflected in how political parties collect funds, but also how they use them. There are established limits and reporting requirements as to how much political parties and candidates can spend during an election campaign. Further, rules have been established for third-party actors that wish to get their views out and heard during an election campaign. Overall, these strict rules contribute to ensuring a level playing field and to fostering a healthy political debate within Canadian society. Our political financing regime is sound. However, the strength of our democratic institutions also lies in the fact that we are continuously looking at ways to improve these institutions. That is why the Minister of Democratic Institutions has been mandated to take steps to further enhance transparency in political fundraising. For example, when cabinet ministers, party leaders, and leadership candidates are present at fundraisers, we believe they should be conducted in publicly accessible spaces, advertised in advance, and reported on in a timely manner after the fact. Mr. Speaker, we believe that measures to increase transparency on fundraising activities will positively impact Canadians' trust in their democratic institutions. The Minister has also been mandated to review the limits for electoral campaign expenses and to also propose measures to ensure that spending between elections is subject to reasonable limits. These measures are the types of actions that we believe will constitute concrete steps towards the overarching objective of enhancing the integrity of our democratic processes. Our government is committed to demonstrating leadership in seeking to maintain and deepen Canadians' trust in our democratic institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the recitation of the strict rules that exist and for the aspiration for even greater transparency and accountability. It is absolutely incredible, though, to hear this member talk about how the rules are set up so that, for example, that, as he said, that citizens only can participate in fundraising activity and in our democratic processes, when this Prime Minister attends fundraisers with foreign nationals. It's incredible that this member would go to the trouble of explaining the strict nature and the goal of enhancing participation of Canadians, while his own party and own government have so flagrantly, obviously, and completely ignored, abandoned, and paid no heed to any of these aspirations. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, there are very strict rules in Canada that relate to political financing and to electoral expenses. We on this side of the House have abided by and will always continue to abide by all applicable rules. The Government of Canada is committed, though, to taking concrete steps to further improve the system as we are looking to improve things across all ministries in this government. The government intends to proceed with increased transparency requirements for fundraising events, and will also review things like spending minutes, including options to establish reasonable limits between elections. This is an important issue, and I thank the honourable member for raising it in the House.
La motion importante.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.